After reading the information of the deep-sea demonic manta ray, Han Fei sneered. Since this guy's swallowing power couldn't catch him, how could he snatch the second divine pill? Han Fei shouted, since you're here, don't leave. The deep-sea demonic manta ray was also shocked. He had thought that, under his absolute devouring, this human shouldn't be able to escape. Who could have expected that with a golden flash, this guy would appear on his back? Seeing that the situation was not good, the deep-sea demonic manta ray immediately mobilized all the power in his body, and a green lightning bolt shot straight at Han Fei's body. Its power was so terrifying that Han Fei's body was slightly paralyzed. Besides, in his soul, the 9 poison treasure silkworm began to spontaneously swallow part of the power in the lightning bolt. Han Fei shouted, evil creature, die. Han Fei clenched his fist, activated his great Dao, and his combat power sword. He punched the back of the deep-sea demonic manta ray with all his strength. Boom. Ka ka ka. The place where Han Fei stood sank dozens of kilometers, and the sound of bones breaking was endless. The huge deep-sea demonic manta ray fell to the bottom of the sea, raising waves and currents that swept tens of thousands of kilometers away. The deep-sea demonic manta ray didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. He almost dug out his heart with one punch. In order to get rid of Han Fei, countless steel needles and bone spurs seemed to stand on the body of the deep-sea demonic manta ray. The bone spurs had a dark green sheen, which was obviously poisonous. Swish. 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 Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei said disdainfully, do you think others are weak just because your physique is strong? Today, you shouldn't have come to find trouble with me. All great Daos in one, kill. Han Fei pointed 2 fingers, and the Dao runes steamed. He minced the infinite steel spikes and stabbed them into the body of the deep-sea demonic manta ray. Bang! The body of the deep-sea demonic manta ray was collapsing at a visible speed. With Han Fei as the center, the body of the deep-sea demonic manta ray was crushed by Han Fei. However, even so, Han Fei was shocked to find that this guy didn't completely collapse. Perhaps because his defense power was too strong and he was too big. The power of his sword only left a huge hole in the body of the deep-sea demonic manta ray, but it didn't completely kill him. In other words, this guy had completely resisted all great Daos in one sword. This made Han Fei speechless. This was the first ordinary king he had met who could withstand all great Daos in one sword. However, the deep-sea demonic manta ray was also stunned at this moment. He didn't even have the time to run before his body was almost shattered by Han Fei's attack. Just as he reacted and was about to flap his wings to run, he suddenly felt that his soul seemed to be grabbed, and a feeling of death attacked his heart. Oh no! When the deep-sea demonic manta ray realized that something was wrong with his soul, he couldn't escape anymore. In terms of soul power, Han Fei was also stronger than the deep-sea demonic manta ray. At this moment, he activated the void lines and controlled the deep-sea demonic manta ray to consume his own reserve to restore his body. A moment later, when Han Fei controlled the huge deep-sea demonic manta ray to return to the Avenger, 9 Tails and the others were dumbfounded. Their master had caught such a huge creature so easily? Perhaps because Han Fei had caught the deep-sea demonic manta ray back, the venerable level ferocious beasts that were trying to besiege him all fled. Han Fei had an idea. He summoned a guy who hadn't appeared for a long time. This person was Ji Chen, who was controlled by Han Fei with the devouring insect king in the land of King Death. Jichen only had the strength of a half-king, so Han Fei didn't have any chance to use him. So Han Fei had almost forgotten him. Now that he had caught a living giant beast whose combat power was much higher than Jichen's, it was time for the devouring insect king to change its host. Han Fei pointed at the center of Jichen's eyebrows, and then a green fat worm crawled out of Jichen's mouth. The moment the devouring insect king came out, Jichen's eyes, gradually, recovered some clarity. Han Fei glanced at him casually. "Since you're already asleep, sleep forever." As Han Fei slapped him, Jichen was crushed by Han Fei without even taking the last look of this world. The devouring insect king followed Han Fei into the body of the deep sea demonic manta ray. This time, it took Han Fei about half an hour to establish a connection with the devouring insect king again, which meant that the deep-sea demonic manta ray had been parasitized and controlled. Han Fei put away the void lines and put on a bright smile. Not only had he obtained the second divine pill, but he had also caught a sea establishment realm giant beast. Good things came in pairs. Not to mention anything else, the defense power of this deep-sea demonic manta ray was definitely among the top 30 of the sea establishment list in the raging sea. At this time, the 8th heavenly tribulation of the second divine pill had just ended. Han Fei saw that a large amount of tribulation lightning was gathering in the sky. Thunder fire emerged, and in less than 5 seconds, the 9th lightning struck down. At this point, the second divine pill's tribulation was completed. With a thought, Han Fei put the demon purification pot back into the origin sea. Just as he was about to enter the origin sea, he looked at the huge deep sea demonic manta ray and thought to himself, this thing should be able to turn into a human, right? Otherwise, how could he stuff such a huge creature into the origin sea? He would occupy an area with at least a radius of 6 or 700 kilometers in his origin sea world, which would seriously affect his origin sea's development. Fortunately, as Han Fei transmitted his thoughts, the giant body of the deep sea demonic manta ray began to shrink, replaced by a 5-meter-tall monster fishman with 2 wings and a hollow chest. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. This time, with a thought, he put the deep sea demonic manta ray into his origin sea. The second divine pill had matured. When Han Fei extended his hand, a small red pill fell lightly into Han Fei's hand. When this pill was ripe and fell, a large amount of spiritual energy poured into the demon purification pot from the billions of ultra-quality spiritual stones where the demon purification pot was. The third divine pill began to absorb resources. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. This thing was ridiculous. As long as he had enough resources, he could enjoy such super benefits 7 times. The first time was the golden light movement technique, which allowed his speed to reach the limit of speed. There was no telling what effect the second divine pill would have. Han Fei couldn't wait to swallow the second divine pill. The next moment, he felt that his soul seemed to be extracted to another world. When Han Fei came back to himself, he found himself among the white clouds. In front of him was a supergiant of unknown height. The giant's body was emitting golden light, and Han Fei was at the height of his waist. When Han Fei lowered his head, he saw that under the white clouds, 10,000 feet high, the vast was surging and the giant's body was submerged in the water. As Han Fei looked up again, he saw the giant's explosive muscles, the arms that looked like 2 azure dragons, and the solemn face looking like a Buddha's. Han Fei seemed to have a hunch that if this thing punched out, even he couldn't easily block its punch. Is this the Dharma idol world? Han Fei couldn't help but think that this thing was much stronger than the Dharmakaya. Han Fei still remembered the introduction to the second pill. It said that one had to comprehend the world of the Dharma idol, and use the body as the Dharma idol. With the 9 heavens above his head, he would step on the abyssal sea. And his Dharma idol was 33,000 feet long, swallowing all the images into his own. After exclaiming at the height and power of this Dharma idol, Han Fei couldn't help but sit cross-legged, spontaneously wanting to summon the Dharmakaya. Buzz. Perhaps because of the inexplicable resonance between the Dharma idol world and the Dharmakaya. When the Dharmakaya appeared, Han Fei felt that the two seemed to be fusing. Yes, Han Fei's eyes blurred, and he gradually couldn't see clearly. However, he seemed to be able to see the vague shadow of a giant again. Han Fei wanted to see the giant's true body, through the mist. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Until Han Fei felt the feedback from his Dharmakaya. He seemed to have re-established a connection with his Dharmakaya. In the next moment, Han Fei felt that he had become another person. He controlled a body that didn't belong to him. This body seemed to be standing in the sea. Han Fei extended his hand to push away the mist, only to see that he was reflected on the calm sea. Golden skin, a burly body, and perfect muscle lines. At that moment, Han Fei felt that he was like an old Buddha. With a wave of his hand, terrifying power would pour out. However, before Han Fei could feel much, he felt a complicated golden inscription appear in his mind. Although Han Fei didn't recognize these words, he vaguely understood them. The Dharma idol could be Buddha, devil, giant, or monster. And the most fundamental state of the Dharma idol was himself. Therefore, Han Fei looked at the water again and found that his face was reflected on the sea. Han Fei realized that the Dharmakaya, as the first Dharmakaya he cultivated, had been assimilated by the Dharma idol. Now, he was the manifestation of the Dharmakaya, and his Dharma idol had swallowed the Dharmakaya. Hiss. In addition to this comprehension, with a thought from Han Fei, his reflection had 3 heads and 6 arms. With another thought from Han Fei, he became a devil fuming with black flames. Han Fei shook his head and looked at Han Fei again. It was still him. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to understand that the so-called Dharma idols were formless. His Dharma idols were different in the eyes of different people. Some people could feel that he was a Buddha, and some could feel that he was a demon. What they saw was what they saw, but Han Fei knew that he was himself, and had never changed. The magical effect of the second divine pill was to make Han Fei realize that his Dharma idol world had fused with his Dharmakaya. From now on, he didn't have a Dharmakaya, but only his own Dharma idol. When Han Fei's soul returned to reality, he took a deep breath and left the origin sea. After coming out, Han Fei immediately tried to summon his Dharmakaya. This time, a giant more than 5,000 meters tall appeared behind Han Fei. Han Fei looked over. This was indeed not his Dharmakaya, but an enlarged version of him. At the same time, his consciousness descended into the Dharma idol. Han Fei raised his hand, looked at his palm, checked his arm, and pinched his muscles. So hard. Han Fei flicked his arm with his finger, only to hear a loud clang. Where did this Dharma idol come from? Han Fei was also confused. He could feel that the Dharma idol seemed to have stronger power than his Dharmakaya. However, Hanfei really didn't understand the source of this power. Hanfei could only guess that this was the descent of a heavenly Tao power, or that he had borrowed some indescribable power. As for how strong the Dharma idol could be, Hanfei clenched his fist and tried to punch out, but the surrounding void collapsed, and the void cracks cut his body, making clank sounds. And the power of his punch directly crossed more than 60,000 kilometers on the sea, leaving a fist mark on the sea. Hiss. It's even stronger than the power of my great Tao? At this moment, the old turtle said, "Is this huge body your Dharma idol?" Hanfei's heart did a flip. "Old Yuan, do you know this?" The old turtle said in surprise, "I've heard of it and seen others use it, but it doesn't seem to be used like this." "It doesn't seem to be used like this?" Hanfei was stunned. "Then how should I use it?" The old turtle asked in confusion, "Why don't you stand on the Dharma idol and feel it yourself?" "Hanfei?" Hearing what the old turtle said, Hanfei suddenly realized something. Yes. Whether it was the Dharmakaya or the Dharma idol, he had never tried to stand on it. Swish. When Hanfei appeared above the Dharma idol, before his feet touched its head, he felt that he seemed to have established a completely synchronized connection with the Dharma idol, unlike just now when his consciousness was separated from this Dharma idol. Now he could control himself and the Dharma idol at the same time. Hanfei punched again, and this punch blasted out more than 80,000 kilometers. More than 20,000 kilometers more than before, which was much more than his own strength. At this time, the old turtle roared, "I've seen people fight like this before. They stand on their Dharma idols and fight with the power of their Dharma idols. Different Dharma idols are different in strength. The power you're unleashing now doesn't seem to be able to exert the real power of your Dharma idol." Hanfei asked, "How can I exert the full power of my Dharma idol?" The old turtle said, "I once heard from a demon emperor that he cultivates a Dharma idol, and in the end, he and his Dharma idol are fused. The moment you completely fuse with your Dharma idol is the moment you truly control it. But clearly, you are still far away from it." Hanfei couldn't help but think of the saying, "Your body is the Dharma idol. And the Dharma idol is your body." Did it mean that the body and the Dharma idol fused? Unfortunately, he didn't know much about this aspect and wasn't very good at using it. He could only gradually learn to use it in the future. All in all, the most basic benefit of swallowing the second divine pill was that he had a super fighter who was even stronger than him. And this fighter might be able to completely fuse with him in the future. At this point, the hunt for the dream-weaving world was officially over. Hanfei didn't dwell on the Dharma idol thing anymore. Although it wasn't as useful as the golden light movement technique, it was probably because he hadn't learned how to use it yet. When he had the chance to enter the Void Temple again, he would definitely ask how to use the Dharma idol. Now, Hanfei had already threatened those who should be threatened and fought those who could be fought. It wouldn't get him anywhere to continue to attack the 36 heavenly palaces. Hanfei thought for a long time, and with a flash of golden light, he disappeared into the vast sea. The Chaos World. This was an extremely powerful heavenly palace independent of supreme clearness and infinity. The overall strength of the Chaos World was ranked second among the 36 heavenly palaces. However, the Chaos World didn't collude with supreme clearness and infinity. The main city of the Chaos World was called the Origin City. Among them, the most famous was the Primordial Chaos Palace, the highest academy in the Chaotic world. In terms of structure, architectural characteristics, and clothing culture, it was not much different from other heavenly palaces. The cultivation of the chaotic world was not on the path of body refinement. Its complexity was no less than that of supreme clearness and infinity. All kinds of heavenly talents could be born here. It just happened that Wu Hao, whom Han Fei had once met, was a body refiner. At this moment, Han Fei's purpose was clear. He was here to ask for reinforcements. The chaos world was aloof from everything, but no matter what, he had to try. At least, it wasn't his enemy. Above the origin city, Han Fei deliberately revealed a wisp of his aura. Buzz. Almost immediately, 3 sea establishers appeared in the sky. Someone smiled. Oh. Fellow Taoist, what brings you here? Someone smiled and said, so it's the master of the yin-yang world, fellow Taoist Han Fei. I wonder why you're here. The other person stood in the distance and began to use the power of the sea establishment realm to seal all perceptions. Ordinary people could no longer find Han Fei. Han Fei said, I'm Han Fei. I'm here to meet the master of the chaos world. Senior Taiyuan. The 3 kings narrowed their eyes. If it were an ordinary person who said this, they would definitely be beaten out. But this Han Fei was too domineering and arrogant. They had just learned that the dream-weaving world was almost destroyed by this person. Although the chaos world never got involved in the affairs of other heavenly palaces, they were all humans after all. They certainly didn't like Han Fei causing a civil war among humans. However, because the Han Fei here was only a projection, the 3 kings knew that it was useless to kill him. They wouldn't attack him, but how could they just let him meet the palace master so easily? Just as one of them was about to drive Han Fei away, he heard a voice say, let him in. The 3 kings were slightly stunned. Although they were unhappy, one of them still said, fine. Since the palace master is willing to see you, go. With that, a teleportation array appeared in the void. Han Fei smiled and walked in without hesitation. The void flashed, and the scene in front of Han Fei's eyes changed. What came at him was billowing heat waves. The heavenly palace in the chaos world seemed to attract the essence of the sun to calcine it from time to time, and the heat was even stronger than the yin-yang world enveloped by the heavenly Tao. Dharma I. In this fiery heat, a burly white-haired, topless old man was sitting cross-legged on a red stone that looked like a soldering iron. Han Fei couldn't feel any aura of a strong master from this person, but at first glance, Han Fei knew that this was the master of the chaotic qi. Taiyuan. Han Fei stopped 100 meters away from Taiyuan and then cupped his hands. Junior Han Fei greets Senior Taiyuan. The old man was looking at Han Fei up and down, his voice loud and clear. It's a pity that your original body is not here. I heard that your physique is extremely strong. You had already cultivated the indestructible golden body when you were still in the sea establishment realm. You even gave Wu Hao some pointers. I've seen your insights. Not bad. Han Fei said, Senior, you flatter me. I've long heard that you are the best in body refinement in the raging sea. I think you will only be stronger. Taiyuan nodded noncommittally and said, okay, don't stand on ceremony. Tell me. Why are you looking for me? Han Fei said, I want to make a deal with you, Senior. Oh? Tell me about it. Han Fei asked, Senior Taiyuan, since the Age of Doom, we humans have yet to step out of the raging sea, right? Taiyuan nodded. Yes. From what you said, the thing that Han Guangchu planned to make has been made? Han Fei was briefly stunned. Why does everyone know this? But he still nodded. Yes. As long as I want, I can leave the raging sea at any time. Taiyuan said, your deal is quite attractive to me. However, this is not enough for me to stand on your side and deal with supreme clearness and infinity. It's not that I can't, but that once I stand on your side, the two forces of the human race will be evenly matched, and internal strife will rise. Then the 100 demons, the undersea human race, and the Merman royal family will have a chance to take advantage of it. Han Fei thought to himself, Taiyuan knows the situation very well. He knows why I'm here and has already come to a conclusion. Han Fei was silent for a moment and said casually, in that case, I have nothing to say. Goodbye. Originally, Han Fei just came to give it a try and wasn't completely confident. After all, old man Taiyuan was different from others. He was a sky opener and his lifespan was incomparable to a king's. He didn't have to start a war with other emperors. Hearing Han Fei's words, Taiyuan smiled and said, you really don't know how to persist. Although I refuse, don't you give it another try? Han Fei? Han Fei smiled bitterly. Senior, you know the situation very well. What else can I say? Yes, I caused the internal strife of the human race, but since the division of the 36 mystic worlds, the human race has actually become a heap of loose sand. In troubled times, we should unite and reorganize the human race. Since Senior doesn't want to fight, I will work out another way to deal with it. I can still defeat supreme clearness and infinity, but it will take more time. Ha ha ha. Interesting kid, you're so young, but you're quite arrogant. Including supreme clearness, infinity, and soul sealing, there are a total of 3 sky openers, while you only have a sword god on your side. I can't figure out where you get your confidence from. Has your 9-palace world produced a sky-opening realm cultivator? Han Fei smiled and said, no, but even Senior and Supreme Clearness and Infinity might have underestimated my potential. Oh? Taiyuan couldn't help but say, good boy, you're really arrogant. Do you mean that it's not difficult for you to open the sky? Han Fei smiled and said, to tell the truth, it's not difficult indeed. Han Fei dared to say that it was not difficult to open the sky because he had already figured out the cultivation method of the sea establishment realm. 2. Be honest, because of the existence of the demon purification pot, he had already made a schedule of his cultivation progress in the sea establishment realm. If he cultivated with his current strength, if his origin sea reached 100,000 kilometers, he would definitely take the first place in the sea establishment realm. Hearing Han Fei's words, Taiyuan couldn't help but take a deep look at Han Fei. Although Han Fei didn't seem to be a good person so far, he wouldn't deny Han Fei's talent. As a junior, few people could reach Han Fei's level. Han Fei had only been a king for a few years, but he could already integrate the 10 pirate groups. What he lacked was time. However, this was not the reason for Taiyuan to help. Old man Taiyuan said. Simply, you are interesting, but the chaos world has never cared about these messy things. Since you are competent to fight with supreme clearness and infinity, you can fight them yourself. But I also want to use your navigator. Fine, I'll give you some additional help. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He didn't expect old man Taiyuan to be so easy to talk to. Han Fei said, I'm all ears. Taiyuan said, at that time, if the battle between you and supreme clearness and infinity involves too many human forces, the 100 demons and the undersea human race will definitely cause trouble. I can take action and suppress these people, giving you a fair and pure environment to fight supreme clearness and infinity. As for who wins and who loses, I won't interfere. With that said, Taiyuan waved his hand, and a teleportation array appeared beside Han Fei. He said, that's not really helping you. I'm helping the human race. If you don't die, we'll meet again. Han Fei thought to himself, that's not bad. Han Fei had planned to lead the kings of the heavenly palaces in the outer domain to resist the 100 demons and the undersea human race. Anyway, most of these people wouldn't participate in the battle, so they certainly wouldn't let go of the chance to restrain the 100 demons and the undersea human race. After all, the heavenly palaces in the outer domain didn't want to get involved in the battle between the yin-yang world and supreme clearness and infinity. What Han Fei was doing now was just to prevent the other heavenly palaces from getting involved. In this way, only a few heavenly palaces like supreme clearness and infinity would take the initiative to attack the yin-yang world, which was much better than the entire 36 mystic worlds attacking the yin-yang world. I'll take my leave, Senior. More than 3 months passed. In the outer sea, the Avenger pirate ship was on a public route to the wild abyss. On the deck, Han Fei said to Luo Xiaobai and the others, in a few days, the yin-yang world or the waterwood world may appear. At that time, combat power below the sea establishment realm may be useless. Therefore, you don't have to fight for the time being. Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, no. If even venerables don't participate in the battle, then you'd have to face the entire infinity alone. Xiao Xiaochan also said, that's right. If even venerables can't help, wouldn't only kings or even emperors come? How can there be so many kings in the raging sea? Zhang Xuanyu said, Fei Fei. How can we sit by and watch you face such a crisis alone at such a critical moment? Lu Renquang nodded. At least take us with you. Han Fei sighed slightly. Okay. Then let me see. If there is a battle of venerables, I will let you out. Let's see how powerful Bei Luochen can be. Can he swallow the entire yin-yang world and waterwood world? Luo Xiaobai nodded and asked, how long before the monarch palace opens? Han Fei smiled. A year. Huh? Luo Xiaobai and the others were surprised. Didn't they say that the infinity world had grasped the time? Why did they release the yin-yang world and the waterwood world in a year? Han Fei said with a smile, the infinity world certainly doesn't want the cage of the yin-yang world and the waterwood world to break so early. However, he is only an emperor, and he is not the only emperor in this world. Xiao Xiaochan raised her eyebrows. Did you turn to the martial king for help? The only one Xiao Xiaochan could think of was the martial king. Only the power of the martial emperor city could make the yin-yang world and the waterwood world appear in advance. Han Fei grinned. Anyway, the martial emperor city still owes us 2 favors. It's a waste not to use them. 3 days passed. In the depths of the desolate abyss, Bei Luochen was cultivating in the sky above the abyss. There was only 1 year left before the monarch palace opened. According to his calculations, in about 8 months, he would be able to gradually break through the seal of the yin-yang world. When the seal was broken, if Han Fei came, he would die, and if he didn't, They would just slaughter the people in the Inyang world and the Waterwood world and seize the two worlds. No one would dare to say anything. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the void. When Bei Luochen took a closer look, he found that it was the Martial King. Bei Luochen immediately narrowed his eyes and said, "Martial King, are you here to intervene in the battle between the Inyang world and the Infinity world?" The Martial King smiled faintly. "You should know that after Han Fei finishes the trial of the Martial Emperor's inheritance, our Martial Emperor City has promised him to do 3 things for him." Bei Luochen's face turned cold. "So you even agree to help that brat save 2 heavenly palaces?" The Martial King said indifferently, "Not really. However, you're really petty to threaten a junior with 2 heavenly palaces. Don't you dare to fight him with your sky-opening realm strength? Why do you still need to use such despicable means? I'm here today to break the cage. Do you have any objections?" Bei Luochen's face immediately turned cold. "Martial King, you're Martial Emperor City's better mind your own business." The Martial King glanced at him sideways. "Why? You want to stop me? Do you think you can?" Bei Luochen, "So, Your Excellency, you've decided to be on Han Fei's side?" The Martial King snorted. "So what? Do I need to explain my actions to you?" Just as the Martial King was about to enter the vortex, Bei Luochen said, "Your Excellency, if I've guessed right, Han Fei has already used the Martial Emperor City twice, right? I'd like to see how he will use the 3rd favor. If he used up the 3 opportunities, I'd like to see what reason your Martial Emperor City has to protect Han Fei." Humph. Ignoring the threat of Bei Luochen, the Martial King jumped into the eye of energy in the wild abyss. In fact, the existence of the Inyang world had never been a secret to these real big shots. However, in the past, because the Inyang world had the Yang heavenly millstone, which was as firm as a rock, even those in the sky opening realm couldn't break it. But to this day, the Inyang great millstone's strength was declining, and its internal structure had been greatly destroyed. As long as one cast his projection into it and exerted a power that could shatter the structure of the cage, it would be fine. Not only Bei Luochen but any other sky opener could also do this. Han Fei had asked the Martial King before if he could protect the Inyang world and the Waterwood world. However, Han Fei was told that the Martial Emperor City wouldn't take the initiative to help any force. This was the principle of the Martial Emperor City. Otherwise, once the Martial Emperor City broke this rule, not only would the 36 mystic worlds have to deal with the Martial Emperor City, but the 100 Demon Clan, the Merman royal family, and the undersea human race would also deal with it. Especially the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race, they had actually been waiting for the human race to have internal strife. If the Martial Emperor City took action, the human race would have no internal strife. Then it would be strange if they didn't hate the Martial Emperor City. Of course, this wasn't the most important reason. If the Martial King was afraid of them joining forces, the Martial Emperor City wouldn't have existed in this world. In fact, up to now, no one knew the real significance of the existence of the Martial Emperor City. Bei Luochen couldn't do anything about the Martial King's interference. However, he wasn't very angry, because he had long guessed that Han Fei would ask the Martial Emperor City to take action. If the Martial Emperor City took action directly, he would directly give up this operation. But now it seemed that although the Martial King had agreed to release the Inyang world and the Waterwood world in advance, he had no intention of directly interfering. This was already good news, which meant that although the martial king disdained his actions, he wouldn't stop him. One day passed. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying bang sounded in the wild abyss, as if a giant beast was roaring in the abyss. The area within tens of millions of kilometers trembled, and countless deep-sea vortexes formed at the same time. The entrance to the wild abyss suddenly opened, and the martial king stepped out on the waves, choosing to escape immediately. Even the martial king had to quickly leave the center of this place. How could Bei Luochen stay here? Infinite energy poured into the wild abyss crazily. The suction force at the entrance was so strong that it could kill a venerable in an instant. Buzz. In the 36 heavenly palaces, many kings looked at the wild abyss. Someone said in surprise, so loud? Is the Inyang world about to come out? Someone was puzzled. Why did the infinity world let the Inyang world and the Waterwood world come out at this time? Isn't it too early? Someone's expression was ugly. Just let the Inyang world and the infinity world fight. What does it matter to me who wins or loses? 100 Demon Clan. A green shark suddenly said, the human race is finally in internal strife. If this battle involves sky openers, it will be even more interesting. Let's go and take a look. An old man from the undersea human race opened his eyes. The human race is finally in chaos? Unfortunately, it was before the Monarch Palace opened. Let's see how big this battle can be. At this moment, at the edge of the huge vortex in the wild abyss, Han Fei felt the crazy suction force and said, how can I get the heavenly palace out with such a suction force? Inyang world. Shueishenqi was dealing with the spirit awakening of the new generation. In the Inyang world today, with the recovery of spiritual energy, the talent of newborns had significantly improved. Level 3 spiritual heritage had become the most ordinary spiritual heritage, and now more than half of the children had level 4 spiritual heritage. Of course, under such circumstances, the Inyang world would inevitably be developing rapidly. As Han Fei and the others had expected, the quality of the cultivators in the Inyang world was rapidly improving. However, as more and more strong masters appeared, the demand for spiritual energy in this world would increase. Although the overall spiritual energy level of the Inyang world was several times higher than before, because of the disappearance of the enemy and the supply of spiritual energy, the number of cultivators who could become hanging fishers was more than 10 times higher than before. However, it was at the cost of the cage cracking that more and more energy was supplied. This year, the number of cage cracks was 3 times more than when Han Fei left. The Inyang world was like this, and the Waterwood world was even more so. As for the Waterwood world, a few years ago, Ma Yuhun failed to transcend the tribulation and died under his king's tribulation. However, when Ma Yuhun transcended the king's tribulation, hundreds of cracks appeared in the cage. So no one in the Waterwood world dared to transcend the tribulation now. On the Inyang world side, it was actually not much better. When Chao Tianji transcended the tribulation and became a king, he also caused 70 or 80 cage cracks, causing no one in the Inyang world to dare transcend the tribulation until now. After Shueishenqi finished reading the latest spirit awakening fluid supply plan, he couldn't help but rub his eyebrows, somehow feeling a little irritated. Rumble. Rumble. Caw, caw, caw. Bang. Suddenly, there was the sound of collapse in the sky. The extremely obvious cracking sound shocked many people. Hiss. Not good. Shuaishenqi's expression changed drastically. His figure flashed and he stepped out of the sky. The sky was colorful and cracks appeared occasionally. Shuaishenqi tried to find Tang Yan and Chao Tianji, only to find that neither of them was there. Shuaishenqi quickly calculated the time and his expression was extremely ugly. The 21st year? He still remembered what Han Fei said before he left. If the cage collapsed 22 years after he left, he would come back. Why was it stuck in the 21st year? Judging from what Han Fei said, there must be something he didn't know. Now it was obvious that there was something wrong with the cage, which made Shuaishenqi nervous. On the Scattered Stars Island, everyone was discussing. Someone was shocked. What's going on? The sky suddenly changed. The thunder doesn't sound like thunder. Is this sound? Someone shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. The cage should be able to last 4 decades. How many years has it been?" However, the man's tone became more and more unconfident. There were too many cracking sounds. In everyone's ears, it was like a mirror full of cracks, ready to shatter at any time. 100 seconds passed. Tang Yan had already returned. He glanced at Shuaishenqi and said, "The cage is breaking. At this speed, I'm afraid it will be broken in less than a day." Hiss. So fast? Shuaishenqi was stunned. No one knew what a broken cage meant, but why did Han Fei have to go out to find a way out? Shuaishenqi didn't dare to think too much. Tang Yan said, "I'm going to the Waterwood world." 10 seconds after Tang Yan left, Chao Tianji returned. He said with an ugly expression, "The cage has shattered, and a massive storm of spiritual energy and energy has swept over. We have to arrange for venerables to protect the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city immediately." Shuaishenqi's expression changed again. So serious? Chao Tianji said, "The violent spiritual energy and energy are not something ordinary people can resist. As long as we block this wave, the situation will be much better when the spiritual energy completely dissipates here." At this moment, Shuaishenqi couldn't care less. The sky curtain opened, and Shuaishenqi's solemn face appeared in the sky curtain. Shuaishenqi said, "Attention, everyone. The wall of death is broken, and violent spiritual energy and energy are sweeping over. Those who are training outside must return to the island as soon as possible. All venerables immediately go to the 1,000-star city and the 36 towns to resist the energy storm." Half a month later, the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world had barely blocked the impact of the cage breaking. But on that day, billions of creatures in the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world died in the energy impact. The survivors had either adapted to this new environment or made a breakthrough. It was also from that day that the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world completely connected, and the cage that blocked the two worlds completely disappeared. In the cage, millions of explorers and the venerables of the two worlds began to attack the sea demons of the Black Blood City. Now that the cage was broken, no one knew where the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world would go in the future. The Black Blood City should be wiped out as soon as possible. A month later. Suddenly, in the sky of the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world, the sky was torn apart, revealing endless darkness. Then, some illusory thread spread in the sky, and countless people looked up at the sky, watching the scene. Where day became night, as if the sky had been opened. Even the venerables were dumbfounded. What was going on? Tang Yen and the others were gathered. Tang Yen said, "It seems that our entire world is moving." Queen Life nodded. "Yes, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree has awakened. It said that the entire space we are in is migrating." As for where to migrate, everyone gasped. The Raging Sea? They learned the name of the Raging Sea from Han Fei. Bear Handsome said, "Didn't Han Fei say that we seem to have many enemies in the outside world?" Jinger said, "Yes, it said that they're very powerful." "Is it really okay for us to go to the outside world now?" Everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky worriedly. Tang Yen said, "No matter what, the top priority is to gather everyone immediately. The people living on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree are fine, but in our Inyang world, all the people have evacuated from the scattered stars island and returned to the Thousand-Star City. Even so, the 36 towns can't be completely protected." The Inyang world was facing an unprecedented event. Just as Tang Yen and the others were actively dealing with the outside world. Outside, Han Fei had been wandering outside the wild abyss for nearly half a month. In this month, the suction force of the wild abyss gradually slowed down. However, as the suction force slowed down, it also meant that the depths of the wild abyss were returning to peace. Once everything returned to peace, it meant that it was time for the Inyang world and the Waterwood world to come out. However, although it seemed calm now, Han Fei hadn't shown up yet. If Han Fei showed up now, it meant that the hunt had begun. Rumble. Rumble. All of a sudden, Han Fei felt the suction force suddenly stop. "Here it comes." With a thought, the vast ocean navigator in his hand pointed to a direction, which was where the Merman royal family was. With the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei had long come to the place where the Merman royal family stayed. He was only waiting for the right time to fulfill the agreement with Chen Huangdian. As Han Fei flashed several times in a row, he felt someone looking at him. Han Fei shouted, "Chen Huangdian, it's time to fulfill your promise. I have to enter the wild abyss." However, Chen Huangdian said, "So, you don't know?" Han Fei was puzzled. "What should I know?" Chen Huangdian said, "Back then, Jiang Linxian and Han Guanchu snatched a world and stuffed the two heavenly palaces into it. Then, they forcibly stuffed this small world into the wild abyss and sealed it with the Inyang Great Millstone. Now, the Inyang Great Millstone has collapsed. That world doesn't have the power to seal it, so it will automatically be spat out." Chen Huangdian was millions of kilometers away from Han Fei. He glanced at the direction of Han Fei and said, "If you go with us mermen, you will become a traitor of the human race. Have you thought it through?" Han Fei sneered. "Cut the crap." Swish. With a golden flash, Han Fei had already taken action. In the center of the wild abyss billions of kilometers away, cracks were tearing open. The waves here were tens of thousands of meters high, and a crystal ball sealed by a barrier and emitting dazzling white light flew out of the sea. This was a small world in the real sense. Inyang world. On this day, everyone looked up at the sky, only to see a dark night. In the darkness, cracks filled the sky, and crisp cracking sounds could be heard from time to time. It was as if their entire world was about to shatter. The Thousand-Star City was already overcrowded. This was because everyone agreed that at this moment, the human race should be united. If there was only 1,000-star city, under the joint efforts of the venerables, they could still carry the 1,000-star city to run. But if the human beings were too scattered, they wouldn't be able to save them. At this moment, in the 1,000-star city, someone was uneasy. Why do I feel that the world we live in seems to be fake? Isn't the wall of death already broken? Why is the sky shattered and even the endless darkness full of cracks? Someone sighed. Don't think too much. The kings have clarified that where we are is an independent world. The outside world is also an independent world. The two worlds confuse. Someone shouted, but our world is clearly about to be broken. Will we die? Someone said, the human king said that he would go out to seek a way for us to survive, but for some reason, he hasn't returned yet. The human king has never been away for so long. Among the billions of people, an old man took a group of children to live in a remote house outside the Sioux family on Pure Sun Island. A boy asked, Grandpa Village Chief, will the human king really come back? The village leader smiled and said, don't worry. I watched the human king grow up. He will definitely return. Outside the wild abyss, Beiluochin and the other powerhouses were already standing here. They didn't intend to find Han Fei. For them, if they could directly control the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world, they could force Han Fei to show up. There were as many as 10 sea establishers here, as well as a sky opener, Beiluochin. Among them, the Golden Crow Heavenly Palace Master, Huabuli, was among them. This person's strength couldn't be underestimated. To be honest, Han Fei alone certainly couldn't resist so many sea establishers, and the kings in the Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world like Tang Yan were far inferior to the kings of the heavenly palaces in the outer domain in strength. After all, in the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world, how many resources could a king have to improve himself? The extreme lack of resources made it almost impossible for their strength to improve greatly. No matter how talented they were, it was useless. Therefore, in Han Fei's opinion, it was already not bad that Tang Yan and the other kings could resist the two kings outside. In fact, the ones they could resist would only be the most ordinary kings in the outside world. As for the masters of the heavenly palaces, even the master of a heavenly palace in the outer domain was not someone they could resist. Therefore, Han Fei didn't count on them from the beginning. At this moment, the suction force of the wild abyss paused for a rare moment. Because the small world where Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world were located was being spat out. Seeing this world descend, Beiluochin snorted. Since you've come out, let the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world reappear in the raging sea. Beiluochin turned into a void hand and slapped at the transparent crystal ball that was no longer full of cracks. Ka ka ka. In the void, cracks were repaired, but how could a world that could accommodate two heavenly palaces be ordinary? Beiluochin certainly couldn't break it with a slap. However, inside the world, billions of creatures were horrified. This was because at that moment they felt that in the sky, there seemed to be a roar of the great Tao. The terrifying roar almost deafened ordinary people. For the people of the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world, this feeling was no less than the end of the world. It was as if someone had hammered their hearts, causing their lives to be in danger. Rumble. Rumble. Since one slap didn't work, another slap followed. The power of a sky opener was extraordinary. No matter how strong this small world was, it might not be able to block 100 or 1,000 slaps. Knock, knock, knock. Not only the Inyang world and the Waterwood world and the small world felt the terrifying rumbling of the great Tao, but Han Fei could also feel the energy impacts from tens of millions of kilometers away. 100 seconds later. Crack. An obvious black crack appeared on the crystal ball. Instantly, the eyes of the kings around Bei Luochen lit up. A crack appeared. Bei Luochen said, "This is a small world snatched from the monarch palace. It's only one crack, and it can't reveal the small world's original appearance. I'm also curious about how sturdy this small world in their hands is." Inyang world. Countless people pointed at the sky in shock. "Look, the sky is cracking." Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The originally dark sky was torn open. At this moment, revealing a white light that spanned the sky. This light was like a crack opening above everyone's heads. But at this moment, a voice that everyone had been eagerly waiting for vaguely came from the void crack. The voice shouted, "Old B** starred, Bei Luochen, are you King going to cut off your own cultivation path?" Swish. 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 A golden light leaped in the void. When the cracking sound resounded between the heavens and earth, Han Fei finally arrived. 1,000,000 kilometers away, Han Fei cursed. In the Inyang world. Someone was puzzled. "I don't know if it's my illusion, but why do I hear the human king's voice?" Someone was surprised. "Did you hear that too?" "I thought I was hallucinating." Ordinary people were asking each other questions, seeming to be talking about the voice. However, the strong cultivators above the venerable realm heard it very clearly. "Queen Life, it's him." "But, the situation doesn't seem good." Jinger asked, "Your Majesty, why do I feel that he seems to be fighting someone?" Queen Life frowned. "What I'm wondering is, what is the space we're in? Why? Can we still hear the outside world? What was that great Tao rumbling just now? In the outside world." Swish. Han Fei suddenly stood 1,000,000 kilometers away from where Bei Luochen and the others were. Almost at the moment Han Fei arrived, he suddenly had a premonition. Then he saw an arrow shadow break through the void, penetrate the sky, and arrive in an instant as if it was about to nail him to death. At this moment, Han Fei had nothing to hide. In front of him, a blue halo circulated, and the terrifying arrow's speed plummeted by 10 times. As Han Fei extended his hand and pulled, the endless void was torn apart, and the arrow pierced through and disappeared. Han Fei couldn't help sneering. "You're a sky-opening realm powerhouse, but you're playing dirty tricks on me." "Bei Luochen, how did you reach the sky opening realm?" Han Fei scolded an emperor as if he were scolding an iron-headed fish. He cursed eloquently without any hesitation, which made the people around look at each other, thinking that this guy was really tired of living. Bei Luochen sneered. "Han Fei, it seems that you're just bluffing. Even if the Inyang world and the Waterwood world appear in advance, I can still suppress this place. Hurry up and surrender. Perhaps I can show some mercy to the billions of creatures in this small world." Han Fei's soul was vigilant of his surroundings. He didn't know who shot that arrow just now. It was so strong that it almost seriously injured his time technique. That guy's strength was definitely extraordinary. Han Fei said, "Old B** starred, do you think I have no means to do anything to you?" Han Fei kept calling him Old B** starred, which made Bei Luochen very unhappy. He shouted, "You sharp-tongued brat, you want to save your human race? Let me See how you can do it. Bang. Rumble. Rumble. Beiluochin attacked again, hitting the crystal ball 3 times in a row. The crystal ball was full of cracks, and the void ripples spread out more than 100,000 kilometers. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Seeing this scene, his face turned green. How strong was this B** starred? If this small world really collapsed, it would mean the death of billions of creatures. Then how could he continue his cultivation to reach the sky-opening realm? However, while Han Fei was stunned, his heart tightened again. He felt that the surrounding void was instantly sealed. Huh? How is it possible? Han Fei had been secretly paying attention to the person who attacked him just now. Unfortunately, he didn't find him, but the other party could seal the void while he was so vigilant. This made his expression change. Sky-opening realm? This guy must be a sky-opener. If he was in the sea establishment realm, with Han Fei's soul perception and current strength, it was almost impossible for him not to notice what he was doing. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a black robe suddenly appeared in the void. This person was holding a big bow. After glancing at Han Fei, the man said indifferently, "You're quite vigilant. But your perception range is limited." Beiluochin couldn't help but sneer. In the end, a sea establisher is still a sea establisher. Thank you for your help, Brother Jingyuan. Han Fei suddenly looked up at this person. Huang Jingyuan, the master of the soul-sealing world? A sea establisher on Beiluochin's side scolded, "How dare you? How dare you call the palace master's name?" Huang Jingyuan said, "Han Fei, hand over Xia Shaochan and I'll leave this place." With a thought, Beiluochin quickly stepped to where Han Fei was. Huang Jingyuan was willing to come because of Xia Shaochan. If Han Fei was really willing to sacrifice Xia Shaochan, he would be in a passive position. Han Fei said, "Dream on. I'll flatten the soul-sealing world someday." Hearing this, Beiluochin was relieved. Han Fei was really arrogant. He was only in the sea establishment realm, but he dared to challenge 2 people in the sky-opening realm. Today, no matter how capable Han Fei was, the void was sealed this time. Even if he had a way to escape, with 2 sky-openers around, how could he escape? Huang Jingyuan also snorted and said, "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. That arrow just now was just to test if you had used the twin divine technique. Now, how can you escape?" Han Fei, however, looked weird. "Do you really think you are bound to win?" Swish. At this moment, Han Fei had even used the time technique. How would he hide? His golden light movement technique? Although Huang Jingyuan could seal the void, how could he seal time? Golden light flashed on Han Fei's body, and he jumped into the river of time. In the next moment, Han Fei appeared 600,000 kilometers away, looking indifferently at Beiluochin, who was charging at him like a clown. Beiluochin's pupils were constricted, and he shouted from his throat, "Han Fei is Wang Yijian. Stop him." Everyone was still wondering how Han Fei escaped, but when they heard what Beiluochin said, they were all shocked. Han Fei is Wang Yijian? At this moment, Han Fei flew into the void and grabbed at the crystal ball. Han Fei had seen Beiluochin slapping the crystal ball. Han Fei wondered why. His yin-yang world and waterwood world, which spanned tens of millions of kilometers, could be contained in such a small ball. However, thinking that the demon purification pot could forge the universe, Han Fei didn't dwell on this question. The old turtle suddenly said, "Hiss, Is this the legendary primordial spirit? Earth? Han Fei was about to say what the primordial spirit Earth was, but the old turtle immediately denied his judgment. It can't be the primordial spirit Earth. Otherwise, it's impossible for a mere sky opener to destroy it. At most, it's a small world mixed with the residue of the primordial spirit Earth and the mystic yellow soil. Han Fei was lost for words. Is it appropriate for you to tell me this at this critical moment? At this time, Huobuli attacked. Han Fei had never fought this person, but this person stomped his feet, and sky-burning raging flames swept thousands of kilometers. In the flames, a giant python vomited red flames and aimed at him with a locking technique. Han Fei roared and activated his great Dao. He extended his 2 fingers and unleashed all great Daos in one sword. Such a sword couldn't be blocked without the combat power of the top 10 of the raging sea. The pillar of flames was directly pierced through by the sword. The sword intent stretched out for 8,000 kilometers, like a beam of light, blasting at Huobuli. Sea cage. Huobuli didn't care about the power of the sword. The fire snake behind him attached to him, and 12 fire walls appeared in front of him like shields. At the same time, Huobuli retreated quickly, made a seal with his hands, and roared. The endless sea of fire was like wisps of flame needles, shining brightly, and covered with some strange dark red colors. Fire poison? The 9 poison treasure silkworm was moving, and Han Fei's body was absorbing the flame poison. But how could Han Fei waste his time here? Swish. The golden light flashed again, past the kings, and appeared on the transparent ball. The moment Han Fei reached out to grab it, the old turtle shouted, "No." However, Han Fei was too fast now. Although the old turtle shouted, he was still a step slower. Han Fei wanted to grab the ball away. However, under Han Fei's terrifying speed, his entire arm exploded, golden blood splashed, and his severed arm turned into a bloody mist. The old turtle shouted, "This thing is too heavy. It contains 2 heavenly palaces. It's not something you can carry at all." However, as soon as the old turtle said so, the transparent bead was dragged hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Buzz. Almost instantly, a blue light flashed on Han Fei's body, and the severed hand was gone. Han Fei had already recovered to his strongest state with the time technique. At that moment, Han Fei was shocked. This thing was so terrifyingly heavy. Fortunately, he was a sea establisher. Otherwise, his body might have collapsed when he was yanking it. Buzz. Bei Luochen charged at him again and shouted, "Ignorant brat, how dare you hold back a world with one hand? You must be dreaming." Huobuli also shouted, "Han Fei, you're already caught in the net today. Do you still want to escape?" Huang Jingyuan said, "Han Fei, hand over Xia Xiaochan, or I'll kill you." The battle outside had already begun, but the Yinyang world and the water wood world were still calm. The crystal ball swept out for 100,000 kilometers, but the inside of this world didn't seem to be affected. However, countless people inside heard the shouts of Bei Luochen and Huang Jingyuan from the gap. Han Fei's name was mentioned frequently, which shocked countless people in the Yinyang world and Waterwood world. From a certain perspective, the sound they heard through the obvious crack on the crystal ball seemed to be the sound of the heavenly Tao. For the people in the small worlds, it was like there were invisible gods standing in the sky, cursing and communicating with each other. Of course, although they could hear it, the sound wasn't that clear. After Although this small world was broken, it hadn't completely lost the protection of the heavenly Tao. The so-called small worlds and the outside world were just spaces. Since they were spaces, there were heavenly Tao rules. In a sense, they hadn't left this main world but existed attached to it. The most typical example was this sun-moon shell. This crystal ball was like an ultra-large sun-moon shell, but much more advanced than the sun-moon shell. At this time, Shueishenqi and the others pricked up their ears. In terms of the situation outside, Han Fei seemed to be very passive. The ordinary people also had ugly expressions. Someone said with a black face, "The human king has indeed been seeking a way out for us. Although we don't know what the outside world is like, it seems to be very unfavorable for the human king." Someone roared, "The human king will win." Someone said in a low voice, "The survival of our human race all counts on the human king. I wish I could go to the outer domain and fight alongside the human king." Gradually, in the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city, wherever there were statues of Han Fei, there were people kneeling in front of him. The heavenly Tao collapsed, the sun and moon dimmed, and in this doomsday-like situation, they could do nothing but pray. Of course, everyone was listening attentively. Although most people couldn't hear clearly, some of the stronger ones could. They knew that Han Fei seemed to be fighting. Han Fei failed to hold the crystal ball, and a black moon rose to the sky beside him. He immediately activated the golden light leap. He had to ensure his own safety first. Otherwise, if he really fought Bei Luochen or Huang Jingyuan head-on, he would probably be instantly defeated. But although Han Fei retreated, he didn't panic. In the void, Han Fei said, "Chen Huangdian, have you watched enough? Come out and work." "Huh? What?" Bei Luochen and Huang Jingyuan both frowned. Chen Huangdian? How was Han Fei related to Chen Huangdian? Wasn't the princess of the mermaid royal family abducted by Han Fei? Did Han Fei surrender himself to the mermaid royal family? Not only were Bei Luochen and the others surprised, but there were also other strong masters secretly watching the battle. For example, a big octopus hidden in the void, surrounded by a group of kings. At this moment, his voice shook. Has Han Fei betrayed his race? An old man from the undersea human race also frowned slightly. If Han Fei is a traitor, is this still an internal strife in the human world? Won't he become the public enemy of the human race? Then how can there be internal strife? As soon as Bei Luochen's black moon rose, a figure came out of the void. It was none other than Chen Huangdian. Chen Huangdian was still quite relaxed at this moment, with an evil smile on his lips. He immediately glanced at Huang Jingyuan and then chuckled. One is the heavenly palace ranked third in the 36 mystic worlds, and the other is the soul-sealing world that is said to know the god descending art. Neither of the two sky openers can take down a sea establisher. What a pity. You've missed the best opportunity. Han Fei has cooperated with the Merman royal family. The Merman royal family will protect the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world. Bei Luochen narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Fei, who had already escaped, saying coldly, Good. The master of the Yin-Yang world actually betrayed the human race and colluded with the sea demons. Not to mention that Chen Huangdian can't protect the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world. Your behavior has angered everyone. Han Fei cursed back. I, Han Fei, have a clear conscience. Why do I need to explain to others? Instead, you will be ****, who doesn't know that you want to scheme against the Inyang world? I haven't opened the sky, so I'll let you live a few more years. Let's wait and see. After I open the sky, I'll definitely grind your bones to dust. Han Fei's breath vibrated as he glanced at the surrounding void. He knew that there were actually many sea establishers watching the battle in secret. As far as he knew, Taiyuan was here too, although his goal was to intimidate the 100 Demon clan and the undersea human race. There were many strong masters in the wild abyss today. Some people didn't come out, and you didn't know if they were watching the show or had other purposes. It was as if the Infinity World insisted on killing him. In fact, when he was still in the Half-King realm, the old ****starred Bei Luochen had already stopped him once. To be honest, as a sky opener, would he really care about a mere Half-King? At that time, Bei Luochen didn't know that Han Fei was talented, nor did he know that Han Fei would become so strong in such a short period of time. Therefore, Han Fei suspected that many people wanted to kill him for a purpose. The only reason Han Fei could think of was that he held the vast ocean navigator and grasped the way to lead the raging sea. Bei Luochen snorted. You overestimate yourself. You want to reach the sky opening realm? Humph, let's see if you can survive today. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Chen Huangdian, wondering if the merman royal family only sent him over. Then what was the use of that? The opponent had 2 sky openers. At this moment, millions of kilometers away, in the tide, there was an extremely huge whale. Along the way, the surging tide it stirred carried the power of the Dao runes. From afar, everyone saw that on the head of the giant whale that was thousands of kilometers long, a man in green stood holding a sword. His hair fluttered in the wind, looking extremely extraordinary. The moment Bei Luochen saw this person, his eyes turned cold and he gritted his teeth. Merman King, Li Qingdi? Han Fei's heart did a flip. This person was Li Qingdi? Xia Shaochan had told him that when Chen Huangdian was still pretending to be in the sea establishment realm, the only sky-opening realm powerhouse of the Merman royal family Xia Shaochan knew of was Li Qingdi. This person was said to be mysterious. It was said that few people in the entire Merman royal family had seen his true face. There was a reason why Li Qingdi could intimidate the inner and outer domains alone and make the sky openers of the 36 heavenly palaces not dare to attack. Firstly, no one thought that there was only one sky opening realm powerhouse in the Merman royal family. In fact, their guess was true. For example, Chen Huangdian was a hidden sky opener. The other was related to the history of Li Qingdi. There was a period of time which was said to be nearly 50,000 years ago. At that time, there were no sky openers in the raging sea, but people like Bei Luochen had almost reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. At that time, in order to open the sky, Li Qingdi challenged the 13 worlds in the outer domain alone and even defeated He Dao Yuan, the master of supreme clearness. At that time, the heavenly palaces had besieged this person once, but no one could kill him. After this person escaped, he didn't stop, but went straight to the martial Emperor city to challenge the martial king. It was said that no one knew the result of the battle. The news was that the martial king won a small victory. But Li Qingdi wasn't defeated. Instead, he got an epiphany. 3 months later, Li Qingdi reached the sky-opening realm, and since then no one attacked the Merman royal family again. But it was strange. It was rare for Li Qingdi to take action. Even if Bai Luochen had a guess, he only guessed that Long Yujun hid his strength and had actually reached the sky-opening realm. He didn't expect that Li Qingdi would personally appear. 1,000,000 kilometers away, Li Qingdi nodded slightly in a direction. Martial King. The Martial King nodded slightly in return. Then, Li Qingdi looked at Han Fei from a distance, and a voice appeared in Han Fei's mind. After this matter, the princess must return. Otherwise, I can destroy you. No matter how talented you are no match for me now. From what Li Qingdi said, it could be seen that he completely agreed with the agreement between Chen Huangdian and Han Fei. However, even such a figure had come out, which made Han Fei wonder why the Merman royal family was so desperate to revive Xia Xiaochan's mother. It could be imagined how strong her mother was. According to what Chen Huangdian said about Xia Xiaochan's mother, Han Fei couldn't help wondering whether she would object to him being with Xia Xiaochan. That was a real child of a god. If she was unwilling, he wouldn't be able to be with Xia Xiaochan until he reached the sky-opening realm. Han Fei was speechless. His mother-in-law's status was too high. It didn't seem to be a good thing. Han Fei replied, after this matter, I will go to the Merman royal family with Xiaochan. Li Qingdi looked at Han Fei. Do you dare to go? Han Fei said, I have an avatar. Li Qingdi couldn't help being a little disappointed. It seems that I overestimated you. Han Fei said without blushing, I don't need your approval. In Han Fei's opinion, if his original body went with Xia Xiaochan, what if he died? Could he revive and blame the Merman royal family for not keeping their word? It was already a great sacrifice for him to send his avatar over. If anything went wrong, he would cultivate hard and destroy the Merman royal family when his strength reached the peak. Therefore, Han Fei didn't think there was anything wrong with his answer. Seeing Li Qingdi come out, Bai Luochen frowned and said, Li Qingdi, what you want is just the princess of your Merman royal family. If you catch Han Fei, how can the princess of your Merman royal family escape? I didn't expect that. You, a royal merman, would cooperate with a human brat. Li Qingdi smiled faintly. The Merman royal family has always been open and aboveboard. There's a reason for us to cooperate with him. We can't be as scheming as you humans. However, our Merman royal family only protects the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world. As for the grudges between you humans, you'll have to resolve them yourself. Chen Huangdian said, Huang Jingyuan, if you know what's good for you, get lost. We both know your purpose. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you here? Chen Huangdian was not so polite to the soul-sealing world. Their target was Xia Xiaochan. Once Xia Xiaochan died, his plan would fall through. At that time, even if he destroyed the soul-sealing world, he wouldn't be able to get back this loss. Li Qingdi also looked at Huang Jingyuan and said, if you stay, the soul-sealing world will be destroyed. Huang Jingyuan seemed to have expected that Han Fei had reached an agreement with the Merman royal family. He said, Xianqingzi, since you're here, why don't you come out and join us? When Bai Luochen saw Emperor Li Qing, he had already wanted to retreat. But who could have expected that Huang Jingyuan would refuse to let go at this moment? Xianqingzi was here, but if it wasn't Li Qingdi, this battle could still be fought. But now that Li Qingdi was here, they would have no chance to win. Buzz. A figure crossed the void. This white-haired old man looked a bit annoyed. Xianqingzi said, Huang Jingyuan, why did you call me? Huang Jingyuan said disdainfully, do you really think no one will notice you here? Anyway, the matter of you already reaching the sky-opening realm will be known sooner or later. What's the difference? Xianqingzi said angrily, how do you want to fight the battle? Huang Jingyuan said, Li Qingdi, right? You all say that our soul-sealing world has the God-descending art, so I'll use this method to see how strong you have become in the past tens of thousands of years. With that, Huang Jingyuan looked at Bei Luochen. You want to kill Han Fei. And I want to kill Xia Xiaochan. Let's cooperate then. Unless the Merman Royal family can send a third sky opener today, I won't retreat. With that said, Huang Jingyuan clasped his hands, and a purple triangle appeared behind him. It looked like the halo behind the Buddha. However, his was triangular and larger, enclosing himself in it. God-sealing seal, open. Instantly, it was as if a divine might had descended between the heavens and earth. In the vast divine splendor, Huang Jingyuan pointed two fingers, and a phantom appeared. The phantom had a human head and a snake body, looking extremely sinister. You God, fuse. This was something that even Bei Luochen didn't expect. He didn't expect Huang Jingyuan to have the ability to fight Li Qingdi head-on. If he had known that Huang Jingyuan was so strong, he and He Daoyuan wouldn't have underestimated the soul-sealing world. And the status of the soul-sealing world wouldn't be like now. Bei Luochen couldn't help but think, does Han Fei have a secret, or does Xia Xiaochan have a secret? Is it worth it for Huang Jingyuan to expose his real strength? It seemed that they were not here for Han Fei. But in any case, both Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were banes. Han Fei's cultivation speed was too fast, his combat power was astonishing, he had mastered the time technique, and he could even pretend to be Wang Yijian. He had only been a king for a few decades, but he was already ranked in the top 10 of the sea establishment realm in the raging sea. How could he let go of such a monster? Bei Luochen and Xianqingzi looked at each other. Kill. Han Fei's face turned green. What the hell is going on? Why is this happening? Isn't Huang Jingyuan too strong? No wonder the soul-sealing world was so arrogant. They were indeed not easy to deal with. Bei Luochen's black moon bloomed in front of the transparent crystal ball. Then, he stepped on the crystal and struck down with all his strength. At this moment, Bei Luochen was no longer tempting Han Fei to appear, but forcing Han Fei to come and die. He shouted, Han Fei, are you going to give up the billions of creatures in these two heavenly palaces? Han Fei glared at him. Bei Luochen, your behavior today will bring a disaster to the infinity world. Chen Huangdian, if you can't even keep your promise, don't blame me for breaking my promise. Humph. Chen Huangdian pointed at the sky, and the black moon was shattered at his fingertips. Xianqingzi's sword cut through the sky like a waterfall, trying to stop Chen Huangdian. The latter knocked with one hand, grabbed the sword momentum, and crushed it. Rumble. Rumble. The battle began in an instant. The power of the blow caused the void to collapse for tens of thousands of kilometers, and seawater filled the sky. Chen Huangdian had already landed in front of Bei Luochen. Their fingers and palms collided, and Bei Luochen seemed to be defeated and was pushed back. Chen Huangdian casually pushed the crystal ball small world that Han Fei couldn't carry more than 100,000 kilometers closer to Han Fei. In the blink of an eye, whether it worked or not, Han Fei felt that at least he could release Tang Yan and the other kings out first to help him. However, Huabuli led a group of kings to pounce at him. Yes, even if all the sky openers were stopped, at least there was still the master of the Golden Crow world and the other 9 kings here. How could Han Fei resist them alone? Han Fei shouted, the sky openers of the 100 demons and the undersea human race, don't say that you aren't here. Now, He Dao Yuan is besieging the 4 palaces of the Sword God, and all the sky-opening powerhouses of the 36 mystic worlds are here. If you hunt them now, you will gain a lot. Perhaps in the Yinyang world, Han Fei's mission was to destroy sea demons and protect the human race. However, in the raging sea, the so-called enemies and friends were just relative. Perhaps he and the 100 demon race were still enemies, but under the current circumstances, they might join forces. In the Yinyang world, Tang Yan and the others looked at each other. The battle outside had already involved the sky-opening realm? How strong was the combat power? Hearing Han Fei's shout, a brawny white-haired old man suddenly appeared above the sea. The old man looked at Han Fei. Boy, your method is to ally with sea demons? Han Fei shouted, Senior, are you just watching the 3 sky openers of the 36 heavenly palaces attack me? Is this your so-called fairness? Ha ha ha. A big octopus tentacle tore through the void and appeared on the battlefield. Taiyuan. Han Fei is right. Bei Luochen and the others are really shameless. As sky openers, they're bullying a sea establishment realm junior. In this case, why do you have to maintain the so-called fairness here? Old man Taiyuan snorted. It seems that you are going to stand on Han Fei's side today, right? Fine. 4 against 4. Now it's fair, isn't it? On the other side, an old man who looked very much like a human came with a spear in his hand. He said in a deep voice, it's indeed been a long time since the last sky-opening realm war. As for the sea establishment realm war, it's none of our business. The big octopus of the 100 demon clan also said, the sea establishers of our race, just watch the human race's internal strife. Han Fei was relieved. That's right. If he were a member of the 100 demon race or an undersea human, he would also create opportunities for the human race to kill each other. Not only that, he would even send sea establishers to ambush some human sea establishers. It was just that there was no need for an ambush today. It just so happened that in Han Fei's current state, it was obvious that he couldn't take the crystal ball small world. This crystal ball was too heavy. If he pulled it with the golden light jumping technique, even his palm would shatter. Even if he used all his strength, he could at most move the crystal ball. If he wanted to take it away, the success rate was minimal. At this moment, Huabuli and the 9 kings had arrived at the same time. Even Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. It would be fine if he was to only deal with one person, but 10 sea establishers had come at the same time. Besides, none of these people looked weak. It was extremely difficult to kill them instantly. But Han Fei had the invincible heart. How would he be afraid? Seeing that the kings were approaching, Han Fei made up his mind and a golden light flashed between his eyebrows. Invincible eye, open. Buzz. Han Fei's momentum soared again. In an instant, he flipped his hand, and 2 strange powers were grabbed in his hand. The immortal chi and the fiendish energy instantly intertwined and were released. Immediately, Huabuli's pupils were constricted, and he shouted, all kings Help me. Try your best to resist this blow. As the master of the Golden Crow world, Huobuli instantly judged the power of Han Fei's blow, so he immediately changed from attack to defense. He shouted, Golden Crow Sun, Fire Sun, Divine Wheel, suppress. A dazzling flame divine disk extended from the sea, like a miniature planet, materializing. At the same time, one sea establishment power after another blocked in front of Huobuli, forming a 9-level king barrier. The attack of the immortal fiend saber was like the power of an immortal. Although it was extremely powerful, it was just an attack after all. Breaking. The defense of 10 kings in a row was still a little difficult. Crack. 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 Shattering 8 barriers in a row, the power of the immortal fiend saber didn't really break through the 9th level of the sea establishment realm. Protective power. But even so, these kings were all shocked. This guy had such ferocious power. How long had it been since he became a king? He actually wanted to fight 10 kings alone? More importantly, he almost did it. Tweet. In the sun-like fire disk, a fire bird flew out, and the flames of the world rushed to Han Fei in an instant. This was an attack, and the bird form was just a form. Attach. The only thing Han Fei had time to do was to fuse with Little Fatty. Although Little Fatty hadn't reached the level of a half-king yet, its ability was very strong and could block 90% of the attacks. In addition, he had fused with Little Fatty's body and should be able to block king-level attacks several times. Of course, that being said, Han Fei had already put on his battle suit. The battle suit he was wearing was forged from the divine demon vine grass leaf, and the ancient mystic turtle shell armor he bought in the Martial Emperor City. In terms of quality, it was comparable to a mid-quality sea quelling bizarre treasure. In this way, Han Fei's defense power could be said to have reached an astonishing height. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei's attack didn't work out, and Huobuli's Golden Crow Firebird had already arrived. Rumble. The terrifying explosion directly collapsed the space where Han Fei was, creating an endless void. But in the aftermath of the explosion, Han Fei's battle suit was slightly tattered, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and Little Fatty's phantom directly lost 2 tentacles. Huobuli felt a chill down his spine. This person's defense power was so terrifying and his physique was so strong. Under his powerful bombardment, Han Fei was only slightly injured. It could be seen how strong he was. On the other side, Chen Guangjia, Shui Ran, Zhou Chen, and Black Phoenix, who were also secretly observing, looked at each other, especially Black Phoenix, who looked shocked and angry. In the end, Han Fei still had to fight these people alone? Black Phoenix asked, should we help? Shui Ran said, help? Black Phoenix. Look at the level of this battle. On Huobuli's side, any random person is enough to kill one of us, and he has 9 such people with him. Look at us, how many of us are there? Chen Guangjia nodded slightly. Shui Ran is right. The 10 pirate groups sound powerful, and each of them has a king, but who really dares to fight these Heavenly Palace powerhouses? Zhou Chen frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. He looked at Black Phoenix and asked, will it work if we attack? Black Phoenix made up her mind. Everyone, don't forget how keen Han Fei's perception is. He knows that we are nearby. At this moment, the sky openers are blocked, and only he is left fighting the kings. We have 4 kings here. But we don't help him at all. How do you think Han Fei will deal with us if he survives? Chen Guangjia said, didn't they say that we just need to deal with the kings of the 13 worlds in the outer domain? Black Phoenix said, are you stupid? Which king of the 13 worlds in the outer domain dare to attack? I bet a batch of them must have come and are hiding in the dark. If they don't take action now, they probably won't. In fact, as Black Phoenix said, in this battle in the wild abyss, at least 7 or 8 kings had secretly come. Among them were Snow Lady and Huang Jia, as well as Hong Yu and Yan Wen. It could be said that they were all thinking about whether to fight or not. As for the Snow Lady and Huang Jia, they were considering whether to help or not. But if the two of them took action today, as mere heavenly palaces in the outer domain, once this matter ended, they would probably be crushed to death. This made it difficult for them to choose. Although allies were allies, Han Fei had obviously not been full-fledged enough yet. If they exposed that they were his allies at this moment, they might be killed. In the field, Han Fei was already fighting Hua Buili and the others with great techniques. If he didn't use a fatal move to fight the enemy, no matter how strong he was, he could only blow the enemy back, but not kill them. In particular, there were 3 jerks from the soul-sealing world among them. The 3 of them used the god-descending art at the same time. Each of them carried a triangular halo on his back and attacked Han Fei. One bombarded his soul, one caused an abnormality in his blood qi, and the other attacked him head-on. And these were only the 3 people from the soul-sealing world. There were also kings from the Infinity World and the Golden Crow World. Which of them could be weak? Clang. 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 Bang. 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 When the kings besieged Han Fei, they bombarded the crystal ball from time to distract Han Fei. Once he was distracted in the sea establishment battle, he might give the other party a chance. Even though Han Fei and the others were in a melee, he couldn't defend against their bombardment on the crystal ball. Son of AB*TCH. Han Fei was furious. He activated the infinity water and shouted, "Explode!" In an instant, a large cloud of black smoke swept hundreds of thousands of kilometers around. Han Fei cursed, "Come on, let me smoke you to death." Ew. Ew. Even Hua Buili kept vomiting. It felt like he had eaten a jar of shit. Even a king couldn't withstand it. This black mist was the stink that Han Fei collected in the land of King Death. Anyway, he had eaten the sun-suppressing pearl that suppressed filth. But these people didn't. Although they were all sea establishers, they would definitely be affected by this stench. It couldn't hurt them, but it was enough to disgust them. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei burst out and used all his strength to stab a king closest to him with all great Daos in one sword. Roar. When the void lines pressed down so fiercely, Han Fei let out a dragon roar that shook the sky and directly shattered this person's soul. Even so, Han Fei pretended to shatter half of this person's body and smashed him to the side of another king. Seeing that this guy was thrown at him, the man instinctively wanted to help. But the moment he touched this person, Han Fei shouted again, "Explode!" Rumble. Rumble. In the sky, great Tao cracks appeared, the sky wept, and a rain of blood fell. This was the self-destruction of a king. The power could be imagined. The entire void collapsed, revealing an endless void passage. Killing the king from the soul-sealing world, Han Fei used the golden light movement technique and appeared beside the king who was implicated. With a sacrificing punch, this person was punched into the endless void. Originally, it was very difficult to exile a king through this kind of void collapse, because at the moment he was exiled, he would have a way to come back. Of course, if this road was blocked, it would be a different story. Blue light circulated in front of Han Fei, and the void was repaired. The king was finally exiled and had no chance of returning. Hiss. At this moment, Bei Luochen and the others who were fighting fiercely were all shocked. Han Fei was fighting against 10 kings alone but still had a chance to kill 2 kings in a row? It must be noted that being exiled to the endless void basically meant death. Not to mention that the probability of death after a king was exiled was extremely high, even if a sky opener was exiled into the void and couldn't return, the probability of death was equally high. Of course, this was just a guess. Anyway, those who were exiled would never return. Ha ha ha. The old man from the undersea human race laughed. This guy is indeed ferocious. He fought 10 alone and even killed kings. Bei Luochen, you have to be careful in the future. The 9 brains of the big octopus of the 100 demon clan were racing. Was Han Fei so strong? If he grew up, he wouldn't be easy to deal with. However, his existence might break the rule of the 36 mystic worlds, which was what they wanted to see. As for Han Fei, he had just become a king and they weren't in a hurry to deal with him. Besides, since Han Fei could cooperate with the Merman royal family, he must have no bottom line. He should be much easier to get along with than sanctimonious guys like Bei Luochen. With this in mind, the big octopus shouted while fighting Tian Yuan, I didn't expect that the people of the infinity world are all trash. I'm afraid they will all be killed by Han Fei today. On the other side, Black Phoenix shouted, we can't wait any longer. We are pirates in the first place. In the eyes of these people, we are in existence to bully at will. Besides, our rankings are not high. As the saying goes, a good bird chooses a fine tree to perch on. It's better to help when needed. Swish. Black Phoenix tried to persuade Chen Guangjia and the other kings. Seeing Black Phoenix rush out, the 3 of them couldn't help but look at each other in deep thought. Xueran said, Han Fei is really powerful. He can kill 2 kings under such circumstances. Chen Guangjia said, the 4 of us can stop the 4 kings, but can the remaining 4 be a match for Han Fei? Zhou Chen said, let's go. Let's attack together. Han Fei gave us hundreds of millions of resources for free. This money is not so easy to take. If we don't help him now, we'll be punished later. Chen Guangjia, fine, kill. On this side, Han Fei and the others were fighting crazily around the crystal ball. Because everyone felt that the crystal ball world was extremely hard and couldn't be shaken by ordinary battles, they didn't care about the crystal ball at all in combat. From time to time, Huabuli would slap the crystal ball to provoke Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly heard something and then looked at Black Phoenix that was rushing over, speechless. Why are you stupidly rushing up? Alone? However, then Han Fei found that Chen Guangjia and the other 2 also rushed up. Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help but grin. He looked at Huabuli and said, Humph. You aren't even a sky opener. Do you think you can kill me? Huabuli also saw Chen Guangjia and the others. He couldn't help but shout. Han Fei, very good. You not only betrayed the human race and colluded with the Merman royal family, but you also allied with the 10 pirate groups. It seems that your Yin-Yang world is going to completely betray the 36 mystic worlds. Han Fei cursed, F***CKU. Do you think you guys deserve to rule the 36 mystic worlds? Do you think you deserve to rule the human world? If I'm strong enough, I'll beat you through one by one, so that you know that you're nothing more than rotten fish and shrimp. Unfortunately, the stinky smell could only work once. The human kings immediately cut off a wisp of their soul and directly broke the power of this stench. Almost everyone activated their secret techniques, trying to kill Han Fei with their own great Daos. However, Han Fei had an invincible heart and walked the path of body refinement. With the 9 poison treasure silkworm and the demon purification pot guarding his soul, his body was as hard as an iron wall. The great Daos of these people were basically useless to him. If he attacked head-on, these people couldn't even withstand a single punch of his. They had to use the power of their great Daos to withstand it. Therefore, although Han Fei was constantly besieged, every time he counterattacked, a king would be shaken back. Huobiuli's expression was ugly. No. We can't gain the upper hand even in this situation. What the hell is going on? Huobiuli shouted, the guys from the soul sealing world, use the god sealing seal. The remaining 2 kings of the soul sealing world looked at each other and suddenly stepped back. They made a strange gesture, and the triangular marks behind them instantly enlarged infinitely. God sealing seal, God's eye. Buzz. In the sky, 2 cracks appeared, like a pair of big eyeballs. Han Fei felt the pressure on his body getting heavier and heavier, and an extremely terrifying pressure descended. Han Fei instinctively jumped 100,000 kilometers away with the golden light technique. However, the power didn't decrease at all. A king of the soul sealing world shouted, Han Fei, stop struggling. The gods are watching you. Unless you escape this time and give up the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world, don't even think about escaping it. Han Fei sensed that his strength had been suppressed by at least 30%. At this moment, Huobiuli's body underwent a violent change, and then a strange creature with a human head and fire feathers appeared above the sea. Huobiuli shouted, Golden Crow Demon subduing, heaven and earth soul. Separation claw. Ka ka ka. Han Fei could see with his naked eye that in the sky, a terrifying golden aura was descending crazily. Little Fatty's voice echoed in his mind, I can't resist it at all. At this moment, Black Phoenix and the others were still 500,000 kilometers away, still some distance away from him. The other 5 half-kings all attacked with all their strength, taking the opportunity to attack Han Fei. Some arrows hit the soul, some spears cut through the void, some saber beams tore through the void, and some sword chi swept across. Han Fei seemed to have become a target. Who could withstand this? Bei Luochen snorted. He hasn't reached the limit of the sea establishment realm yet. No matter how talented he is, how can he resist these kings? Roar. However, as soon as Bei Luochen ridiculed him, he saw a huge bronze-colored figure that was 500 meters tall and emitting a brilliant yellow light appear on the sea. Huh? When the martial king saw Han Fei's Dharma idol, he was stunned. He thought to himself, didn't I teach him Dharmakaya? Does the Dharmakaya look like this? The martial king was stunned. This was not the Dharmakaya at all, but an enlarged version of Han Fei. Buzz. Han Fei's figure appeared above the Dharma idol. Huff. Han Fei felt the violent power all over his body, and the pressure of being stared at by the eyes of God was instantly minimal. Han Fei raised his hand. And so did his Dharma idol. All great Daos in one sword. Han Fei hadn't tried to use his Dharma idol to use all great Daos in one sword. This power was 50% stronger than when he used it. At this moment, Han Fei felt that his strength might have reached 800,000 waves. Such a blow caused endless ripples when it collided with the heaven and earth soul separation, claw. In the blink of an eye, its power radiated more than 100,000 kilometers. Crack. But at this moment, another obvious crack appeared on the crystal ball. It turned out that under their continuous attacks, the crystal ball would also be broken. The destruction of the crystal ball immediately attracted the attention of Hua Buili and Han Fei. Hua Buili wanted to threaten Han Fei with the small world, and Han Fei wanted to take the small world away. The two collided but failed. At this moment, they charged at the crystal ball. At the same time. At this moment, Black Phoenix and the others arrived. Hua Buili shouted, "Stop them." In an instant, those who were fighting Han Fei were only Hua Buili, too strong. Masters from the soul-sealing world, and a king from the infinity world who was using a saber. Han Fei couldn't care less. Seeing that the god's eye was still looking at him, and there was a person guarding there, he counterattacked with the immortal fiend saber. Han Fei shouted, "I, Han Fei, can be the human king or a demon. Anyone who stands in my way deserves to die. Kill." At that moment, Han Fei blocked the crystal ball with a hand, and a black knife with the strange mystic yellow power slashed at Hua Buili. Dragon subduing world, dragon slaying technique? Chi La. Hua Buili immediately retreated, and the great sun disk blocked the dragon slaying slash in front of him. Puff. Crack. At this moment, Han Fei had no time to care about these hidden powers. He pressed his hand on the crystal ball, trying to pull it away. However, without the speed enhancement, although Han Fei managed to move this small world, he could only pull it 1,000 kilometers away a second. Han Fei was lost for words. How did old Han and my mother get such a heavy thing into the wild abyss? They were probably not as strong as me back then. Did they have the strength to take it? Han Fei instantly thought of the key point. Old Han and his mother definitely couldn't take this thing away back then. Bei Luochen had been slapping the crystal ball crazily. Although there were dense cracks on the crystal ball, in fact, there was only one real crack. Now, perhaps because the battle was too fierce, and Hua Buili was not weak either, after a few attacks, another crack appeared. At this moment, Han Fei realized something. What sealed this thing before was the energy that was constantly absorbed by the wild abyss, and the terrifying energy managed to suppress the crystal ball small world because of the yin yang great millstone. Now, as soon as the yin yang millstone disappeared, this small world was spat out, which meant that the power that suppressed it was gone. However, just the energy from the outside world was definitely not enough. Because the yin yang great millstone was connected to the cage in this small world. Therefore, Han Fei suspected that he probably needed to establish a connection with this thing. And the way Han Fei could think of establishing a connection was to bind the crystal ball with his blood. If my mother could drive this thing back then now, with my strength, there's no reason I can't. Han Fei decided to have a try. Of course, before he tried, Han Fei still had something to do. Huobuli was knocked back by the dragon-slaying technique, and on the other side, the three kings tried to resist Han Fei's immortal fiend saber together. Unfortunately, they could resist it just now, because there were 9 kings. Now, there were only 3 of them. How could they resist it? Boom boom boom. 3 consecutive bell-like impacts sounded as the immortal fiend saber passed through 3 barriers in a row. The third king tried to wrap the immortal fiend saber in the void by collapsing the void. However, Han Fei smiled and thought to himself, how can my ultimate move be solved by you so easily? At the moment the void collapsed, the immortal fiend saber dispersed, jumped out of the void, and condensed again. The power was controlled by Han Fei's will. Without powerful means, how could it be easily broken? The king of the soul-sealing world ignited his essence blood and drew a strange seal in the air, summoning a triangular god-sealing seal. Unfortunately, any power was relative. It was true that the people from the soul-sealing world were strong, but they were not strong enough compared to Han Fei. People like Huang Jingyuan were really rare. Even Huang Jingyuan, who could summon the god-sealing seal to fight Li Qingdi, was sent flying. If it weren't for the divine might he summoned, he wouldn't be a match for Li Qingdi at all. Crack. Boom. Under the powerful attack of Han Fei, the powerhouse of the soul-sealing world died, and the god's eye was full of cracks. In the end, it failed to escape the fate of collapse. As soon as the so-called god's eye was shattered, Han Fei felt that his strength came back by at least 10%. He looked up at the great Tao crack in the sky. Han Fei grinned. Do you want to see me slaughter all the strong masters of soul sealing and infinity today? Another king had died. This was already the 3rd sea establisher that Han Fei had killed alone. This shocked everyone. But at this moment, he was not arrogant. Instead, he was vigilant. He couldn't really count on the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race. If he showed his real strength so early, were they really not afraid? This was impossible. If he really had the strength to defeat Huobuli and the other kings, they might stop and even want to see how Bei Luochen and the others would fight him. This was because in their opinion, the battle between Han Fei and Supreme Clearness and Infinity was just an internal strife of the human race. It was just that Supreme Clearness and Infinity were too strong, so they wanted to keep a balance so that the 2 parties could kill each other better. If Han Fei guessed right, if he could kill 2 or 3 more kings, one of the 100 demons and the undersea human race would stop fighting. Therefore, Han Fei split his soul, and his original body separated from his Dharma idol and appeared next to the crystal ball. Han Fei's Dharma idol punched on the sea and attacked Huobuli. And Han Fei's original body extended his hand and pressed it against the crystal ball, and his hand was dripping with blood. Han Fei had made a judgment. If his mother could control the crystal ball in this way, so could he. Of course, he had also prepared a time technique. If anything went wrong, he would immediately reverse time to protect himself. When Han Fei pressed his bloody hand on the crystal ball, he immediately felt that his soul seemed to be extracted and sucked into the crystal ball. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to be able to see everything in the crystal ball. He saw the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, the 1,000-star city, the deserted Scattered Stars Island, and the crowded 1,000-star city. As soon as Han Fei sensed this, he felt that almost 90% of the blood in his body had dried up, but not completely. However, at this moment, his blood and chi had plummeted. How could Huabuli not tell it? Huabuli shouted, "Come on, attack him with all your strength. He is triggering the small world, and he is at his weakest now." Huabuli was right. At this moment, Han Fei's strength was weakened by at least 30%. Although his Dharma idol could still use all great Daos in one sword, it could only block Huabuli. As for the other two, one was a powerhouse from the infinity world, and the other was a powerhouse from the soul-sealing world. The sea-quelling bizarre treasure in the hand of the powerhouse from the infinity world shattered, and blood splashed as he shouted, "Bloody infinite slash." The king of the soul-sealing world knew that this was his last chance. If he couldn't even kill Han Fei this time, he would never have another chance. He roared, and a faint blue arrow condensed above his head. God-slaying crossbow. Pfft. Hiss. Han Fei was speechless. The bloody infinite slash of the infinity world was nothing, but the god-slaying crossbow of the soul-sealing world made him feel a sense of crisis. F***ck. How can he do that? Han Fei felt that his head was very heavy now. He didn't know if it was because of the lack of blood or because he had forcibly controlled the crystal ball. Anyway, he was very uncomfortable now, feeling as if a mountain was pressing on him. But with a thought from Han Fei, a humanoid manta ray that was 100 meters long appeared on the sea and wrapped Han Fei's tiny body with its own. Clang. Pfft. Heaven enlightenment divine technique. Buzz. In the sky, a healing divine light descended. Heaven enlightenment divine technique? Instantly, Taiyuan, the martial king, Bei Luochen, Xianqingzi, Huang Jingyuan, the octopus emperor, and the other sky openers, as well as the sea establishers, all exclaimed in surprise. Even Black Phoenix was stunned. How did Han Fei even know the heaven enlightenment divine technique? Is he the reincarnation of the human king? Taiyuan couldn't help narrowing his eyes. When the human race traveled to the east, the strongest cultivator in the world was the human king. He decided to step out of the sea to find a pure land for the human race. Back then, the human king built a divine ship and led his people to the east, which was controversial. Some people said that the human king was afraid of battle and took the opportunity to escape for his life. Some people said that the human king was very decisive. Although no one knew what would happen, what the human king had done would eventually pave a way for the human race, and he was like a lighthouse, illuminating a direction for countless people. No one had learned the heaven enlightenment divine technique before because this Tao was too heaven-defying. Back then, it was known as the undying divine technique. No one expected to see this Tao here today. Immediately, the octopus emperor and the old emperor of the undersea human race stopped fighting. So it turned out that this guy was the reincarnation of a human king? The human king was so powerful. No one was his match back then. When Han Fei shouted that he was the human king, everyone thought he was just bluffing. Now it seemed that this guy was probably really the human king. The situation was immediately reversed. The moment the two retreated, Qingzi charged at Han Fei, but Taiyuan turned around and stood in his way. Now we have to be fair. Xianqingzi shouted, Taiyuan, what do you know about fairness? If he is really the reincarnation of the human king, how many people did he abandon back then? No matter what, this person should be executed. Taiyuan didn't retreat at all. It's just a fight between taking risks and not taking risks. Back then, countless people stayed voluntarily. Don't confuse the public. Bei Luochen said, Shi Puhuang, Kong Shen, this guy is the reincarnation of the human king. How dare you let him grow up? Shi Puhuang was the octopus emperor, a sky-opener of the 100 demon race. And Kong Shen was a sky-opener of the undersea human race. These two people helped Han Fei just to increase the internal consumption of the human race. But now that Han Fei's identity had changed, the two of them directly stopped without hesitation. This showed how much the two of them were afraid of the human king. Now, hearing what Bei Luochen said, the two of them were tempted. If the raging sea remained the same, no one could do anything to the other. But if the human king rose, Bei Luochen and the others would probably be wiped out. However, if the human king rose, they might as well keep Bei Luochen and the others. At least they had been fighting these people for tens of thousands of years and were familiar with them. Immediately, the two of them made a decision. Han Fei was not stupid. He didn't expect the heaven enlightenment divine technique to cause such a huge uproar. At this moment, Han Fei held the crystal ball and felt that he could carry it. But it was still difficult. The soul of the deep-sea demonic manta ray was penetrated by the god-slaying crossbow, and Han Fei found that he had even lost contact with the Tao-devouring insect king. With a thought from him, the deep-sea demonic manta ray was recalled into his origin sea, and Han Fei's Dharma idol dissipated. His original body held the crystal ball and flashed more than 80,000 kilometers away. Han Fei was shocked. He couldn't bind this thing with his blood, but could only increase his control over it with his essence blood. Now he could only carry this world away. However, his speed was 4 times slower. Han Fei wanted to flash more than 300,000 kilometers away, but he could only flash 80,000 kilometers away, which made him very embarrassed. As soon as Han Fei ran, Shi Puhuang and Kong Shen moved. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Martial King, the third condition is to help me block these two. The Martial King smiled with pleasure. The Martial King had been watching and waiting. In the end, even if Han Fei didn't ask him, he might take action. However, he didn't want the Martial Emperor City to owe Han Fei a favor, so when Han Fei asked for help, the Martial King smiled. Han Fei was already ready to run. He didn't want to fight anymore. The sea establishment realm fighter he had just got was killed by an arrow. Now that Shi Puhuang and Kong Shen were still chasing him, it was meaningless to keep fighting. As soon as Han Fei ran, Zhou Chen and the others shouted, "Let's go! Let's go!" Even Black Phoenix began to escape. Even Han Fei had run. They certainly couldn't stop the enemy here. However, Zhou Chen and the others might have overestimated their status in the hearts of Bei Luochen and the others. Just as someone wanted to stop them from running, Bei Luochen shouted, "Idiot, why are you chasing them? Chase Han Fei." Zhou Chen, Chen Guangjia, and the others looked at each other. Our status is so low? They ran away as fast as they could. As they ran, Shuiran said, "Thanks to Black Phoenix's reminder, this time, we helped Han Fei in times of need. Although we only stopped the enemy for a moment, we helped him, didn't we?" Chen Guangjia said, "Sure. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have killed that king so easily. Therefore, we still have credit." Black Phoenix looked worriedly in the direction where Han Fei escaped. Although Han Fei ran faster than them, he didn't seem to be much faster. Could he really escape? At this moment, Bei Luochen shouted, "The 13 worlds in the outer domain. The human king once wreaked havoc in the world. How can you let him leave? Aren't you afraid of me?" However, before he finished speaking, he heard a voice refute, "Great. Old B***. Starred, you've finally exposed your real intention, haven't you? You just want to use your power to suppress others? If you weren't an emperor, guess how many people would listen to you? Didn't you claim to represent the 36 mystic worlds? Who do you think dares to touch me today?" Han Fei shouted, "The kings of the 13 worlds in the outer domain, listen carefully. Whoever dares to stop me shall be executed. Even if I don't kill him today, I'll kill him someday. Old B** starred Bei Luochen is sanctimonious. But I never hesitate to kill my enemy. Let's see who has the ability to stop me today." Swish. Relying on his grasp of the great Tao of time, Han Fei was crazily testing the limit of speed. The extreme speed that Han Fei showed was the extreme speed of the golden light movement technique. Unfortunately, he was holding a small world, so his speed was severely slowed down, and he could only run 150,000 kilometers at a time. However, even so, Han Fei could run more than 400,000 kilometers every second. And his speed was still astonishing. However, as soon as Han Fei ran 1,000,000 kilometers, he heard Sherpa Huang shout, "All kings of the 100 Demon Clan, chase and kill Han Fei." Kongshan said, "All the kings of the undersea human race, kill Han Fei." F***ck. Han Fei shouted angrily, "You old B** stards, if you can't kill me today, I'll wipe out your entire races someday." The battlefield was full of changes. Han Fei had just tricked them into helping him, but now these two people were persuaded by Bei Luochen. However, as soon as they shouted, Han Fei sensed that within 1,000,000 kilometers, 4 kings had appeared. Hiss. Han Fei certainly wouldn't underestimate the kings of the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race. There were definitely a lot of them. To be honest, there were at least 20 of them. Of course, there wouldn't be many. Otherwise, how could the 13 worlds in the outer domain be peaceful until now? But at this critical moment, let alone 20 kings, he didn't even have the time to deal with two. For the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race, they had already fallen out with Han Fei when they decided to take Han Fei down. In fact, even if they hadn't, it was impossible for them to become allies with Han Fei. No matter who had said anything in the past, even if these two races used to call Han Fei brother and would do anything for him, at this moment, they had to turn around and stab Han Fei in the back. Therefore, they were very decisive. After discovering Han Fei's real identity, they began to hunt him down without hesitation. Bei Luochen grinned. No matter what the reason was, as long as Han Fei was dead, everything would be fine. The Sky Openers didn't really fight, but as long as Li Qingdi was standing there, Huang Jingyuan had to stay here. For them, they didn't know Han Fei well. Even if there was an agreement, they just needed to ensure that Han Fei could run away. Of course, it would be best if Han Fei could look worse, get injured, or suffer some losses before running away. So at this moment, the kings were fighting, but the emperors were just watching the show. Han Fei thought to himself, none of you are good except for Taiyuan who has some principles. When I survive this tribulation, I'll settle scores with you. One by one. Roar. As Han Fei ran, his body began to twist, and in the end, he turned into an azure dragon. His dragon claws clasped a pearl, and his speed increased by Another 20%. All kinds of arrays appeared on the dragon, which were all acceleration arrays. At this moment, Han Fei had almost used all his strength. As long as the emperors didn't take action, basically no king could catch up with him. Even Bei Luochen and the others were speechless. Why did this guy still have a trump card? Xian Qingzi said with an ugly expression, is it the dragon subduing technique of the dragon subduing world? Han Fei ran for millions of kilometers before he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he didn't stop. Han Fei's goal was very clear. He might not have been prepared when he came, but he was fully prepared when he left. After fleeing for 30 million kilometers, he smiled. Because the suction force of the wild abyss here was weakened, he set up a long-distance teleportation array nearby. Although his golden light movement technique was very fast, the teleportation array he set up was faster. It could send him 2 million kilometers away at a time, and it was not easy for him to be discovered along the way. As soon as he came here, Han Fei scanned around with his perception and was relieved to see a hidden array here. Uncle Xian, has anyone discovered it? The gravels on the ground began to move, and Han Fei's figure disappeared into the sea. When Han Fei entered the array, Han Xian looked at Han Fei strangely. Nephew, where did you learn the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Uncle Xian, did you go to watch the show? Han Xian said, what's so difficult about that? My 1,000 opportunities. Divine Ghost Compass can directly reflect tens of millions of kilometers. I can see the situation on your side from thousands of kilometers away. Han Fei couldn't help but say, believe it or not, I figured it out myself. Han Xian couldn't help but take a deep look at Han Fei. Yes, I believe you. Let's go. This is not a place to stay for long. The wild abyss has only been temporarily restored to peace. In a few days, a vortex will form here again. 3 days later. The Sea of Fog. Han Fei held the crystal ball in his hand. He was thinking about where to release the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world. This place had to be hidden. In the raging sea, the most hidden places were either far away from the core of the raging sea or in the Sea of Fog. The flying feather world was too far away. In the raging sea, one would get lost if he wasn't careful. Without the vast ocean navigator, he wouldn't have been able to reach the flying feather world at all. Of course, Han Fei could let the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world go to the Nine Palace world. However, although the Nine Palace world was hidden, there were only more than 20 million people cultivating there. However, the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world had billions of creatures. At that time, the cultivation, consumption, combat training, and marine exploration of these billions of creatures would be easily discovered. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be in a dilemma, Han Xian couldn't help but ask, are you thinking about where to put them? The raging sea is huge, but it's also extremely dangerous. All the good places have actually been occupied. But don't you have a navigator? It shouldn't be difficult for you to find a safe place. Han Fei thought that it made sense. Instead of thinking about which world to attach to, he might as well use the vast ocean navigator to find a relatively safe location. After the trip to the Monarch Palace in the future, he would come back anyway. As long as he could ensure that the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world wouldn't be discovered in the short term, for example, in 1,000 years. Then his strength would definitely have reached the peak of the sea establishment realm. He might even have already opened the sky It wasn't that Han Fei was too conceited, but that he had already had a clear way to make progress in the sea establishment realm. Besides, he had gained so many resources that it wasn't difficult for him to advance. Therefore, Han Fei nodded slightly. That's good. Uncle Xian, it's a good thing that the Nine-Palace world doesn't have to appear this time. In the future, I'll have a battle with supreme clearness and infinity, so with the 100 Demon Clan and the undersea human race. There are still many battles to fight in the future, but the top priority is to get through the Monarch Palace first. Han Xian said, Han Fei, don't underestimate the trip to the Monarch Palace. The stronger you are, the more you can't underestimate it. You will find that the difficulty of the Monarch Palace is beyond imagination. Over the tens of thousands of years, do you know how many people have died in it? Among them, there are many sea establishers, and even some sky openers have died in it. It's just that ordinary people don't know it. Han Fei asked, Uncle Xian, the Nine-Palace world hasn't appeared for so long. How do you know the situation in the Monarch Palace so well? Han Xian said, do you really think your uncle has disappeared from the world? Every time the Monarch Palace opened, the Nine-Palace world would send people in. It's just that others don't know it. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, but why are you the only king in the Nine-Palace world? If you send people in every time it opens, at least a few sea establishers can be born, right? Han Xian said with a faint smile, who told you that there are no other kings in the Nine-Palace world? Just because you didn't see them doesn't mean they don't exist. Han Xian didn't go to find a place with Han Fei. On one hand, Han Fei was more mobile alone. On the other hand, Han Fei still had a lot of things to do, and Han Xian couldn't help him much. Because Han Fei was getting more and more familiar with the vast ocean navigator, he was getting better and better at finding the way. He still took out the route map he bought from the Martial Emperor city, reciting in his heart the safe place he needed to find. The vast ocean navigator pointed at the end of an abandoned route very close to the Sea of Mist. This route was only halfway, and when it reached the place the vast ocean navigator pointed at, there was no road. Han Fei estimated that there must be a reason why this route wasn't fully developed. Since even the vast ocean navigator felt that this place was most suitable for Yinyang world and Waterwood world, Han Fei certainly wouldn't doubt it. Because the time for the Monarch Palace to open was drawing near, Han Fei was very fast and didn't dare to waste too much time. It only took Han Fei 2 days to find this abandoned route among the complicated routes. Just like other abandoned routes, he often encountered some venerables on this route, but fortunately, he hadn't encountered any sea establishers yet. Of course, it would be great if he could meet a sea establisher. Han Fei felt that he had consumed a lot of energy in this battle in the wild abyss, and needed to replenish his energy. Unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted this time. Although there might be many kings in the raging sea, they weren't common on abandoned routes. So far, Han Fei had walked a lot of non-route areas, but encountered sea establisher level giant beasts less than 5 times. Swish. In the void, with a flash of golden light, Han Fei appeared in the sea with the crystal ball in his arms. Looking around, there was nothing but water. Huh? There seems to be no road. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and found an endless seaborne prairie about 500,000 kilometers away. Hiss. Han Fei couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Is there really such a huge seaborne prairie? I can't see the end of it. It's probably 1,000,000 kilometers wide. Swish. After a few seconds, Han Fei rushed into the seaborne prairie. He sensed it, and found that the spiritual energy here didn't seem to be much higher than outside. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. This was strange. Because this was an endless seaborne prairie, and there were few people here. The spiritual energy here should be richer than elsewhere. But in fact, the spiritual energy here was comparable to the outside world. This meant that in the depths of this seaborne prairie, there was a place or something that swallowed spiritual energy. Only this could explain why this route was only developed by half. Obviously, the developers couldn't continue anymore. They even sold this route to the Martial Emperor City for money, but the Martial Emperor City didn't expand this route either, which meant that there might be something here that even the Martial Emperor City was afraid of. Han Fei didn't break in rashly. Although the vast ocean navigator pointed here, which meant that this was the most suitable and safest place in the Yang world and the Waterwood world, the vast ocean navigator didn't say if this place was safe for him. Han Fei couldn't help but take out the 9-palace luck ruler, and the ruler fell on the greatly auspicious divination result. This surprised Han Fei. Was this what it meant by one who survives a great disaster is destined to good fortune? Han Fei had guessed that this place might be dangerous, but he never expected it to be a greatly auspicious place for him. Anything that could be said to be greatly auspicious for him now must be a very useful resource for sea establishers. Since the vast ocean navigator and the 9-palace luck ruler both showed that he could enter this place, Han Fei didn't hesitate and went straight into the depths of the seaborne prairie. Han Fei perceived that too many creatures had appeared, including many venerables. But this was not the key. When Han Fei entered about 5,000,000 kilometers away, he suddenly stopped. However, at the end of his perception, a city appeared where spiritual energy was abnormally gathering. A giant city? The city Han Fei saw was at the bottom of the sea. Too many places had been covered by algae. The city didn't seem to be small. It had a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Many buildings had collapsed, but he could vaguely distinguish the outline of the city. If it was just an abandoned city, Han Fei wouldn't be surprised. However, this map of the Martial Emperor City had been sold countless times, so there were definitely many people who had explored this place. If they had discovered this place, wouldn't they come here to search? However, this place seemed to be quite primitive. There were no signs of battle, which meant that the intruders had either retreated or died quietly. Han Fei was vigilant. All the spiritual energy here was gathered in this city. But it was clearly a ruin. Where was the spiritual energy flowing to? Twin divine technique. Han Fei didn't dare to advance rashly. Although the divination result was greatly auspicious, he was always cautious. Anyway, he'd rather be more careful. His black mist body quietly entered the city. However, what Han Fei didn't expect was that the moment his body entered the city, a faint blue light seemed to appear in front of his eyes, and his body began to age. Hiss, flow of time? Almost in an instant, Han Fei understood the problem here. No wonder no one came here even though this place was abandoned. It turned out that this city was enveloped by the great Tao of time. Han Fei wanted to leave the city immediately, but to his shock, he couldn't. Han Fei suddenly understood. He looked down, his strength shook, and smoke and dust filled the air. He found that under the moss-covered seabed sand, there were piles of bones. Hiss. Once people come in, they can't leave anymore. Because the time acceleration has been activated, time here is different from the outside world. The time in this world is faster. Although the flow of time here doesn't seem to be very fast, it has also separated this place from the outside world. Therefore, the history of this city shouldn't have been long. It was just that the flow of time accelerated the aging of the city that the city declined. Similarly, because of the time acceleration, the growth speed of all plants in the entire city was several times or even dozens of times that of the plants outside. Under such circumstances, of course, this place would continuously absorb spiritual energy from the outside world. Only in this way could the spiritual plants in the city grow quickly. Han Fei figured out the cause and effect in a moment, and blue light circulated on the black mist body and began to reverse time. A moment later, Han Fei left the city after time stabilized. I see. Han Fei smiled and immediately fused his twin bodies. Since he already knew that this place was strange, this city couldn't stop him anymore. There must be a reason for the time problem here. Han Fei stepped into this space, blue light circulating on his body, and he was not disturbed by this place. As the saying went, there must be a reason for a strange place to appear. There must be a special reason for this place to be like this. And this reason was too easy to find. Han Fei just scanned around with his perception and found out that the reason came from a spiritual fruit, which was a pure blue flowers that bore a sapphire-like fruit. However, this spiritual fruit was obviously not so easy to pick, because Han Fei found that within thousands of kilometers around the spiritual fruit, there were bones everywhere. Not only humans, but there were also sea demons and ordinary marine creatures. They all failed to pick the spiritual fruit, so they left their corpses behind. As time went by, these people's corpses were almost reduced to dust. Han Fei didn't care about it. He took a look, and information popped up in his eyes. Name: Time Dao Fruit. Introduction: a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, growing in a place of time disorder. If you take this fruit, you may have a chance to comprehend the great Tao of time. This fruit is surrounded by a time barrier produced by heaven and earth. Don't take it forcibly. Once you touch the time barrier, complicated time changes will happen. Quality: spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Contained chaotic qi greater than 1065 points. Effect: eating it, you can comprehend at least one time technique. It can be eaten repeatedly. Seeing that it was a spiritual treasure of such a high level, Han Fei knew that it wasn't easy to get. Han Fei looked at the small barrier that emitted a faint blue halo for a long time. The old turtle said, "Can you? Do you want to call Nyener out?" Han Fei nodded slightly. The great Tao of time is too profound and complicated. Although I might not die if I take it myself, the result might not be good. I'll let Nyener take it. Nyener was now a half-king and was sleeping in Han Fei's origin sea. Her cultivation was different from others. In terms of the great Tao of time, no one, including Han Fei, could give her guidance. Therefore, what Nyener had been learning had always been ordinary combat methods. She cultivated the purity mystic body with others, fought with Zhang, Xuanyu and the others, and hunted marine creatures with them. As for the great Tao of time, it was like her instinct. Every time Nyener grew up a little, her self-knowledge would improve, and her understanding of the great Tao of time would become deeper. At this moment, Nyener appeared outside and was still rubbing her eyes in a daze. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. The smell of time. Nyener opened her mouth and sucked in a large swath of blue light. Seeing this scene, Han Fei's scalp was tingling. Comparisons are odious. The Tao runes of time were absorbed so easily by her in one breath? Huh? Brother, what is this? Without Han Fei saying anything, Nyener looked at the time Tao fruit. Enveloped by the barrier in confusion, Han Fei said, "It's a spiritual fruit about time. After eating it, one can understand how to use the great Tao of time, but it's very dangerous. Once this barrier is touched in the wrong way, it may produce complicated time changes." With that said, Han Fei kicked the bones under his feet, reminding Nyener that it was very dangerous. However, Nyener asked in confusion, "Does one need to comprehend the great Tao of time? Isn't this fruit completely useless?" Han Fei. Hearing Nyener's words, Han Fei felt as if 10,000 iron-headed fish were galloping in his heart. Do you know how many people in this world can comprehend the great Tao of time? How can you say it's useless? However, it made sense. The time dragon carp could control time when they were born, so Nyener didn't care about this fruit. But ordinary people would only think that this was a precious treasure. Once eating this fruit, they might be able to walk a new and powerful great Tao. This was simply what countless people dreamed of. Therefore, so many people had died here because of their greed. Han Fei said impatiently, "Stop bragging and see if you can break this barrier. I sensed it just now, but I can't detect any time power in this barrier. I don't know how it's operating, so there's no way to break it." Nyener squatted in front of the barrier, her eyes turning blue as if she could see the secret of the barrier. Han Fei thought that Nyener would spend half a day cracking this barrier, but after only 10 seconds, she suddenly extended her hand. Han Fei hurriedly said, "No, no." But at this moment, Nyener's hand had turned into a blue light, and then Han Fei saw the barrier suddenly shake. Nyener quickly opened her mouth and sucked, and a small blue bead flew out of the barrier and was sucked into Nyener's mouth. Crunch. Nyener ate happily, and the time Tao runes on her body surged. The time barrier disappeared just like that. Han Fei? Han Fei didn't understand at all. "Nyener, how did you do it? What is that bead?" Nyener said, "This is a time spiral barrier. Time is spinning in a spiral, forming a barrier. If you can't find the center of the spiral, you won't be able to crack this barrier. However, even if you find the center of the barrier, you have to penetrate it with pure time power, or you will be sucked in by the time spiral and eventually minced." The time Tao runes on Nyener's body surged, and she couldn't help but say in surprise, this barrier might have existed for too long. A time crystal was born inside. "Brother, I want to sleep." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Nyener looked a little flushed and couldn't even walk steadily. Han Fei quickly said, "Then go to sleep. I'll eat this fruit." Nyener said, "Just eat it. This fruit is useless." Han Fei. Speechless, Han Fei sent Nyener back into his origin sea. As soon as Nyener appeared, she staggered and said, "I want to sleep." Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with Nyener? Is she drunk?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Don't talk nonsense. Judging from the rich Tao runes on her body, she must have obtained some kind of opportunity." Lu Renquang couldn't help but ask, "Fei Fei, what are you doing? Didn't you say That you were going to release the Inyang world and the Waterwood world? We're all waiting here. Why do you still have the time to find opportunities? Xiao Xiaochan said, maybe he encountered an opportunity on the way. At this moment, no one knew that the battle in the wild abyss had already ended. All of them were tense and ready to participate in the battle and sacrifice themselves at any time. In the outside world, Han Fei didn't take the time Dao fruit immediately, because he didn't know the price of taking this fruit. What if he had to sleep too? Even if he wanted to take it, he had to wait until he made arrangements for the new home before entering his origin world to take it. At that time, when the time chain was fully opened, he still had decades to absorb the spiritual fruit. Han Fei easily picked the time Dao fruit without any danger. This must be why the divination result was greatly auspicious. Han Fei put away the time Dao fruit with a smile and strolled around the abandoned city. It could be estimated that this place was at least 100,000 kilometers long. There must have once been an important human civilization here. Now that the barrier had been broken, the time flow here had already stopped. Obviously, the previous time flow was caused by this barrier. Now that the barrier was broken and the time Dao fruit was taken away, the effect of the time flow naturally began to slowly stop. However, it would probably take some time for it to stop completely. Just now, Nianer took a breath of the Dao runes of time, and Han Fei sat cross-legged and activated the great Dao of time too. The Dao runes of time within hundreds of thousands of kilometers were slowly absorbed into his body. 3 days passed. When Han Fei recovered from his cultivation and left the city, there was no time barrier. Immediately, Han Fei grinned. It's really an ideal place. Once the time barrier disappears, the creatures around here will gradually increase. At that time, with kings guarding the Inyang world and Waterwood world, they will be stable for at least 100 years. Inyang world and Waterwood world. In the past half-month, everyone had been waiting eagerly. Many people probably knew that Han Fei was fighting fiercely, but except for that day, there was basically no sound. Countless people were uneasy. They didn't know if Han Fei was dead or alive. For a moment, rumors were everywhere. Someone said, I heard that the human king is fighting a powerhouse above the king realm. It said that he's in the sky-opening realm. I wonder what the result will be. Someone said anxiously, does the long silence mean that we are safe? Someone sneered. Safe my ass. The sun and moon are dim here, and the sky above our heads is dark except for the 2 big cracks. How is this safe? Someone firmly believed, at least, so much time has passed, but we're still fine. This means that the human king must have temporarily protected us. Ren Tianfei, Li Daxian, Tang Yen, Chao Tianji, Queen Life, and the others had already gathered, trying to listen to the outside world through the crack. Unfortunately, since the battle, even the vague voices were gone, as if the battle had already ended. Thug Academy. Old Bai and Old Jiang looked serious. Old Jiang said, I don't know about others, but it's impossible for Han Fei to die. That kid is very cunning. Even if he can't beat his enemy, he can definitely escape. Old Bai nodded. That's right. How long has it been since he became a king? If he really encountered a sky opener, it's fine as long as he can escape. It's not that the Inyang world and Waterwood world can't be sacrificed. Anyway, this kid has already tried his best. Hey! Hey, hey! Can you hear me? Han Fei's voice suddenly sounded in the Inyang world and the Waterwood world. Old Bai and Old Zhang's eyes lit up as they exclaimed, "He's fine." It seems that he's fine. Old Jiang cursed with a smile. I knew it. This brat is very cunning. He'll be fine. Queen Life heaved a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems that we are safe now. Tang Yan and the others also nodded slightly, relieved. This long wait felt like a year. As for the Thousand-Star City or the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, everyone went crazy. Roar. Roar. The Human King is invincible. The Human King is still here. I knew it. Who can stop the Human King? Ha ha ha. I was almost scared to death. I thought I was going to die, but the Human King really found a way for us to survive. Countless people shouted at the sky, "Yes, Human King, we are all here." The deafening cheers and the outrageous enthusiasm made Han Fei immediately feel a large amount of power of faith growing. To be honest, in the past few days, Han Fei had already received a lot of power of faith. Han Fei estimated that if he digested all this power of faith, his strength would increase by more than 10%. Of course, he wouldn't waste the power of faith. He had already made up his mind to use it on his physique. This was his absolute advantage. He had to maintain this advantage and cultivated the strongest physique. Amid the enthusiastic cheers, Han Fei's voice sounded in the small world. Everyone, don't be afraid. We are safe now. Later, I will take you to the outside world. No matter what happens, don't be surprised. Before Han Fei was about to open the small world, with a thought from him, everyone on the Avenger appeared. Buzz. Everyone looked surprised as soon as they appeared. Luo Xiaobai asked, "Where is this? Seaborn Prairie? City ruins?" Zhang Xuanyu said, "Fei Fei, aren't we going to the Wild Abyss? This doesn't seem to be the Wild Abyss?" Xia Xiaochan said, "Of course. This is obviously the Seaborn Prairie. According to the spiritual energy standards here, this seems to be the inner domain." Han Fei said, "Well, let me tell you something." Xia Xiaochan asked, "Tell me." "Huh? What's that crystal ball in your hand?" However, Han Fei said, "Well, in fact, this is the Inyang world and the Waterwood world." Everyone? Everyone looked at Han Fei in confusion. What? They felt that they were hallucinating. Han Fei said, "In fact, the battle in the Wild Abyss has already been fought. The weakest one is in the Sea Establishment realm, and 8 are in the Sky Opening realm. Do you think I can let you out if the battle doesn't end?" Everyone. The group of people stared at each other as if they were listening to a heavenly book. F*CK, we are still preparing to fight, but you suddenly said that it's over? Even Luo Xiaobai was speechless. That's it? Wang Dashui, Insect King, Zi Luo, and the others all looked at Han Fei speechlessly. What kind of efficiency was this? Most people were amazed. 8 sky openers? Was the raging sea so dangerous? Now? They hadn't even seen many kings, but Han Fei was snatching things in front of 8 sky openers alone? Lu Renquang's mouth trembled. Damn. Xia Xiaochan glared at Han Fei. Why did you fight them alone? Why didn't you tell me? Han Fei shrugged. I told you. If there's room for you to exert yourselves, I'll let you out. But there wasn't a single venerable in the entire process. How could I let you out to die? Okay. Now I'm going to let out the yin yang world and the waterwood world. Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly said, No, Fei. Do you have a wrong understanding of space? Yin yang world, waterwood world. They're in this ball? What kind of ball is this? Han Fei held the ball with difficulty and said, You don't believe me? Come on, try holding it up. This ball carries the weight of the two worlds. If you can hold it up an inch, I'll give you a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes glittered. Keep your word. Don't move. Let me hold it up. Zhang Xuanyu was overjoyed. He thought to himself, I've been cultivating the purity mystic body to this day. Few people can compare to me in physique. However, when Zhang Xuanyu held the crystal ball with both hands and tried to hold it up, his face flushed and the veins on his neck bulged, but the crystal ball didn't move at all. Zhang Xuanyu said, Don't move. Watch my 3 heads and 6 arms. After a few seconds, nothing happened. Zhang Xuanyu transformed and the tertiary body appeared. The 3 Zhang Zuanyas tried to hold up the crystal ball at the same time, but it still didn't move. Yi Shiyan said, Honey, stop it. There are so many people watching. Zhang Xuanyu blushed. Quang. Do you want to have a try? Lu Renquang shook his head quickly. I can't. It's obvious I can't hold it up. Zhang Xuanyu. Han Fei said impatiently, Go away. As the saying goes, a flower is a world. And a leaf is a universe. This thing is extraordinary. It carries the weight of 2 domains. I almost can't carry it. How can you hold it up? Luo Xiaobai's heart did a flip. A flower is a world, and a leaf is a universe? Hiss. Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but ask, did this thing really contain the yin yang world and the waterwood world? How can they be released? Han Fei said, Watch. Han Fei was now in half control of the small world. What he could move away was the creatures in this small world. Yin yang world. Someone exclaimed, Look, we're taking off. At that moment, everyone from the yin yang world and the waterwood world saw a huge white light curtain open in the sky. The 1,000-star city was flying towards the sky. In fact, that was not the case. The reason why people thought they were taking off was actually that the sky was descending. Or rather, it couldn't be said that the sky here was gradually fusing with the sky outside. The 2 skies were gradually fusing, so people thought they were flying, but in fact, they were transitioning to the outside world. Bang! On the waterwood world side, the cloud sea divine tree seemed to have come alive. The roots that stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers under the tree began to break or pull out. On the surface of the sea, deep whirlpools appeared, and ravines were torn open at the bottom of the sea. This scene was like the opening of the sky or the collapse of the sky. It looked extremely scary, and many people sat on the ground in fright. The sky gradually became clear, and everyone saw the sun appear again. They all cheered. They hadn't seen the sun for more than half a month. First, the sun reappeared, and then the spiritual energy between the heavens and earth suddenly soared several times. Yes, the quality of the spiritual energy in the yin-yang world and the waterwood world was several times higher. This number was estimated to be about 2 times. Han Fei knew that this was because the massive amount of spiritual energy had been absorbed by the flow of time. In a few years, the quality of the spiritual energy here would be 4 or 5 times that of the yin-yang world and the waterwood world. What did this mean? To put it another way, it might take a person 5 years to become a fishing master in the past, but now it might only take a year. This was the benefit of abundant spiritual energy. The strong masters of the Yin-yang world and the waterwood world would be born at an incredible speed. When the worlds in the crystal ball world overlapped with the outside world, all creatures were thrown into the seaborne prairie where Han Fei was now. Han Fei shouted, "Attention, everyone! It's dangerous outside. Don't enter the sea without permission. The strong masters, sweep the surroundings first." Then, Han Fei said to Luo Xiaobai and the others, "Everyone on the Avenger. Clear up the powerful creatures within 100,000 kilometers. Prepare for the coming out of the Yin-yang world." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Okay. Let's go." Swish. 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 At that moment, Queen Life, Jing'er, Bear Handsome, Tang Yen, Chao Tianji, and the others were the first to break through the seal and appear in the raging sea. They could see that the two worlds were overlapping. To be precise, the creatures of the Yin-yang world and the waterwood world, including the coral reefs, were all released. However, they also saw a cruel scene. The moment the creatures were thrown out, the battle began. There were billions of creatures hidden in this seaborne prairie. These were all creatures that lived in the raging sea. Their strength was generally stronger than those in the Yin-yang world and the waterwood world. Therefore, when some strange things were suddenly stuffed into their home, they would certainly clear them up immediately. Of course, it didn't mean that the creatures in this seaborne prairie were necessarily strong. In fact, there were ordinary creatures everywhere, and there were also powerful creatures in the Yin-yang world and the waterwood world. The battle between the two parties was more like the manifestation of the survival of the fittest, forcing some powerful creatures or creatures who hid their real strength to fight fiercely to survive. Buzz. The Cloud Sea Divine Tree suddenly appeared in the seaborne prairie. Its countless roots instantly stabbed into the ground, and the spiritual energy within 1,000,000 kilometers was helping the Cloud Sea Divine Tree take root. Seeing this scene, Queen Life was suspicious. "Where did we just come out of?" Han Fei said, "Don't worry about where you came out of. You've basically been transferred from one world to another." In fact, Han Fei had thought about how to fuse the two worlds. But now it seemed that the world in the crystal ball still existed. Only the living creatures and things like the floating islands inside could be transferred out, because they might not belong to this crystal ball in the first place. Therefore, there was no such thing like two worlds fusing. It was just that the Yin-yang world and the waterwood world had moved out of the crystal ball. Small world. In the sky, the appearance of the thousand-star city and the massive spiritual energy impact made many people fall into a state of breakthrough. Millions of explorers, whether from the Demon Beast Union, the Immortal City of the human race, or the Forest of Terror, appeared and joined the battle for territory as soon as they came out. Han Fei's voice was still echoing, "All strong masters, clear the surroundings. This is your home from now on. But there are many creatures around and you need to clear them up. All the supplies you snatch from them will belong to you." Zhang Xuanyu and the others all exclaimed, F***CK. How did they come out? Did they appear out of thin air? The Insect King shouted, "My queen." Serpent Manuel, Old Bear. When Bear Handsome saw them, he immediately shouted, "Everyone is here? It seems that we really came out." One day passed. With the Cloud Sea Divine Tree as the center, there was a lot of fighting. At first, it was the explorers who joined the battle, followed by the law enforcers, and even the hidden fishers. Luo Xiaobai and the others had cleared the surroundings and were telling Shui, Xinqi and the others about the raging sea. Han Fei was standing on the surface of the sea alone, holding a crystal ball that had become dozens of times lighter. At this moment, his face was full of confusion. The small world was still the small world, but the space inside was cracking for some reason. Was this why it became lighter? It didn't make sense. Did the creatures add weight to this small world? Crack. While Han Fei was studying this small world, he saw that it was full of cracks and seemed to be about to break at any time. Han Fei hurriedly said to Luo Xiaobai via voice transmission, "Take care of them for the time being. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a few days." The people of the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world were all curious about the raging sea. In addition to curiosity, they just wanted to see Han Fei. Although they had never seen any danger, everyone knew that it was all thanks to Han Fei that they could appear in the raging sea safe and sound. But Han Fei was no longer interested in meeting the people from the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world. Now that they had been rescued, he had to do his own thing. As it happened, Luo Xiaobai and the others had been idle for a long time. Having stayed in the raging sea for decades, they knew a lot about it. Luo Xiaobai cooperated with Shui Xinqi to use the sky curtain to spread knowledge about the raging sea to people above the Thousand-Star City. Zhang Xuanyu and the others returned to the Thug Academy. Similarly, Serpent Mengyue, Insect King, Zi Luo, and the others had returned to their respective races to spread knowledge. It wouldn't just take them a day or two to get used to such a brand new environment. In particular, after Han Fei released the two heavenly palaces, the clearing of the surrounding sea area started. To be honest, this job was extremely dangerous, comparable to the epic war in the history of the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world. Besides, this kind of battle would definitely not only last for a short period of time. In the future, it might become the cultivation method of the people of the Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world. Han Fei's origin world. As soon as Han Fei entered the origin world, the crystal ball shattered. Han Fei felt terrible. This was a small world. If it shattered and the small world collapsed, would it affect his origin world? However, to Han Fei's surprise, when the crystal ball shattered, the small world inside seemed to disappear, and the crystal ball turned into powder and dissipated in the origin world. Han Fei could roughly understand. Under the storm of attacks of the sky openers, it was already not bad that it could hold on until now, but how could it be reduced to dust? While Han Fei was puzzled, the old turtle said, "You opened the small world. And the spiritual energy and energy in this small world have basically been reflected into the outside world by you, so it doesn't have any energy to support it now, which is why it's broken. This is normal." Han Fei was lost for words. It's broken so thoroughly. How can it be normal? The old turtle said, "If this is the residue of the primordial spirit earth." Before the old turtle finished speaking, Han Fei suddenly felt that his strength was increasing. Yes, it was increasing for no reason at all. Then, he felt that his entire origin world suddenly seemed to be soft. Even the land turned soft. Previously, his origin sea was made of resources and was relatively stiff. But now, for some reason, all the resources in the origin world seemed to have fused with the origin sea, looking extremely natural as if this place was born. Like this. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the information popping up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 93, Sea Establishment. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 980,006th. Chaotic Chi, 25,001 wisps. Spiritual Power, 755,568. Perception Range, 800,000 kilometers. Strength, 2, 513, 02 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, unknown. Second Spiritual Heritage, unknown. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, level 87. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 90. Main Art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King level. Divine Quality. When he saw this information, Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. What was going on? His strength had soared nearly 70,000 waves, and his soul power had soared more than 80,000 points. Han Fei's heart trembled. Was it related to the crystal powder just now? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Old Yuan, what is the primordial spirit earth you mentioned just now? Explain it to me. The old turtle said, well, I heard from a big demon lobster that when it served as a demon emperor's mount, it heard about the primordial spirit earth. This thing is said to be the treasure soil of the primordial age. Anything planted in this soil is at least a chaotic spirit treasure. One can even plant the legendary primordial spirit treasure with it. But yours obviously can't be the primordial spirit earth. Otherwise, how could a mere emperor destroy it? Han Fei asked, didn't you say residue? The old turtle said, this is just my guess. I think most of it is just mystic. Yellow soil. That thing is actually quite extraordinary too. Han Fei asked, what's the mystic yellow soil? It sounds much lower in level. The old turtle said, don't mind it. Most spiritual treasures are planted with the mystic yellow soil. Just like your mystic yellow stone, the energy level in it is higher than the chaotic chi. And the mystic yellow soil is also a kind of spiritual treasure. I once found a large mass, which is bigger than yours. You know, I was actually quite strong in the demon world. Han Fei. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Okay, stop bragging. What's the use of the mystic yellow soil? The old turtle said, strengthen the origin sea. Don't you feel that your origin sea has changed? It feels like water and milk blending, right? Han Fei thought to himself, this description is appropriate. I do feel that way. He thought to himself, this piece alone made my strength soar so much. This is too magical. If there were more of this thing, wouldn't I be invincible in the sea establishment realm in a minute? Han Fei twisted his body and made cracking sounds. After a while, he finally looked at the deep-sea demonic manta ray. The god-slaying crossbow from the soul-sealing world was indeed terrifying. The deep-sea demonic manta ray, whose defense power was so astonishing, was almost killed by the arrow. If he hadn't been healing himself with the heaven enlightenment divine technique, the deep-sea demonic manta ray would have been killed. Up to now, Han Fei hadn't been able to communicate with the Tao-devouring insect king. Han Fei pressed his hand on the wings of the deep-sea demonic manta ray and attached the void lines. Then, he discovered, to his shock, that the soul of the deep-sea demonic manta ray was basically in a disorderly state and had completely collapsed. It was basically equivalent to brain death. The Tao-devouring insect king had turned into a pool of water. A asterisk shoal. Han Fei was furious. This damn precious bug, which was so rare, was killed by an arrow. This was a precious bug that could even control sea establishers. Since the Tao-devouring insect king had died, what was the use of the deep sea demonic manta ray? Apart from using it as food, what else could he do with it? Han Fei was so angry that his heart hurt. He had suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did he lose the Tao-devouring insect king, but he also lost a sea establishment realm fighter. What a great soul-sealing world. Once I become a sky opener, I'll definitely destroy your heavenly palace. Han Fei had no choice but to absorb the chaotic chi of the deep-sea demonic manta ray with the demon purification pot and its vitality and soul with the void lines. Fortunately, there were more than 5,000 wisps of chaotic chi in the huge body of the deep-sea demonic manta ray. After absorbing them, Han Fei's chaotic chi and soul power had improved a lot, with 30,000 wisps of chaotic chi. Rumble. Rumble. In the end, the deep-sea demonic manta ray died in his origin sea. It seemed to be no different from the outside world. There was also a rain of blood in his origin sea. Xiao Sei, who was looking at Nyener, looked at the sky in surprise, as if wondering why the sky was crying here. Han Fei asked the old turtle, "Old Yuan, can the sky cry in the origin sea too?" The old turtle said, "As for the so-called sky crying, it's not that the sky is crying. It's just that the great Tao between the heavens and earth has shattered, and the shattered great Tao has dissipated with its Tao runes. The falling rain thus formed is not of much use. It's definitely useless to you. But it can somewhat nourish the origin sea." Han Fei shrugged. He didn't expect such a huge beast to be so useless in the end. Fortunately, his bones were still worth some money. At this time only 1 day had passed since Han Fei entered the origin sea. Now only less than an hour had passed in the outside world. Han Fei extended his hand and grabbed the time Tao fruit. Anyway, it was just about comprehension. He had eaten such things before. No matter how precious it was, he would just eat it. Therefore, Han Fei stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as it entered his mouth, the time Tao fruit turned into a blue stream of light. What is this? It's tasteless. However, before Han Fei had time to think, he was surrounded by time. His eyes turned blue, and there seemed to be blue flames escaping from them. Then, Han Fei found that everything in his eyes was double-imaged. He opened his hand and found that this hand had become two. In fact, he knew very well that it was only one hand. Illusion? Double vision? No, it's two entities appearing at the same time. No, it can't be the same time. It's a superimposed state with a positive time and a negative time, and both are trying to approach normal time. Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath as if deprived of oxygen, and the blue in his eyes quickly faded, leaving him with a surprised look. Han Fei quickly looked down at his hands. When he saw that there was only one, he couldn't help being relieved. But as he thought of something, he seemed to see two hands again. F***CK. Han Fei was taken aback. With a thought, his hand returned to normal. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if he had mastered this power. He casually waved a sword chi. At the same time he waved this sword chi, the sword chi hit the ground, and there was a clang. However, although the sound was only once, Han Fei saw that the attack was double. This meant that in an instant, the sword chi hit the ground almost twice. Hiss. One attack can be used as two? Interesting. The second attack is of the same intensity, but it's completely untraceable. It's really strange. Wow. This technique is not weak. Let's call it the time arcane technique. The more Han Fei comprehended the time arcane technique, the more terrifying he felt the time technique was. In an instant, the two time states superimposed on each other for the strongest blow. This meant that when he unleashed the immortal fiend saber in the future, he could actually unleash it twice in an instant, but the consumption would only be once. This was because one of the attacks was simulated by the great Tao of time. Or rather, it couldn't be called a simulation, but stealing and copying. What was stolen was the Tao runes of the heavens and earth, and what was copied was the immortal fiend saber. It could be imagined that if he were to fight someone else, one blow would be equivalent to two blows. Who could react in time? It was simply a must-have skill to jump levels to fight. Although greatly auspicious divination is rare, this harvest is indeed terrifying. Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim. Then he smiled and asked, "Old Yuan, how long has it been?" Although it seemed to be a simple comprehension just now, he wasn't sure how much time he had spent on it. The old turtle said, "Not long. Only 3 days have passed." Just 3 days? Han Fei couldn't help being relieved. 3 days in the Origin Sea was only more than an hour outside. Han Fei didn't care at all. He had only entered the Origin Sea for 2 hours. But in these 2 hours, his soul power had increased by more than 80,000 points, his pure strength had increased by 70,000 waves, and he had also comprehended a time technique that could be deemed as a magical technique. Han Fei didn't leave the Origin Sea immediately. Anyway, it wouldn't take much time. He might as well try walking the Green Jade Bridge again. With such a huge breakthrough this time, the power provided by the Green Jade Bridge must be more limited. As Han Fei activated his Tao Seed, the Green Jade Bridge appeared. The last time Han Fei walked on the Green Jade Bridge, his strength increased by about 2.7 times. At that time, Han Fei concluded that it must be because he didn't comprehend his origin great Tao enough. Otherwise, there shouldn't be such a restriction. Now, Han Fei quickly climbed 7 steps and came to the center of the Green Jade Bridge. Then, 1 floor, 2 floors. All the way to the 7th floor, Han Fei couldn't hold on anymore and was shaken out of the Green Jade Bridge. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. Not even 2.5 times? Han Fei gritted his teeth and went up again. Once, twice, 3 times. On the 4th time, Han Fei finally passed the Green Jade Bridge, but his strength only increased by 2.2 times. This meant that even if his strength increased greatly, the strength erupted by his origin, Great Tao, didn't increase much, only about 10%. No. This can't go on. As I become stronger and stronger, if the power of the Great Tao becomes less and less, this Great Tao will be no different from a secret technique. It's definitely impossible. Origin Great Tao, what is my origin Great Tao? Han Fei summoned the Green Jade Bridge again, but this time, he walked to the center of the bridge and didn't continue. Instead, he looked down from the center of the bridge. There was still a figure on the road in the middle. Han Fei knew that it should be him at this moment. But now, because the path of invincibility had turned into the invincible heart and the invincible eye, it didn't seem to appear here anymore. Therefore, Han Fei's 2 regular Great Taos were the Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment and the Great Tao of Time. The Great Tao of Heaven Enlightenment was known as the Immortal Great Tao. Han Fei felt that the Great Tao of Time was stronger than his current yin-yang. Great Tao in terms of escape and combatability. However, Han Fei vaguely felt that the yin-yang Great Tao couldn't be weak. The Twin Divine technique was indeed powerful, but he hadn't used the yin-yang millstone yet. At present, he only used the yin-yang millstone to obtain immortal qi and fiendish qi. Of course, now was not the time to study other great Taos. Han Fei had never known what to call his origin Great Tao. Was it making something out of nothing? Or was it predicting the future? For this reason, Han Fei sat cross-legged on the bridge. Then he looked at his shadow under the bridge. Or rather, he didn't know if the shadow under the bridge was looking at him. But anyway, it felt like you were standing on the bridge looking at the scenery, and the person under the bridge who was looking at the scenery was looking at you. The two of them should be the same person, but why did they always feel a sense of distance? The distance between the two of them became his Great Tao. What Great Tao could be like this? After a fruitless day, Han Fei didn't have much time to waste here. Putting away the green jade bridge, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the massive resources he snatched turned into endless spiritual energy and began to expand his origin sea. Expanding the origin sea consumed a lot of resources. Besides, as the origin sea grew larger and larger, the resources consumed would increase relatively. Just like Forge the Universe in the past. Of course, this kind of consumption was still a little less than the consumption of cultivation. Han Fei certainly wouldn't touch the resources. That had already been arranged. However, the resources that he hadn't arranged were the resources looted from the dream-weaving world and from the origin sea of Wan Qingling. Even if he used all of them, it wouldn't be enough to expand his origin sea to 50,000 kilometers. However, the total resources snatched from the dream-weaving world, plus the resources given by the three pirate groups of Fierce Wind, Crimson Fire, and Misfortune, would be enough to expand his origin sea to 50,000 kilometers, but it would be difficult to finish arranging the entire expanded origin sea with these resources. Because it expanded from a center, the more it expanded outward, the more resources it would consume. This was because the more the land, the more resources it would consume. Han Fei sighed. What a pity. If I had enough resources. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes glittered. Yes, he had killed 3 kings in the wild abyss. Although one of them had been exiled to the endless void, there were at least 2 kings whose origin sea hadn't been harvested yet. There were 2 kings after all, and they were not weak. Even if he couldn't collect much resources from them, it shouldn't be a problem to collect 5,000 wisps of chaotic qi. With this in mind, Han Fei couldn't help but grin. At least in a short period of time, he would have enough resources. In the outside world, Han Fei stayed in the origin sea for about 3 hours. When Han Fei came out, the moon was rising. Sweeping around with his perception, Han Fei was surprised to find that none of the kings, including Queen Life, were around. Han Fei didn't think of looking for them. They probably had just come to a new world and wanted to explore it. The battle between the insect race, human race, the sky race, and the aboriginal sea creatures hadn't ended yet. However, the intensity of the battle had abated, and it wasn't as fierce as when they first came out. After all, no matter how weak the Waterwood world and Yin-Yang world were, they still had 5 kings and more than 500 venerables. Furthermore, they had so many strong masters from the Avenger pirates. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before this area stabilized. As for the marine creatures that Han Fei brought over from the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world, after experiencing the battle with the native creatures, those who could basically survive more or less had the means to survive. Seeing that everything was going well, Han Fei scanned around with his perception and saw that another 1,000,000 explorers had gathered on the Scattered Stars Island. The people of the Thug Academy were cooperating with Shueishenqi and some human executives to develop a plan to restore the operation of the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei didn't care. Suddenly, he saw Xia Xiaochan flash in the air and find him. Xia Xiaochan said, "I saw you enter the Origin Sea here, so I thought you would appear at this void node too. I thought I would have to wait a few days. But it only took 3 hours." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Why are you waiting for me? Why don't you go to work with Xiao Bai and the others?" Xia Xiaochan curled her lips. "I can't do that. I want to go back." Huh? Han Fei was stunned for a moment and then understood. Xia Xiaochan wanted to leave by herself because she was too familiar with Luo Xiaobai and the other two. She didn't want to experience such a parting again, neither did he. Han Fei glanced at the Scattered Stars Island and nodded slightly. "Okay. Let's go now." "Us?" Xia Xiaochan hurriedly said, "It's not us, it's me. You just need to send me to the merman's route. You can't go there." Xia Xiaochan put on a serious expression. Han Fei couldn't go. This was her bottom line. Buzz. However, with a thought from Han Fei, an identical him appeared beside Xia Xiaochan. This was Han Fei's avatar. Although it was an avatar, it had been cultivating with Luo Xiaobai and the others. When he returned to the Yin-Yang world 31 years ago, his avatar was already a junior venerable. In the Yin-Yang world, during the 10-year-long recuperation, his avatar cultivated in the Origin Sea most of the time. Then, when his avatar came to the Raging Sea with him, he never stopped cultivating. He basically stayed in the Origin Sea for another 10 years. Which was equivalent to more than 600 years of cultivation. Then, he stayed in the 9-Palace world to gain experience. At this point, because Han Fei had long planned to take Xia Xiaochan back to the Merman Royal family, he specially went to the 9-Palace world to pick up his avatar. Before going to the Wild Abyss, Xia Xiaochan understood as soon as she saw Han Fei's avatar. She frowned and said, "This is your avatar you spent more than 600 years building step by step. From the demon subduing tower. Its talent and combat power are extremely high. If anything happens to it." Han Fei shouted, "What can happen? I'll just send my avatar over, but you don't have an avatar. If anything happens, I'll regret it." "Okay, it's settled. My original body will stay and continue to cultivate in preparation for the trip to the Monarch Palace. And if anything really happens to you, I'll definitely kill all the royal mermen." In a certain sea area in the inner domain of the Raging Sea, Han Fei looked at the map and said, "We've arrived. If your route is fine. We've already entered the domain of the Merman royal family." Xia Xiaochan said, "It should be right. We encountered many large marine creatures on the way. Although they are not giant beasts, they are not weak. These are all creatures attached to the Merman royal family." As soon as Han Fei said so, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, a black python sea monster was rolling over on the sea. On the head of the python, a Team of mermen was holding something that looked like a saddle. Xia Xiaochan said, "That's the patrol team of the merman royal family. Since we encountered the patrol team, it means that we are already under the supervision of the merman royal family. Among the marine creatures we encountered before, there must be supervising creatures, so the patrol team can know the exact direction and find our location." Han Fei smiled. "I wonder how they will react when they find that you, the princess, have returned." After a few seconds, 7 people flew over and surrounded Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. The leading peak-level venerable shouted, "Who are you? How dare you break into the merman royal family? Take them down." Han Fei couldn't help looking at Xia Xiaochan with a strange look. "They don't know you?" Xia Xiaochan said awkwardly, "Maybe I don't go out often. The merman royal family is so big. It's normal that they don't know me." Han Fei scratched his head and asked, "Then what are you going to do with these people?" Xia Xiaochan stepped forward and shouted, "All of you, back off. I am Princess Mingzhu. Go back and call someone who knows me." When those people heard this, they all sneered. "Princess Mingzhu? Princess Mingzhu has already run away with a human. How can she return? Go, take them down." Swish. 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 Xia Xiaochan's figure flashed, and a strange blade swept across the void. The 7 people, including the leader, were all cut in half. Xia Xiaochan snorted. "Get lost." Han Fei watched with interest and commented, "What level are these people at? In the merman royal family? Chen Huangdian once told me about the heavenly talents of the merman royal family. He said that I'm not even a heavenly talent. Any one of the heavenly talents of the merman royal family is stronger than me." Xia Xiaochan said, "They're just ordinary." The 7 people were horrified. In the blink of an eye, they had been chopped up. Even a half-king couldn't do that, right? Could this person really be Princess Mingzhu? Just as they were about to retreat, they found that Xia Xiaochan and Han Fei had disappeared. The leader's face changed drastically. "Not good. They are too fast. I'm afraid we can't stop them." The man immediately took out a big black conch and shouted at it, "Captain, we found 2 suspicious people in the patrolling area. One of them claimed to be Princess Mingzhu and killed 7 of us in an instant. Now, they seem to be heading towards the royal city." The merman royal family lived in the deep sea of the raging sea. The place where they lived was actually not much different from human cities. It could only be said that the 2 races lived in different places, had different customs and secret realms, and received different education. Han Fei thought that the merman royal family would be like the White Shell royal city, where the social structure was similar. However, the merman royal city seemed to be much more developed and advanced than he had imagined. At this moment, there was a team of more than 300 people guarding in Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's way. However, the team was obviously not waiting to fight them, but to greet them. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan appeared, the half-king in the lead half squatted and bowed. "I am Liao Feng. Greetings, Your Highness." "Welcome back, Your Highness." Han Fei took a look. Not bad. It seemed that Xia Xiaochan's identity as the princess was still useful. However, as soon as Liao Feng bowed, he waved his hand and shouted, "Take the human Han Fei down." Han Fei was quite surprised. "Didn't your emperor tell you why I came here?" Xiao Shaochuan's face also turned cold. How dare you? Han Fei is a guest of the mermaid royal family. Who gave you the courage to attack him? However, Liao Feng said firmly, Your Highness, I haven't received any news that any human is coming to visit our merman royal family. This person abducted you and should be the public enemy of our race. He should be executed. At this time, before Xiao Shaochuan could speak, Han Fei said with a smile. Just these 300 people? What makes you think you can take me down? Han Fei took a step forward and motioned Xiao Shaochuan not to intervene. Then he looked at the distant void with a smile and said, Such low-level means really make me look down upon the so-called merman royal family. Since no one is here to manage today, let me test your real strength. As soon as he said so, Han Fei immediately turned into a three-headed, six-armed humanoid monster and punched out, shattering the void cracks into knives. Bang! Liao Feng thought he was very strong. Seeing that Han Fei was only a peak-level venerable, he tried to block it. However, when he really met Han Fei's punch, he realized how terrifying Han Fei's strength was. It was equivalent to a small void storm. Pooh! 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 Liao Feng was sent flying, dripping with blood. He was forced to return to his original state. Most of his scales were broken, and half of his arm had been ripped off by Han Fei. However, Liao Feng still shouted angrily, Attack together. I'd like to see how many of us this clone can fight. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Oh. So you know that I'm not my original body? Han Fei shouted in a low voice, Where are the kings of the merman royal family? If you still don't take action, don't blame me for killing your men. No one responded. Han Fei snorted. Do you really think I came to ask for a beating? Puff. A spear appeared in Han Fei's hand at some point in time, and he stabbed out, directly piercing through a peak-level venerable merman guard. As Han Fei twisted his spear, the void shattered, and a wisp of soul was strangled by the void. After just one blow, a peak-level venerable died. In another instant, a round wheel fell and wrapped around a merman. Hundreds of arrays erupted from the wheel, trapping the man inside. The power of shock erupted, and the man turned into a bloody mist, dying on the spot. Almost at the same time, a long dark red ribbon appeared like a ghost and strangled a person. When the long ribbon passed, the person dried up and turned into a corpse. Seeing the attacks that filled the sky, Han Fei smiled in disdain. 9 Fire dragons burst out of his body and swept away many attacks. Then, a flame barrier directly enveloped 3 mermen. The terrifying flames rolled, and the 3 people inside had already turned into ashes. Although Han Fei's original body didn't come, who dared to underestimate his avatar? After more than 600 years of training, he had already had many treasures. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, a fire spear, a universe ring, a chaotic sky silk, and a 9-dragon divine fire barrier. And Han Fei had almost created the wind fire wheel. His avatar was not weak at all. How could these mermen resist him? In less than 3 seconds, more than 20 guards of the merman royal family were killed by Han Fei without being given a chance to have a blood rebirth. The more Han Fei fought, the braver he became. The fiery spear instantly pierced through tens of thousands of meters, and 2 peak-level venerables were instantly pierced through. Okay, all of you, retreat. Suddenly, a burly merman stood in front of Han Fei. He slapped back Han Fei's universe ring and grabbed the chaotic sky silk with one hand. He shouted, Han Fei, don't go too far. Han Fei sneered. Go too far? Why don't you say that you failed to discipline your men? Since they dare to come to mess with me, they should be prepared to die. Seeing that a king had come, Han Fei certainly couldn't continue the battle. So he put away the fiery spear, the universe ring, and the 9-dragon divine fire barrier. In the end, he looked at the king holding the chaotic sky silk and said coldly, let go. Xia Shaochan also said, how dare you? Li Dian, who gave you the courage to stop me? The merman king named Li Dian narrowed his eyes, snorted, and threw away the chaotic sky silk. He said coldly, Your Highness, your reputation in the city is not good in the first place. Now you even brought a human back. Take care. Passing Li Dian and the others, Xia Shaochan led Han Fei directly to the depths of the sea. Xia Shaochan said, the Merman royal city is very big. Since we have an agreement with Chen Huangdian, let's go straight to him. Han Fei nodded slightly. Are you afraid that if you take me around the city, everyone will come up to kill me? Xia Shaochan rolled her eyes. What do you think? The Merman royal family and human beings had always been like fire and water. And because of Xia Shaochan, mermen hated Han Fei even more. Even Xia Shaochan was disliked by many merfolks. Some people were respectful to her just because of Xia Shaochan's identity. Although they were disdainful of Xia Shaochan, they didn't dare to disobey Chen Huangdian. Soon, Han Fei saw the city of the Merman royal family hiding under the deep sea, which was made up of ground veins, trenches, and forests. Or rather, it could be called a city cluster, like a human city, composed of the inner core city and the satellite villages and fields. He often saw dragons rampaging, clam girls stepping on the water, old turtles swimming slowly, and strange glowing jellyfish rising and falling, looking gorgeous. Xia Shaochan led Han Fei around, but they didn't meet anyone along the way. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, why is there no one on the road? Xia Shaochan said, when I tried to escape back then, I managed to avoid all the surveillances. What we are walking is a top-secret route that I developed myself. Han Fei. The first half of the path Xia Shaochan led did avoid the merfolks. However, when Xia Shaochan was about to continue to take Han Fei to walk the path, she was stopped by Han Fei. Xia Shaochan? Although it was Han Fei's avatar, it was still his original soul. Realizing that someone was paying attention to them, he said, there's no need to hide. No matter how we hide, the people who should find us can still find us. Besides, we came to make a deal. Why do we have to hide? Xia Shaochan was lost for words. Are you stupid? In this Merman royal city, not to mention that I have a lot of enemies, you have even more enemies, which are all over the city. Do you really want to fight your way through? Han Fei asked, why not? Han Fei grinned and said, let's fight our way through. Girl, why are the human race and the Merman royal family enemies? Xia Shaochan said, haven't we always been like this? We were born like this. Han Fei shook his head. No. No race in this world has unreasonable hatred. There must be a reason for all the hatred. The mermen are hostile to humans. Mostly because of people's inherent beliefs. That's passed down from ancient history, but who can tell the fundamental reason? Xia Shaochan asked, so? Even if there is a reason, can you persuade these people? Han Fei smiled and said, of course not. I just want to tell them that I, Han Fei, can come to the Merman Royal City and get out alive. Although Xia Xiaochan curled her lips, she was still pulled by Han Fei to the main city of the Merman Royal City. Han Fei said, "Where is Chen Huangdian's palace, or where is your palace?" Xia Xiaochan said, "We're actually still in the outer city. Do you see the three extremely high mountains 100,000 kilometers away?" Han Fei nodded. Slightly. Yes. Xia Xiaochan said, "That's the entrance to the inner city. The inner city is blocked by a huge barrier. Ordinary people generally can't enter the inner city, but I have a way to enter it." Han Fei shook his head. "No, we'll just enter from there. If anyone tries to stop us, let's fight our way through." Seeing that Han Fei was so confident, Xia Xiaochan was lost for words. Men really cared about their faces. He could have detoured to avoid a lot of trouble, but he just refused. Xia Xiaochan had no choice. Fortunately, it wasn't Han Fei's original body, or the Merman Royal City would have been overturned. Swish. Above the Merman Royal City, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan appeared above board. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, Xia Xiaochan no longer hid it. She turned into the mermaid princess. Han Fei couldn't help but pinch her tail and say leisurely, so soft. "Ah. Go your way. We're outside." Han Fei asked, "What's wrong with being outside?" "I'm just pinching your tail." The two of them muttered as they flew towards the inner city. However, perhaps because Xia Xiaochan's bloodline level was too high, or Xia Xiaochan was too beautiful, no one came in their way. The two of them flew towards the inner city openly and past countless buildings and people. How could no one discover them? Although most people treated Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan as passers-by and didn't pay much attention to them, after flying less than 50,000 kilometers, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, isn't that Princess Mingzhu?" "Princess Mingzhu? Where is she?" "Don't talk nonsense. Wasn't Princess Mingzhu abducted by humans?" Someone said in surprise, "Look, isn't that a human being?" F***ck, a human has entered our Merman Royal City? A**shoal, when did our Merman Royal family become a place where humans can step on at will? Who will stop them? Countless mermen were roaring and discussing via voice transmission, but Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan ignored them and flew forward. However, countless mermen suddenly appeared behind them and were chasing them crazily. These people were not strong enough to catch up with them, but they didn't give up. Although Xia Xiaochan was their princess, they still had to condemn her. This time, the noise immediately became louder. Those who didn't notice Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan had all seen them. It could be said that the entire city's eyes were on them, except for those whose perception range was not enough. Swish. 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 Along the way, countless people blocked their way. Someone shouted, "Your Highness, since you ran away with a human, why did you come back? Your Highness, do you still care about the face of the Merman royal family? Han Fei, where do you think the Merman Royal City is? Do you think you can come as you please? Han Fei, if you want to cross this road, come and fight me." They were still more than 30,000 kilometers away from the inner city, and a large group of people blocked Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's way. Li Dian and the others who blocked Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan just now were watching the show from a distance. Li Yaofeng asked, "King Dian, are we just watching?" Li Dian said, "If they take a detour to avoid the crowd, they might be able to reach the inner city easily. But aren't they capable? Isn't the princess Arrogant? Let's see how they can continue to be arrogant. At this moment, in the outer city, several old mermen who had reached the half-king realm stood in front of Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, and behind them were dense mermen. An old woman shouted, "Your Highness, no matter what, you are still our princess. Even if you don't behave yourself, we can still tolerate you. Even if you have a bad reputation, we can pretend not to hear it. But today, you brought a human to our merman royal city. What's the meaning of this? Princess Mingzhu, are you trying to disgrace our merman royal family?" Xia Xiaochan frowned and was about to say that Han Fei was here to cooperate with Chen Huangdian, but when she saw how angry these people were, Xia Xiaochan was furious. Is this the way they treat their princess? Since she came to the merman royal city, she hadn't had a comfortable day. Now she was even stopped and scolded by some people from the outer city. Therefore, Xia Xiaochan immediately said coldly, "Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude." However, the leading old woman didn't give in at all. She looked at Xia Xiaochan indifferently without the slightest respect. Han Fei thought to himself, how dare this old woman push my wife like this? I have to kill her. However, before Han Fei attacked, Xia Xiaochan shouted coldly, "Do you really think I dare not kill you?" With a thought from Xia Xiaochan, a sharp knife light tore through the void and slashed at the old woman, and the latter exploded. Xia Xiaochan's voice was cold. "No matter what you think of me, since I am the princess, I can decide your fate. If you want to die, stand there and don't move. Let's see if I dare to kill you." This was just like in human society, humans would also fight each other. Under absolute strength, the strong would rarely reason with the weak. Although Xia Xiaochan was irritable and combative, she didn't have that kind of arrogance. Otherwise, how could she allow these ordinary people to stop her, the princess? Swish swish swish. Xia Xiaochan's figure appeared frequently in the void, and every time a knife light swept past, a person would be killed. The old woman who had just been killed by Xia Xiaochan had been reborn with blood. Her voice resounded. "Princess Mingzhu, it seems that you have indeed been bewitched by humans. If you have the ability, just kill me. Let's see how the people of this city will look at you." Xia Xiaochan suddenly turned her head. "Do you think I don't dare? I, Xia Xiaochan, never care about how others look at me. I am me, the princess. If you dare to go against my will, you shall be executed." With that, the knife light slashed down. This time, Xia Xiaochan didn't hold back and directly cut off the old woman's soul. When the old woman was about to be reborn with blood again, Xia Xiaochan suddenly appeared in front of the drop of essence blood, raised the knife, and slashed down. The old woman didn't expect Xia Xiaochan to really kill her in public. She couldn't help but shout, "Traitor, the princess has betrayed us." Puff. The old woman died. Roar. At that moment, the giant arowana suddenly appeared, and Xia Xiaochan stood indifferently on the head of the giant arowana. "Whoever stands in my way will die." As the giant arowana roared, the dragon roar shook the sky. Among the people closest to Xia Xiaochan, hundreds of people who were not strong enough exploded. And Xia Xiaochan slashed with the shadowless blade, and hundreds of people died. This scene terrified countless mermen, who dared to stop Xia Xiaochan if she wanted to kill someone? Someone was furious and cursed from afar, "The princess has betrayed us. I proposed to abolish her. Swish. A stream of light flashed, and the person shattered and died. Among the countless shouting people, Xia Xiaochan was not afraid at all. I'm the princess. Why should I give in to you? Since I have a lot of power and a high status, aren't you just like ants to me? Seeing this, Han Fei chuckled. It seemed that Xia Xiaochan had been suppressing herself for a long time. If it were him, no one would dare to offend him from the beginning. He would just kill them one by one until they were frightened. Even Li Dian couldn't help but exclaim, Princess Mingzhu is crazy. Xia Xiaochan got serious, and these mermen were all shocked. The people Xia Xiaochan killed were all venerables, but she still butcher them. More importantly, no one could do anything to stop her. It would be fine if these mermen were not cultivators, but the longer they lived and the stronger they were, the more reluctant they were to die. Especially to die so meaninglessly. After all, Xia Xiaochan was Xia Xiaochan. Even if she was the princess of the Merman royal family, what did it have to do with them? Those big shots didn't stop her when she brought her man back. Why should small fries like them try so hard to stop her? For a moment, everyone retreated. Those who dared to yell at Xia Xiaochan had been ruthlessly killed by her. Who still dared to cause trouble? Han Fei lightly landed on the head of the giant arowana. As the giant arowana moved forward, no one dared to stop it. Han Fei said, these are only temporary. They don't dare to provoke you, but they will put pressure on others. Of course, see establishers or Chun Huangdian won't care. Xia Xiaochan said, I don't care about them. I've long been annoyed by these people. It's easier to deal with the outer city. The people here are not very strong, and I can just crush them, but the inner city. Han Fei was puzzled. Is the inner city more dangerous than this? It was only 100,000 kilometers in total. Without anyone stopping them, they covered the distance in a moment. To enter the inner city, one had to enter through the seal at the top of the mountain in the middle of the three mountains. There were certainly people guarding this place, but the inner city wouldn't completely forbid passage. It wasn't uncommon to see people coming and going here. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan arrived, the guard looked complicated, but seeing Xia Xiaochan bring Han Fei in, he could only watch, fearing that he would be killed by Xia Xiaochan too. At the top of the mountain, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan stepped into the invisible seal. And Han Fei's eyes lit up as he saw two huge statues 1,000 meters tall standing on both sides. Han Fei discovered that all marine races, whether ordinary half-mermen or noble mermen, liked to make themselves a big statue. Although it looked quite magnificent, he didn't know what it was for. The two statues, a man and a woman, both had human bodies and fish tails. The man raised his head and pointed at the sky, and the woman held a trident in front of her. Xia Xiaochan said, it's said that this male merman is the only god in the history of the merman royal family. Because no one knows what he looks like. His face is not engraved. This female merman is said to be my mother, the war queen of the merman royal family. She is still alive but sleeping. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Your mother is the child of a god. It's understandable that her statue is here. Han Fei moved his eyes away from the statue. This was a world of flashing, strange lights. The buildings here were all glowing. In the distance, Han Fei saw a huge clam that emitted milky light. It was probably more than 500 kilometers long. Floating in midair, its light was like the sun in the sea, almost illuminating the entire Merman royal city. Xiao Xiaochan said, "That's a Dead Sea Establishment realm clam. His shell can absorb the essence of the sun and moon in the outside world. Every year, someone takes him to the surface of the sea to absorb the essence of the world. 4 months to illuminate the city." Han Fei thought to himself, so a sea establishment level behemoth was reduced to an electric lamp in the end. "Your Highness." At this time, 2 people were rushing over. Even Han Fei recognized them. One was Bai Muling, and the other was Situ Yuhong. The 2 of them looked at Han Fei in surprise while calling Xiao Xiaochan. When they landed in front of Han Fei, their eyelids twitched in surprise. Situ Yuhong said, "Did you really come to the royal city?" Bai Muling looked back. "It's over. It seems that what happened in the outer city is true." Bai Muling said, "Your Highness, I heard that you were on a killing spree in the outer city. The disciples of the inner city's kings and various heavenly talents are extremely angry and want to challenge you too when you're here." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Aren't we already here?" In the distance, Han Fei saw another large group of people coming over, clearly here to cause trouble. Situ Yuhong said, "Your Highness, why don't you go to the princess residence first? The people who want to challenge you are led by Long Youjun's disciple, Feng Qing." "Long Youjun?" Bai Muling said, "Feng Qing hates you because of Jiao Xiaoxiao's death and has long wanted revenge." Xiao Xiaochan sneered. "Why would I be afraid of him? If he dares to stop me, I'll kill him." Situ Yuhong said, "Feng Qing certainly doesn't dare to attack you blatantly. But..." With that said, he looked at Han Fei, thinking, "You have the identity as the princess, but Han Fei doesn't." However, Han Fei grinned. "Do you think I'm afraid of the heavenly talents of the Merman royal family? I'd like to know how strong you are." Han Fei had always remembered what happened back then. Chen Huangdian said that he was not talented and couldn't even compare to the ordinary heavenly talents of the Merman royal family. Today, he wanted to see how strong this heavenly talent of the Merman royal family was. Besides, since he had chosen to let his avatar come, he was prepared that his avatar couldn't go back. Anyway, his avatar was here. Whoever could take its life away could take it away. After taking it away, he would kill the killer's entire race. Therefore, Han Fei was fearless and grinned. "Let me see who dares to keep me here today." As soon as Han Fei said so, someone shouted, talking big, "How dare a mere clone be so arrogant in our Merman royal family?" Han Fei extended his hand and pointed at the person who spoke with a spear. "You blind bee **starred, watch carefully. I'm an avatar, not much different from my original body. You want to fight me, don't you? Fine, I'll fight you with only one hand. I can still beat the hell out of you. **shoal. Arrogant. Human villain, how dare you're so arrogant here? Let me fight you." "Humph. Your original body doesn't even dare to come. Who do you, a mere avatar, think you are?" Xiao Xiaochan glanced at Han Fei and thought to herself, "This is my territory. Let me fight them." However, as soon as she took a step forward, she saw Han Fei wave his spear and his voice resounded in the void. "Today, I, Han Fei, beg to be defeated. All heavenly talents below the sea establishment realm can come to fight me. Who will be the first?" Xiao Xiaochan was stunned. Han Fei had become more and more hot-tempered over the years, but this was not bad. Han Fei's avatar was very strong, and his combat power was not much weaker than his original body's. Besides, Han Fei's avatar took the great Tao of berserk combat. This Tao was chosen by his avatar, namely, by the other half of Han Fei. He chose this path because he was very good at combat. However, this so-called berserk combat didn't mean entering a berserk state like Lu Renquang, but erupted from the beginning to the end. Once he was exhausted, it would be the time for Han Fei to lose. But the premise was that someone could block his outburst. Han Fei's voice rumbled, stunning by Muling and Situ Yuhong. Is this guy crazy? How can you, a human, be so arrogant in the Merman royal family? Although the two of them really wanted to challenge it, so what if it was an avatar? Would an avatar really be weak? In the dark, the kings didn't move, but they all frowned. Someone snorted. How arrogant! How dare a mere avatar challenge the heavenly talents of our race? Lin Can, go cripple him. Yes, teacher. Not just this person, but many others had also received the same instructions. In the distance, Long Yujun looked at his disciple, Feng Qing. He was thinking about a question. Could Feng Qing survive if he challenged Han Fei? Chen Huangdian glanced at Han Fei and shook his head slightly. That guy is extremely strong. He is indeed a rare talent. I'm afraid no one in the current Merman royal family can beat him. Li Qingdi watched everything indifferently with his hands behind his back. Chen Huangdian smiled faintly. The Merman royal family is no longer the same as before. Do they still think they are the overlords of the sea? It's time for them to learn a lesson. Li Qingdi asked, are you sure the cooperation with Han Fei can continue? We need his navigator. Chen Huangdian said indifferently, it doesn't matter. Even if we need it, don't show it. Besides, once the queen wakes up, there might be a way to leave. Li Qingdi frowned slightly. You're too obsessed with the queen. Have you ever thought that even if the queen awakens and the divine blood returns, can she still recover her peak combat power? Chen Huangdian smiled. You underestimate the child of a god. At this moment, a voice echoed in the sky, Han Fei, I, Lin Ken of the Mermaid royal family, want to fight you to the death. With a loud roar, a person flew over from the sky, looking ferocious. In the crowd, someone was surprised. He's the seventh disciple of King Ming. The most combative one among the disciples of King Ming. He's a peak level venerable who once killed a half-king and escaped from a giant beast. Someone smiled and said, Lin Ken is not weak. Although he usually doesn't show his strength can't be underestimated. Someone sneered. This battle will be interesting. I heard that Lin Ken is also a body refiner and is extremely good at instant movement. Hearing the praises, Han Fei said disdainfully, a peak-level venerable? Who gave you the courage to challenge me? I advise you to get lost. You're no match for me until you become a half-king. Lin Ken hadn't arrived yet. Hearing that Han Fei was so arrogant and felt that he wasn't worthy of being his opponent, he felt as if it was a slap in his face. Lin Ken cursed coldly, arrogant. Today, I'll let you know the real strength of the heavenly talents of the Merman royal family. Buzz. Thousands of kilometers away, this person disappeared silently. In less than the blink of an eye, a knife was almost against Han Fei's chest. Someone exclaimed, instant movement. But as soon as the man shouted, he saw that the void behind Han Fei was shattered, but Han Fei didn't move at all. Then he saw that Han Fei's hand was holding the blade of the long knife, so that the tip of the knife was only half an inch away from Han Fei's chest, but couldn't go any further. Lin Kan was horrified. How could this guy block his powerful blow with his body? He was also a body refiner. Since Han Fei could hold his long knife with one hand, his body must be comparable to that of a sea establishment cultivator. Lin Kan had no time to think. The moment his attack failed, he controlled the chaotic chi to explode from the tip of the knife, but at the same time, Han Fei suddenly moved 2 meters to the side and brushed past him. Hiss. Lin Kan didn't find anything, but the onlookers gasped. Lin Kan's chest was pierced through by Han Fei with one hand, and a round steel ring wrapped him. Rumble. At this moment, the wisp of chaotic chi exploded, but the aftershock of the explosion was locked by the universe ring. An explosive pillar rose to the sky. Before Lin Kan was reborn with his blood, Han Fei extended his fingers, shattered the void, and destroyed his soul. This so-called king's disciple died on the spot. From the beginning to the end, he only had time to attack once. He probably didn't even know how he died. Lin Kan's death made many peak-level venerables break out in cold sweat. So strong. Someone was horrified. He didn't even see clearly how Han Fei attacked at all. But the casual blow was too powerful. Even a half-king couldn't have attacked so easily. Someone was sweating. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly just now. After all, he wasn't even as strong as Lin Kan. Even Bai Muling and Situ Yuhong looked at each other in bewilderment. They had seen this battle very clearly. In fact, Han Fei didn't use any profound combat skills. It was just that his physique was stronger and his speed was faster. The other reason was because of Han Fei's universe ring. But even so, Han Fei's casual killing of a heavenly talent was enough to intimidate too many people. At least, after this blow, who would dare to attack him except for half-kings? Sure enough, a half-king merman stood out. He had seen Han Fei's combat style clearly. In terms of physique, Han Fei was indeed strong, but his attack wasn't that strong. When this person stood out, someone was surprised. Bansha? He actually chose to challenge Han Fei? Someone said via voice transmission, "Don't underestimate Bansha. This guy has experienced 13 dangerous secret realms in a row. As many as 7 or 8. Half-kings have died at his hands. It's just that his presence is very low." Bansha extended his hands and threw 2 long whips to the ground. He said, "I, Bansha of the Mermaid Royal family, want to fight you." Han Fei held his spear and thrust it into the ground. "Come." In the blink of an eye, the 2 long whips of Bansha exploded, turned into gravel, and tried to wrap Han Fei up. Huh? Han Fei had thought that this person was going to use whips, but it turned out that he wanted to use the sand to seal him. In this way, as long as he limited his freedom, he could attack at will. Therefore, the whips were deliberately revealed for him to see. But Han Fei certainly wouldn't be tricked easily. He stomped, and the 9 dragon divine fire appeared and enveloped him. The weird gravel tried to wrap the 9 dragon divine fire barrier, but everyone saw that Han Fei was holding the fiery spear. On the tip of the fiery spear, a cold light burst out, as if it was about to attack. Someone asked in surprise, didn't he seal himself in this state? How could he launch an attack? Situ Yuhong and Bai Muling couldn't help but glance at Xia Xiaochan, who looked calm. To be honest, she didn't think many people could beat Han Fei in a fight. Han Fei's avatar's combat style was more like the combination of Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang, and Han Fei's original body. Those who knew Zhang Xuanyu knew that they couldn't let Zhang Xuanyu attack with a spear. If he attacked with a spear, it meant that he had won half of the battle. Now, Han Fei's attack also gave Bansha a bad feeling. Swish! All of a sudden, Han Fei disappeared, and then a spear mark appeared in the air behind Bansha. However, when everyone saw the spear mark, Bansha had already exploded. Therefore, Han Fei's spear basically crossed time and space and fell directly on Bansha. However, when Bansha exploded, he turned into sand. This made Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan think of a person, an opponent they met in the Seabourn Prairie Inn. The level 3 fishery who could also turn into sand and be difficult to kill. Back then, that person was crushed by his sacrificing punch. Now, Bansha's sand gathered and didn't seem to give Han Fei a chance to kill him. However, Han Fei's reaction was fast. Seeing that his attack didn't work, he punched the void crack where Bansha was. The chaotic sky silk flew out of the void like a ribbon, and instantly, the chaotic sky silk and the sand began to chase each other more than 20 times. However, someone shouted, "Not good. Bansha, retreat." Before Bansha realized what happened, at some point, the area within 10 kilometers of him was filled with arrays. He looked up and saw 9 dragon flames landing in 9 directions. He wanted to run, but the void was already locked down. Clang! The 9 dragon divine fire barrier pressed down. Han Fei's lips curled. "It's nothing. I've already met someone like you when I was still a hanging fisher. How do you deserve to be a heavenly talent?" Han Fei extended his hand and pressed on the 9 dragon divine fire barrier. As if a nuclear bomb exploded inside, flames filled the air, and the sand was directly crushed into dust. Bansha was deader than dead, with no chance of rebirth. Han Fei put away the 9 dragon divine fire barrier with one hand behind his back. Is this the strength of the Merman royal family? Is this the heavenly talent you are so proud of? Han Fei's words made countless people crazy. Someone shouted, "You just have a lot of weapons. What qualifications do you have to judge our heavenly talent? Without those weapons, you will only be a peak-level venerable." Han Fei grinned. "Okay. This time I won't use any weapons. Who wants to fight? Me? Huh?" For a moment, Xia Xiaochan was anxious. She said via voice transmission, "Be steady." Han Fei replied, "I'm very stable." At this moment, the half-king, who led the crowd, here walked out. He said solemnly, "I am Feng Qing, the disciple of Long Yujun, and Jiao Xiaoxiao is my junior sister. Today, let's settle old and new scores together." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Oh? How?" Feng Qing clasped his hands, and a scorpion shadow appeared behind him, and a poisonous stinger was hooked up. Han Fei said disdainfully, "I heard that you are the strongest here?" Feng Qing said, "We'll find out whether I'm strong or not in combat." Han Fei said disdainfully, "There's no need for that. If you can survive a single blow of mine, you win." Boom. The crowd was in an uproar. Is Han Fei really that arrogant? You couldn't even kill Bansha with one blow. Feng Qing can rank among the top 10 half-kings in the Merman royal family. How dare you say you can kill him with a single blow? Fengqing was furious. How arrogant. I'd like to see how you can kill me in one blow. Han Fei smiled. His body was not his original body, but in fact, his soul was still his original soul. He had a move that he had never used in front of others. The Tao of his avatar was different from that of his original body. His avatar was born for fighting, so there were some things that his original body couldn't comprehend, but his avatar could. Han Fei stood there, and with a bang, a green crack appeared in the sky. Han Fei grinned. Sword opening the heavenly gate. Swish. This sword came very slowly, like a huge pillar of light. It couldn't be called a sword, but only infinite killing intent. However, when Fengqing saw this sword, he seemed to fall into a state of dementia. Bang! There was a loud noise in the distance, and someone was angered by Han Fei. Long Yujun said coldly, "What a sword opening the heavenly gate." It's actually the long-lost sky-opening sword manual of the supreme clearness world. Behind Long Yujun, someone asked in shock, "Master, what is the sky-splitting sword manual?" Seeing that Fengqing didn't move for a full second, Long Yujun knew that Fengqing couldn't survive. He said, "Sky-opening sword manual, a magical sword technique that can directly slash the great Tao." At the gate of the inner city, everyone was still waiting for Fengqing to fight back. Han Fei smiled contemptuously. The so-called heavenly talent is nothing but a weakling. There's no need to wait. He's already dead. When the sword-opening heaven gate appeared, all the people who came to challenge Han Fei were stunned and felt that it was ridiculous. This kind of strength actually belonged to a mere avatar? This kind of strength actually belonged to a mere peak-level venerable? Finally, after 3 venerables died in a row, no one dared to challenge Han Fei again. Who didn't know the value of life? Who wanted to die as pathetically as Fengqing? Fengqing's death sounded the alarm in everyone's heart. Xia Shachan's man was very strong. Someone thought that this avatar's original body had already become a king. He must have obtained a lot of king-level insights. It was only natural for his avatar to be stronger. However, none of the venerables could withstand 2 attacks from Han Fei. This made many people feel ashamed. However, they could only swallow it because they dared not attack at this moment, which would only mean death. After Han Fei laughed at the heavenly talents in the Merman royal family, a voice echoed in the void, "Disperse. Let them come over." Han Fei glanced at everyone and then snorted. "If there are still so-called heavenly talents who want to fight, come on. My principle is that once we fight to the death." With that, Han Fei and Xia Shaochan looked at each other and flew deep into the royal city. After Han Fei and the others left, the so-called heavenly talents around them were all relieved. Someone thought to himself, how can this person be so strong? How can a peak-level venerable be so strong? Someone sighed. His physique can resist a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. He has many weapons and all kinds of tricks, especially his last slash. I can't figure it out at all. Someone guessed, I heard that when the humans founded the supreme clearness world, a strong master learned a sword technique called the sky-opening sword manual. It said that it can open the sky and cut the great Tao. That's why Fengqing died today. Hiss. Cut the great Tao? Many people were stunned, some were shocked, and some looked at Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan in the distance in disbelief, wondering if there was such a magical combat skill in this world. A moment later, when Han Fei came to a tall palace-like building more than 500 meters high, he asked, "Is this your usual cultivation place?" Xia Xiaochan shook her head slightly. "This is a teleportation place. Because cultivation requires silence, I own a trench canyon alone." Han Fei was speechless. It was good to have a high status. There were so many people living in the city, while Xia Xiaochan had a huge manor alone. In this one-story building, Han Fei saw tens of thousands of teleportation arrays, which should lead to different places. Xia Xiaochan took Han Fei to the top teleportation array with ease. When the two of them walked in and appeared again, Han Fei saw an abyssal trench. In his perception, at the bottom of the trench, there was an exquisite palace that emitted golden brilliance. Han Fei could even see two clam girls waiting outside the palace as if they were waiting for Xia Xiaochan. However, Xia Xiaochan came back to transcend the tribulation this time, not to enjoy life. Therefore, when Xia Xiaochan saw these clam girls, she shouted, "Everyone, leave." "Yes, Your Highness." Immediately afterward, Han Fei saw 12 clam girls come out one after another. Each of them was wearing a white transparent gauze dress and stepping on a white clam. The gauze moved with the water and the clam girls looked very gentle and beautiful. Han Fei was speechless. No wonder the hexagon starfish liked clam girls. Massages, and he wanted 6 at once. Just looking at them. Hiss. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath and looking at Xia Xiaochan. "Why are you pinching me?" Xia Xiaochan narrowed her eyes. "What are you looking at?" Han Fei immediately straightened his face. "I'm not looking at anything. I'm just looking at the place you've been staying for decades." "Humph." Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but tighten her grip and then said, "Then let me tell you in person." Okay. "Why don't you let go first?" When the clam girls left, only Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were left in the entire trench canyon. However, the two of them didn't enter the palace, but stood on the roof. Xia Xiaochan said, "We're not here for a vacation. My chance to transcend the tribulation has come. It's time for you to appear." "Oh. I thought you were going to fight outside for a while." Chen Huangdian's voice came leisurely, lazy, and indifferent. Han Fei said, "You Merman royal family don't even have a decent heavenly talent. Why bother to fight them? Who dares to fight me?" Chen Huangdian's figure quietly appeared 100 meters away. He looked at Han Fei indifferently. "Just because you're allowed to come doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. You must have paid a heavy price to create this avatar. Don't lose it here." Han Fei chuckled. "Since I dare to come, I dare to give up this avatar. However, I hope the Merman royal family can handle the consequences." Ignoring Han Fei's threat, even Chen Huangdian knew that this guy had already become powerful. He was definitely among the tops in the sea establishment realm in the raging sea. If he was given some time, it was indeed possible for him to reach the sky-opening realm. He said, "Since you're going to transcend the tribulation, follow me. Go see your mother." Xia Xiaochan's body trembled and she was a little nervous. Han Fei, on the other hand, wondered if it was possible for the god's blood to regrow in her body. Chen Huangdian pressed his hand on the void and a teleportation array appeared. Xia Xiaochan took Han Fei's arm and tightened her grip, looking very nervous. This was not as simple as only seeing her mother, because this meant that her tribulation was about to begin and she would have to return the drop of blood in her body to her mother, so she was nervous. When they stepped into the teleportation array again, Han Fei looked around and found that this place was covered by pale yellow turbid water, like the mist in the sea of mist. In front of them was a crystal clear huge palace, and they could even see its inside. Towering in the turbid water, this palace was 1,000 meters tall and spanned more than 10 kilometers, like a crystal palace carved from pure ice. On the crystal palace-like building, there were almost invisible array carvings. It must be the protective arrays of the crystal palace. However, when Han Fei saw Li Qingdi push open the door that was more than 500 meters high, his heart did a flip. It was said that Li Qingdi rarely appeared in the Merman royal family. Had he been guarding here? When he saw Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, Li Qingdi said casually, "I'm glad you keep your word. Since you're here, let's start." Chen Huangdian nodded slightly, but no one noticed that his body was secretly tensed up. He had been waiting for this day for too long. For this day, he found Xia Xiaochan, nurtured her with all his strength, fought the soul-sealing world, and even reached an agreement with Han Fei. All of this was for this day. Li Qingdi waved at Xia Xiaochan. "Come, this is the first time you've seen your mother. She's the pioneer of the mermaid royal family and the only king of our mermaid royal family." Xia Xiaochan held Han Fei's hand tightly, very nervous. In fact, Han Fei was very nervous too, fearing that something would happen to Xia Xiaochan after the god's blood was taken away. As they walked into the crystal palace, an extreme coldness made Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan shudder, but they were both very strong, so they didn't care. In the huge palace, in addition to the ice pillars that supported the palace, there were also various complicated patterns. If one looked carefully, they would find that they were all arrays. This place had existed for so long because of the arrays. When they came to the center of the palace, they saw the crystal coffin floating in the air from a distance. They scanned it with their perception and saw a beautiful woman who looked 60% similar to Xia Xiaochan in the ice coffin. Oh, no, she was more like a girl and looked like Xia Xiaochan's sister. This was the benefit of cultivation. As long as one was willing. Youthfulness was a very simple thing. Xia Xiaochan's mother was sleeping soundly. She was not breathing and her face was fair as if she were asleep. Xia Xiaochan asked, "What's her name?" Chen Huangdian said leisurely, "Hongzhu, she is the goddess of war and queen of the Merman royal family. You've been good at fighting since you were young, because you inherited your mother's characteristics." Xia Hongzhu? Xia Xiaochan straightened her face. Her surname, Xia, must be her mother's surname. She said, "How can I return that drop of blood to her?" Li Qingdi said, "The god's blood in your body hasn't been fully activated. This means that you haven't encountered a life and death situation. In a life and death situation, the god's blood will bless you to transcend the tribulation, and it will also be activated at that moment. What you have to wait for is that when you transcend the tribulation, once the god's blood is activated, you need to condense it and inject it into your mother's body." Wait a minute. Han Fei's face changed. Then how can she handle the life and death situation? If she returns the only god's blood that can protect her to her mother? When Han Fei heard their plan, he immediately disagreed. They wanted to exchange Xia Xiaochan's life for Xia Hongzhu's awakening. Han Fei continued, "Back then, my mother-in-law knew that she only had one Drop of God's blood left, but she still gave it to Xiaochan, which meant that she wanted her daughter to inherit the God's blood. Now that you want Xiaochan to return the blood, so be it. But if Xiaochan dies, why did my mother-in-law give the blood of a god to her in the first place? Li Qing Emperor and Chen Huangdian were speechless. What the hell are you talking about? Your mother-in-law? She is still sleeping. Do you think she can hear you? Li Qingdi said, of course the princess won't die easily. We have a backup plan to help her survive. Han Fei asked, what backup plan? Li Qingdi shook his head. You don't need to know that. Han Fei was about to argue, when Xia Xiaochan stopped him. Xia Xiaochan said, don't worry. I still have the giant arowana and the heavenly cicada. It's not a bad thing to lose the blood of a god. If I don't return the blood, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive this tribulation. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at Chen Huangdian. It was all this guy's fault. If he hadn't told Xia Xiaochan this matter, Xia Xiaochan would have successfully transcended the tribulation. Unfortunately, it was too late now. But Han Fei still said, Xiaochan is the princess of the Merman royal family. In order to save her mother, she has paid a great price. Shouldn't you prepare all the top resources of the Merman royal family for her? At least hundreds of thousands of spiritual fruits, billions of ultra-quality spiritual stones, and all kinds of divine pills, right? Chen Huangdian said disdainfully, how petty. The place where the princess will transcend the tribulation is the Crystal Palace, and the resources in the Crystal Palace are dozens of times more than what you said. Han Fei was relieved. It seemed that for the sake of Xia Xiaochan's tribulation this time, Chen Huangdian and the others didn't dare to be negligent, or even very careful. This was because Xia Xiaochan's tribulation represented the recovery of Xia Hongzhu and the rise of the War Queen. After seeing Xia Hongzhu, Xia Xiaochan loosened her grip on Han Fei. Then she glanced at Han Fei and said, I can do it. With that, Xia Xiaochan said, I'm ready. You can start now. Li Qingdi and Chen Huangdian looked at each other. Chen Huangdian took out a dazzling golden harpoon that emitted a terrifying Dao rune pressure. Well, if what Han Fei got before was a harpoon, this one could be called a better name, trident. Han Fei's first feeling was that this weapon was extraordinary, even surpassing sea-quelling bizarre treasures and human sacred weapons. A godly weapon? Han Fei couldn't help but guess that even if this thing wasn't a godly weapon, it was definitely an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. However, it shouldn't be as good as his Green Thunder wine gourd. Han Fei's Green Thunder wine gourd had been in Forge the Universe for almost 600 years. Because he had adjusted the flow of time several times, there was still a period of time before 1,000 years. It was placed in Forge the Universe for 1,000 years for the 1,000-year heavenly Dao wine. The 100-year Dao querying wine was no longer very effective for him, but the 1,000-year heavenly Dao wine was different. From the name, one could tell that it was extraordinary. When it was brewed, it would be enough to improve his strength further. Han Fei suddenly realized that he had thought too far ahead. He waved the trident at the Crystal Palace, and the dome of the Crystal Palace cracked. Han Fei saw that a massive amount of resources were stored between the dome and the top of the Crystal Palace. At this moment, they were revealed. They must be prepared for Xia Xiaochan's tribulation. However, Chen Huangdian fell to the ground and shouted, Rise! Clatter! the entire crystal palace began to tremble. After it stabilized, the crystal palace began to rise up, probably to the surface of the sea, to facilitate Xia Xiaochan to transcend the tribulation. However, as the crystal palace moved, the entire Merman royal family trembled slightly. A strong master realized that something had happened in the forbidden area. However, when someone wanted to investigate, a king shouted, "The princess is transcending a tribulation. No one is allowed to observe the tribulation. Retreat. The princess is transcending a tribulation?" Countless people exclaimed. So Xia Xiaochan came back to transcend the tribulation? With a thought, the wind and clouds gathered. Xia Xiaochan had already decided to transcend the tribulation, so the heavenly tribulation would come. Naturally, the tribulation clouds in the sky gathered for half an hour before lightning rolled over. However, when Han Fei saw the slightly purple clouds in the distance pressing down, his heart did a flip. It seemed that Xia Xiaochan's heavenly tribulation was not simple. Li Qingdi also said, "It's extremely dangerous to transcend the tribulation with the god's blood, because this bloodline is too strong. The heavenly tribulation attracted is naturally stronger than ordinary heavenly tribulations." However, Han Fei wasn't worried. Xia Xiaochan had already practiced the purity mystic body in this raging sea, in addition to the void fire technique that he was cultivating now. The purity mystic body was the sealing of body refining arts in the raging sea. Even though old man Taiyuan had already become an emperor, his body refining technique was far inferior to the purity mystic body. Xia Xiaochan had been suppressing her strength for hundreds of years, so he wasn't very worried even if it was a full purple heavenly tribulation. However, Han Fei still stuffed a bunch of bottles and jars over and said, "This 5-level Dao pattern pill can double your strength. This 6th level soul pill can help you resist the inner demon tribulation. And this one is even more incredible. This 7th level soul suppressing pill can help you survive at least one late-stage heavenly tribulation." Li Qingdi and Chen Huangdian were speechless. This guy was really generous too. The princess. He had even taken out a level 7 divine pill, so the success rate of tribulation transcending would certainly increase a lot. Although the Merman royal family had a lot of resources and had prepared many very rare ultra-quality spiritual fruits this time, no one knew how to refine pills. Robbing the Medicine King world meant a full-scale war. Instead, it was easy for people like Han Fei to get these pill resources. Xia Xiaochan accepted them all. She was here to transcend the tribulation, not to die. If she could successfully transcend the tribulation, she would go back to the yin-yang world with Han Fei. At that time, she would really have nothing to worry about. Although she had her mother, she didn't know her well, and she was closer to Han Fei. Han Fei and the others retreated. Xia Xiaochan put on a battle suit and stood in the air, facing the heavenly tribulation. Boom! When a dark blue lightning snake drilled out of the sky, Han Fei couldn't help being relieved. Fortunately, the first one wasn't purple lightning. Otherwise, the difficulty of this heavenly tribulation would be even higher than his. It might be as difficult as the Emperor Sparrow's. As for the first lightning bolt, it continued the style of body tempering. Xia Xiaochan completely endured it and used her physique to temper her body with the heavenly tribulation, and her purity mystic body circulated crazily. Around Han Fei, more than 20 sea establishers were watching the heavenly Tribulation, but he didn't notice it at all. Rumble. Rumble. The second heavenly tribulation was still a pillar of blue lightning, but it was slightly purple. Xia Xiaochan still withstood it with her body. At this point, the surrounding kings secretly discussed. Her Highness's physique is so strong. I'm afraid there are few people with such a physique in the raging sea. She withstood 2 heavenly tribulations in a row and tempered her body with the heavenly tribulation. As far as I know, there are less than 10 people in the raging sea who can do this. Rumble. This time a blue and purple heavenly tribulation fell. Xia Xiaochan still resisted it with her body, but a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Immediately, thousands of spiritual fruits shattered, turned into pure power, and poured into Xia Xiaochan's body to heal her. Someone thought to himself, what? Purple lightning appeared on the third heavenly tribulation? Someone was surprised. She withstood this lightning bolt again? The princess's physique is stronger than we imagined. However, to their surprise, the fourth lightning bolt was basically a purple lightning bolt. Xia Xiaochan still withstood it head-on. Tens of thousands of spiritual fruits shattered and were sucked into her body. When Xia Xiaochan transcended the fifth heavenly tribulation, finally, evenly, Qingdi couldn't help but glance at Han Fei, wondering what kind of body tempering technique Xia Xiaochan had practiced. She had withstood 5 heavenly tribulations in a row and tempered her body with the heavenly tribulation. If this went on, could Xia Xiaochan just withstand all the heavenly tribulations like this? However, Han Fei found that Xia Xiaochan's armor was full of cracks and her qi blood was turbulent. Han Fei shouted, Xiaochan, don't save spiritual fruits. Directly swallow 100,000 spiritual fruits. If your battle suit is broken, change into a new one. Eat as many healing pills as you can. Before the sixth heavenly tribulation comes, heal your injuries. When the kings heard that the sixth heavenly tribulation was coming, they all thought what Han Fei said made sense. Sure enough, the heavenly tribulation this time was completely purple and shockingly powerful, like a divine pillar. Bang! The battle suit on Xia Xiaochan's body shattered, and a new quelling bizarre-level battle suit was put on her. Above the crystal palace, spiritual fruits flew into the air like a stream, and when they were less than 10 kilometers away from Xia Xiaochan, a large number of them shattered, continuously supplying power to Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei noticed that there were more than 3 million spiritual fruits in the reserve resources of the Crystal Palace. How many had Xia Xiaochan used? However, after the sixth heavenly tribulation, Xia Xiaochan's flesh and blood began to show signs of cracking. Han Fei told her not to hesitate to use resources, so Xia Xiaochan didn't. This heavenly tribulation consumed more than 100,000 spiritual fruits, and she only managed to survive after eating a third of the healing pills Han Fei gave her. She even used 2 5-level Dao pattern pills in a row. However, Xia Xiaochan found that the power of the heavenly tribulation was almost several times stronger. She would probably have to consume several times the power just now in the 7th heavenly tribulation. Rumble. Rumble. However, when the next dark purple heavenly tribulation descended, Han Fei's face changed. Why did Xia Xiaochan's heavenly tribulation become so fierce? Han Fei shouted, don't hesitate to use the 6-level Dao pattern pills, spiritual fruits, and healing pills. Where are the arrays and shields? Throw them out. Ordinary people didn't know the heaven enlightenment divine technique, so it was extremely unlikely for them to survive the tribulation with their physique. Han Fei believed that even the former human king, even if he walked the great Tao of heaven enlightenment, didn't survive the heavenly tribulation with his physique. This was because in the raging sea, human beings' best body refining technique was ranked outside of the top 10,000 in the infinite ocean. Therefore, Xia Xiaochuan had actually survived 5.5 heavenly tribulations in a row, but she couldn't rely on her physique to survive the rest. As Han Fei expected, Xia Xiaochuan certainly wouldn't forcibly resist the heavenly tribulation when she knew that she couldn't. As for the god's blood, even if she wanted to activate it, she wouldn't do it now. At this moment, a big shield that looked like a pot lid appeared above Xia Xiaochuan's head. As Xia Xiaochuan released the last array map, hundreds of thousands of spiritual fruits rose to the sky, and ultra-quality spiritual stones surrounded her, forming a spiritual vortex. In fact, this cost wasn't much. The big shield shouldn't be able to block the entire heavenly tribulation, let alone the array. But with Xia Xiaochuan's battle suit and her physique, it wouldn't be a problem for her to block the 7th heavenly tribulation. In fact, Han Fei didn't really care about the 8th heavenly tribulation. The problem was the last one, but Li Qingdi and Chen Huangdian seemed to be confident and didn't panic at all. They had clearly expected it. Sure enough, the 7th heavenly tribulation shattered the big shield and the array, but didn't even shatter Xia Xiaochuan's battle suit. With the help of more than 100,000 spiritual fruits, she survived this heavenly tribulation. Xia Xiaochuan's purity mystic body circulated crazily and even tempered her body a little. The 8th heavenly tribulation was the same as the 7th, but it contained a soul tribulation. However, Xia Xiaochuan stuffed the spiritual fruits Han Fei gave her into her mouth. This tribulation consumed 2/3 more resources than the last one, but she was still safe. However, Xia Xiaochuan's injuries were not light at this moment. It was really difficult for her to recover in such a short time. Fuse. Therefore, in the last heavenly tribulation, Xia Xiaochuan had to fuse with the giant arowana. Transform. With this cry, transparent cicada wings grew on Xia Xiaochuan's body, reflecting colorful light. When the last heavenly tribulation fell, Han Fei clearly found that at the moment when the heavenly tribulation fell, Xia Xiaochuan's wings trembled. Originally, her wings set off an endless blade storm that swept into the sky. But in the heavenly tribulation, a dark red shadow appeared. Han Fei remembered the situation when he transcended the tribulation and was shocked. Could it be that a sky fiend had descended? Heart demons or sky fiends would appear in a heavenly tribulation. With no shortage of spiritual fruits, spiritual energy, spiritual pills, and weapons, Xia Xiaochuan only had to face these two things. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, Xia Xiaochuan couldn't be seen clearly anymore. The pillar of heavenly tribulation had completely enveloped her. Except for the cries of the cicadas, there were only dragon roars. At this moment, in the lightning tribulation, the lightning pillar array Han Fei had used appeared. Its purpose was to attract lightning and seal the lightning in the pillar, which would collapse with the pillars in the end. Being able to use this array meant that Xia Xiaochuan was still conscious. However, 3 seconds later, the dragon roar disappeared, and the chirping sound weakened, but what replaced it was a blood shadow in the lightning tribulation. Swish. In the 4th second, a wisp of blue blood broke out of the tribulation and fell into the crystal palace, rushing towards Xia Hongzhu. Buzz. Chen Huangdian personally escorted the weird blue drop of blood and seemed to be watching it fall. Han Fei, on the other hand, was not in the mood to watch the blood drop at all, because a shrill scream in the lightning tribulation made Han Fei so anxious that he just wanted to rush into the lightning tribulation. At the moment when the god's blood flew out of the heavenly tribulation, except for Chen Huangdian, who chased after the drop of blood, Li Qingdi immediately clasped his hands. See sacrifice, tide light, open. Bang! In the heavenly tribulation, a small dark blue light suddenly bloomed on Xia Xiaochan's body. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Before the third second came, the heavenly tribulation had been withdrawn. In the void, Xia Xiaochan's body was seriously cracked, her battle suit was seriously damaged, she was dripping with blood, her hair was messy, and her body was unstable. Around Xia Xiaochan, a blue light surged into her body like a tide. Li Qingdi said, her divine blood was stripped away, and her foundation was greatly damaged. But fortunately, in addition to the god's blood, she also has the bloodline of the heavenly cicada, and at the same time, she has the pure blood of the merman race, so her strength won't be much weaker. This tide light can help stabilize her injuries. Han Fei asked, is this tide light as powerful as my heaven enlightenment? Divine technique? Li Qingdi shook his head. Of course not. Han Fei said, I'm taking her away. Han Fei said, girl, the energy in your body is transforming, but don't be hasty. I can heal your foundation. Xia Xiaochan's strength was rapidly transforming, but she didn't consolidate it. After the tribulation, she stabilized herself and looked at the inside of the crystal palace. Buzz. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the walls of the crystal palace one after another, and the surrounding void began to tremble. Han Fei also looked at the crystal palace, only to see that the countless spiritual fruits and ultra-quality spiritual stones were turning into infinite energy and being sucked into Xia Hongzhu's body. Han Fei finally understood that the real purpose of the reserve resources here was not to help Xia Xiaochan transcend the tribulation, but to help Xia Hongzhu wake up. After more than 60 seconds, in the energy storm, faint breathing sounds came from the crystal palace. Xia Xiaochan quickly looked down, but Han Fei held her hand and said, don't panic. She'll wake up sooner or later. Sure enough, after another 80 seconds, the breathing sound gradually stabilized, and Xia Hongzhu finally opened her eyes slightly. The moment Xia Hongzhu opened her eyes, Chen Huangdian grabbed the crystal coffin hard. Although he tried to hide it, Han Fei knew that he was very excited. Otherwise, how could a sky opener reveal his real emotions in front of ordinary people? And the first person Xia Hongzhu saw after she opened her eyes was Chen Huangdian. Xia Hongzhu said, Brother Dian? Chen Huangdian replied softly and slowly, it's me. Xia Hongzhu seemed a little surprised. I'm still alive? Chen Huangdian said, you are the child of a god. No matter how long you sleep, you will wake up. Xia Hongzhu was not stupid. She looked at the void, and when she saw Xia Xiaochan who was transforming her power, she couldn't help narrowing her eyes. Han Fei thought to himself, the way the mother and daughter narrowed their eyes is very similar. Xiaochan? Bang! As Xia Hongzhu's aura shook, she suddenly flew up, and the entire crystal palace shattered. Xia Hongzhu couldn't help looking at Han Chenhuang. Did you take back the blood of a god? Chen Huangdian smiled faintly. The princess can live without the god's blood. And her talent is still astonishing, but without the god's blood, you can't. Wake up. You. Clang. Chen Huangdian handed the trident to Xia Hongzhu's hand. If I could choose again, I would still have made the same choice. Xia Hongzhu frowned. Who are you to decide for me? At this time, Li Qingdi slightly cupped his hands. Queen, please don't blame him. For your recovery, he didn't hesitate to use his immortal qi to help you live for 100,000 years. Back then, you were already dormant and the princess hadn't been born yet. Although you gave the princess the god's blood, if no one nurtured her with spiritual energy, she wouldn't have been born. Because you are too strong, for the sake of the birth of the princess, he used all his immortal qi in the past 100,000 years to help you give birth to the princess. You shouldn't blame him. Xia Hongzhu suddenly looked at Chen Huangdian, who smiled and said, a mere 100,000 years is nothing to an emperor. But Xia Xiaochan was dumbfounded. So she was born like this? Han Fei was speechless. Gosh, this guy is really cruel to himself. It seems that he is even comparable to Old Han. Old Han is an excellent strategist. Although it seems that he has only planned for the coming decades and pushed him to grow up, just crossing the river of time back and forth is not something ordinary people can calculate. Ordinary people might not even know what the river of time is. Faced with Chen Huangdian's frankness, what could Xia Hongzhu say? Few women could resist a man who spent 100,000 years protecting and resurrecting her. Xia Hongzhu took the trident, and a halo circulated around her body. A golden red battle suit appeared on her body, and the aura of the war queen was immediately revealed. Xia Hongzhu and Xia Xiaochan looked at each other for a few seconds, then Xia Hongzhu looked at Han Fei and frowned. Human? Han Fei cupped his hands. Han Fei of the human race greets my mother-in-law. Xia Hongzhu? Xia Hongzhu couldn't have felt worse. She thought to herself, before I fell asleep, the child hadn't been born yet. But when I woke up, I even had a son. In-law? Who could accept this? At this moment, a group of kings interrupted Xia Hongzhu. They knelt down respectfully. Congratulations on waking up, my queen. Xia Hongzhu was more decisive than Han Fei had imagined. If it were a normal person who slept for 100,000 years and woke up to hear this news, he would probably be stunned. But Xia Hongzhu was different. After seeing these kings, she directly ordered, all kings, retreat. Don't spread the news that I've woken up. Yes, my queen. After the kings retreated, Xia Hongzhu looked at Li Qingdi. Are you the only one who has advanced to the sky-opening realm? Li Qingdi nodded slightly. Yes, there is another person who may enter the sky opening realm within 1,000 years. Xia Hongzhu looked at Chen Huangdian. Is this still the raging sea? Chen Huangdian, yes. Xia Hongzhu asked, since we have the two sky openers of you, what about the human race and the other races? As she spoke, Xia Hongzhu looked at Han Fei as if sizing him up. Chen Huangdian said, when you were in a deep sleep, the human race established the 36 mystic worlds. Among them, there were 4 people in the sky-opening realm. Among them, Huang Jingyuan from the Soul Ceiling world contacted the Yin family through some means in order to obtain power. From the Yin family, he was reduced to a lackey of the Yin family. As for the 100 demon race, who are half mermen and sea demons, now they have a sky opener named Sherpa Huang. As for the undersea human race, they have a sky opener called Kongshen. These two races can be considered allies, and are against us and humans. Xiao Hongzhu looked at Han Fei. Which world are you from? Han Fei, master of the Yinyang world, Han Fei. Xiao Hongzhu asked, the master of a heavenly palace is only a peak level. Venerable? Han Fei said, this is my avatar. I'm invincible under the sky-opening realm. Xiao Hongzhu couldn't help being a little speechless. Was invincible so easy to talk about now? Xiao Hongzhu asked, are you saying that you are the strongest in the sea establishment realm? Han Fei grinned and said, not only the sea establishment realm. I'm the strongest in every realm I passed. If Xiao Hongzhu had a gentle personality, he would just be a little modest. But Xiao Hongzhu was obviously not. She was a very decisive person. Because of her powerful combat power, it was not good for her to be modest. Xiao Hongzhu couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Dian, call a strong master of our race over to test his strength. But this time, Chen Huangdian didn't move. Instead, he said indifferently, there's no need to try. What he said is true. He has only been in the sea establishment realm for less than 30 years, but he is almost invincible in this realm. Less than 30 years? Xiao Hongzhu couldn't help narrowing her eyes. In less than 30 years, he became the first in the sea establishment realm in the raging sea? Were there too few strong masters in the raging sea, or was this person too heaven-defyingly strong? She had married the wrong man. Was her daughter going to embark on the same path as her? However, she also knew that there might be bad humans, but there must be good ones too. But no matter what, although she hadn't done her duty as a mother, now that she had woken up, she would naturally make up for it. Ignoring Chen Huangdian and Li Qingdi, Xiao Hongzhu looked at Xiao Shaochan. Shaochan, although I haven't done my duty as a mother, you are still my daughter. Do you think you can completely believe this human being? Xiao Shaochan didn't expect the first talk between her and her mother to be like this. Her mother's aura was really a bit too strong. But Xiao Shaochan was not afraid. I was born in the human world. I have been cultivating together with Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and Lu Renquang. Since we were young, entering the sea together, hunting treasures together, adventuring together, and growing up together. I know what's right and what's wrong. Han Fei is the person I trust the most. Xiao Hongzhu asked, is he more trustworthy than your Uncle Dian? Xiao Shaochan looked at Chen Huangdian and couldn't help shaking her head. No matter if he meant well or not, no matter how many things he did in secret, I don't like his way of doing things, from the day he killed Han Fei. Chen Huangdian couldn't help but chuckle. Like I said, if I could choose again, I would still have chosen to kill him. At that time, the talent he showed was too weak. The more intimate you two are, the more he must die. Xiao Shaochan said angrily, why? After I return to the Merman royal family, won't I still have to face the Yin family? You said as if the Yin family doesn't know of my existence. Chen Huangdian sneered. One of the powerful techniques of the Yin family is the curse technique. If they could get anything of yours from Han Fei, with your strength back then, even if I protected you in person, you wouldn't have been able to escape death. Xiao Shaochan snorted. No matter how you explain, I just don't like you. Chen Huangdian shook his head indifferently. I don't need you liking me. Hearing this, Xiao Hongzhu roughly understood the whole story. She said, so Now that you've returned the god's blood to me, are you leaving? Xia Xiaochan pursed her lips and nodded. I don't like this place and don't want to stay here. Xia Hongzhu pondered for a moment. Cultivate in seclusion with me for 3 days. If you still want to leave in 3 days, I won't stop you. Han Fei frowned slightly. At this point, there was nothing he couldn't say. He said, Mother-in-law, I have something to say. Xiaochan transcended the tribulation and returned the god's blood to you, causing her foundation to be greatly damaged. As for me, I have the heaven enlightenment divine technique. It might be able to repair her foundation. If possible, please let me heal her. As soon as possible. You know the heaven enlightenment divine technique? Are you related to the human king? Han Fei said, No, mother-in-law. I'm not yet 100 years old. How can I know the human king? Xia Hongzhu thought for a moment and nodded slightly. I see. Chen Huangdian looked at Han Fei. If you call her mother-in-law again, your avatar won't be able to return. Han Fei shrugged. It's none of your business. I'll come to you for revenge. Sooner or later. Xia Xiaochan secretly pinched Han Fei, thinking to herself, shut up. You can't beat him now. Xia Xiaochan said, wait for me for 3 days. Xia Hongzhu looked at the shattered crystal palace, and tapped the ground with the trident in her hand, and countless ice crystals rebuilt the crystal palace at a visible speed. As Xia Hongzhu and Xia Xiaochan entered, the crystal palace closed. Han Fei and Chen Huangdian hated each other, so Han Fei sat directly at the door of the crystal palace, not standing in midair with Chen Huangdian. In fact, Han Fei was thinking about something else. From what Xia Hongzhu and Li Qingdi said, he could get a certain information, which was that Chen Huangdian had been a sky opener 100,000 years ago. This made Han Fei speechless. If this guy had been cultivating for the last 100,000 years, wouldn't he have been able to become a monarch? Han Fei knew that Chen Huangdian had been lying low for 100,000 years, but it was impossible for him to do nothing. If it were him, although he had to supply Xia Hongzhu with immortal qi, it wouldn't limit his thinking. Right? Therefore, Han Fei guessed that since Xia Hongzhu had woken up, Chen Huangdian's outbreak might be coming soon. At that time, he really suspected that no one on the human side could be his opponent. After all, this guy was too powerful. 3 days passed. Han Fei sat cross-legged at the gate of the Crystal Palace, only to see the Crystal Palace suddenly open. Han Fei quickly got up and saw Xia Xiaochan come out of the Crystal Palace. With a swish. Han Fei, my mother calls you in. Han Fei was surprised. Me? Xia Xiaochan pushed Han Fei away with a smile. Don't be afraid. My mother is actually quite easy to talk to. Han Fei clearly felt that Xia Xiaochan was more lively, so he immediately smiled and said, okay, I'll go. When Han Fei entered the Crystal Palace, he heard the sound of the door closing, but Xia Xiaochan didn't follow him in, which meant that Xia Hongzhu wanted to talk to him alone. Facing a mother-in-law in the sky-opening realm, he was still a little restrained. At this moment, Xia Hongzhu was sitting on a big ice chair, holding the trident. Seeing Han Fei approach, Xia Hongzhu said, you can't hide your personality from me. But I'm not a narrow-minded person. Since the Monarch Palace is about to open, I won't make things difficult for you. Since you say that you are talented, I can believe you. I can even let Xiaochan go back with you now. But Han Fei's eyes glittered. But what? Xiao Hongzhu said, if you survive the monarch palace, your original body should come to me. Han Fei thought for a moment. Does she want to see my original body because she wants to kill me? However, it's more important to take Xia Xiaochan back. First, she didn't ask me to make a great Dao oath. So what if I don't come? Han Fei immediately said, no problem. Xia Hongzhu said, since you want to be with Xiaochan, I have to confirm that you have the strength to protect her. I won't let you take her away from the raging sea rashly. Don't you have a navigator? I don't ask you to wipe out the and family, but I need you to gain a foothold in the outside world. Then if you still want to marry Xiaochan, I may consider marrying her to you. Han Fei was about to speak, when Xiao Hongzhu said, while you are still in the raging sea, I will watch your performance. Didn't you say that you were first place in the sea establishment realm? I'll leave the soul-sealing world too. You. Han Fei thought for a moment. Although Xia Xiaochan had already transcended the tribulation and become a king, the outside world was really dangerous. It wouldn't be a problem for him to go explore the outside world first. As for the soul-sealing world, even if Xiao Hongzhu didn't mention them, he would still kill them. His growth required resources. It wasn't appropriate to attack any world now. It would be good if he could take down the soul-sealing world. Han Fei asked, will she be willing to stay in the raging sea? Xiao Hongzhu said, I have my own arrangements, but you'll meet again anyway. The premise is that you can survive the monarch palace and the family. Han Fei thought for a moment. He hadn't left the raging sea yet. There were still the 36 heavenly palaces to be unified, and the 100 demons. And the undersea human race to be annihilated, so he was very busy. According to the resources of the raging sea, it shouldn't be difficult for him to open the sky here. Then, he would have more say. Han Fei thought that Xia Hongzhu's confidence came from her strength. Although he couldn't see her strength clearly, he knew that it couldn't be low. Since she could escape from the family, she must have some strength. Besides, Xia Hongzhu's environment was very different from the environment of the divine sun he knew. It was only natural that she was very strong. Han Fei thought to himself, take Xia Xiaochan away first. Anyway, I won't leave the raging sea soon. Therefore, Han Fei gladly accepted it. Okay, deal. Han Fei actually came with the determination to die. He dared to let Xia Xiaochan come because he thought that if her mother woke up, she wouldn't watch her die. Now it seemed that everything was going better than he had expected. Except that ordinary mermen seemed to hate him, even Chen Huangdian didn't deliberately make things difficult for him. Perhaps, for Chen Huangdian, no one was as important as Xia Hongzhu. However, the awakening of Xia Hongzhu meant the re-emergence of the merman royal family. This was different from the era of Li Qingdi. It was impossible for Xia Hongzhu to be called the War Queen for no reason. Han Fei suspected that back then, Xia Hongzhu was in the sky-opening realm or even close to becoming a monarch. Otherwise, why would such a powerful force like the family weave a huge lie to deceive Xia Hongzhu? Han Fei and Xia Hongzhu's conversation soon ended, mainly because Xia Hongzhu was very confident that as long as she was in the raging sea, Han Fei wouldn't dare to mess around with Xia Xiaochan. After Han Fei left the Crystal Palace, Xia Hongzhu pouted slightly. This was the first time in her life that she had been a mother. She wasn't used to it. She might as well make up for her daughter. You came out so quickly? When Han Fei walked out of the Crystal Palace, he saw Xia Xiaochan standing at the door, her breath unstable. Obviously, after reaching the sea establishment realm, she hadn't had the time to stabilize her cultivation, and the power in her body hadn't completely transformed. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you stabilize your cultivation?" Xia Xiaochan said, "I'm not in the mood. I'm waiting for you." "What did my mother say to you?" Han Fei smiled. "Nothing. She just said that we could return to the yin-yang world now." Xia Xiaochan was overjoyed. It seemed that Han Fei had a good chat with her mother. She didn't expect her mother to be so amiable. Although she looked intimidating, both she and Han Fei weren't afraid of strong masters. Just as the two of them were about to leave, a figure quietly appeared, but this person was not Chen Huangdian, but Li Qingdi. This sky opener, who was said to be extremely strong, had never interacted with Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan before. Li Qingdi said, "Although the queen has agreed to let you take the princess away, there is one thing I have to remind you." Han Fei? Li Qingdi said, "The 36 mystic worlds of the human race are still the enemies of the Merman royal family. The battle between the Merman royal family and the human race has never stopped for thousands of years. Now that you take away our princess, you should know what position you should be in. Do you stand with the human race or the Merman royal family?" Han Fei asked, "Are mermen considered sea demons?" "Of course not." Han Fei grinned. "The enemies of human beings are sea demons, but for me, all races in the world are equal." Han Fei wasn't lying. If the sea demons didn't provoke the human race, why would humans pay such a high price to fight them? Li Qingdi smiled faintly. "Then I'll wait for the day you unify the 36 mystic worlds." Han Fei left with Xia Xiaochan and didn't see Chen Huangdian again. He probably didn't want to see Xia Xiaochan and Han Fei. As the saying went, what the eye didn't see, the heart didn't grieve over. The two of them left the sea and rushed to the nearest route as fast as they could. Just as the two of them stepped out of the merman route, they suddenly saw a golden light flash. Who else could it be but Han Fei's original body? However, Han Fei's original body immediately shouted, "Enter my origin sea." Humph. Xia Xiaochan was stunned for a moment, but then she realized what was going on. A strong master from the soul-sealing world must have come. At this moment, Han Fei opened the invincible eye, circulated his strength to the limit, and attacked the void with the immortal fiend saber. A triangular mark shot out horizontally, attacking the immortal fiend saber. At this moment, Xia Xiaochan and Han Fei's avatar had just been sucked into the origin sea. Rumble. Rumble. As the immortal fiend saber collapsed, a big void hand smashed the void within 10,000 kilometers of Han Fei with irresistible power. Swish. At that moment, in the void, Han Fei's voice came from afar, "Huang Jingyuan. This is your last chance. Unfortunately, you didn't grab it. One day, I'll flatten your soul-sealing world." Swish. 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 Golden light flashed, and Han Fei's figure quickly left. He was so fast that Huang Jingyuan was speechless. Huang Jingyuan frowned and gritted his teeth. Twin divine technique. In fact, Han Fei had only guessed that the soul-sealing world would seize this opportunity, so he hid outside the mermaid royal family. When he perceived that Xia Xiaochan was transcending the heavenly tribulation, he had been hiding here. However, Han Fei wasn't sure if Xia Xiaochan and his avatar could come back. Fortunately, he had got an ominous divination result today, so he knew that maybe the people from the soul-sealing world had come. Han Fei didn't stop until he reached the Sea of Mist. As soon as Xia Xiaochan appeared, she said, "My mother has already sealed the aura of the heavenly cicada on me. Why can the people from the soul-sealing world still find me?" Han Fei had already synchronized with his avatar, but he didn't know that Xia Xiaochan's aura of the heavenly cicada had been sealed. He said, "They don't need to find you. They just need to guess. Even I can feel your tribulation. It's impossible for them not to sense the cry of the heavenly cicada." But as soon as Han Fei said this, he suddenly remembered something. Was Huang Jingyuan's purpose to kill Xia Xiaochan or to stop Xia Hongzhu from waking up? If it was to prevent Xia Hongzhu from waking up, why was he chasing Xia Xiaochan now? Han Fei suddenly said, "That's not right. He knows that this place is close to the Merman royal family. It's impossible for him to break into the Merman's territory alone because of Chen Huangdian and Li Qingdi. Therefore, Huang Jingyuan just came to see if your mother had woken up. It just so happened that you came back, so he attacked you, by the way." On the other side, Huang Jingyuan failed the attack and felt a gaze focused on him. At that moment, Huang Jingyuan was horrified and fled. Has she really woken up? Huang Jingyuan knew that it was too late. Since the heavenly cicada woke up and he hadn't found Xia Xiaochan, it meant that he had lost this battle with the Merman royal family. Now, Xia Xiaochan had transcended the tribulation and become a king. Xia Hongzhu had awakened and her strength would recover sooner or later. And the family would eventually have to face the revenge of the Merman royal family. This matter was no longer something he, Huang Jingyuan, could control. When he came back this time, it should be time for the soul-sealing world to be sealed. Several hours passed. In the Sea of Mist, Han Fei said, "When the healing divine light descends later, feel if your damaged foundation is recovering." Buzz. As Han Fei activated his great Tao, the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique descended, and a healing pillar of light fell from the sky. Han Fei's current lifespan had exceeded 100,000 years. This Heaven Enlightenment divine technique consumed 1,000 years of his vitality and smashed down crazily. How terrifying was Han Fei's current 1,000-year vitality? 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. In the 8th second, Xia Xiaochan suddenly said, "My foundation is recovering. No, there is still a trace of God's blood in me." While Xia Xiaochan was shocked, Han Fei was also shocked. He couldn't help but ask, "But hadn't you returned it?" Xia Xiaochan said, "I don't know. It grew from my own blood. There's only a little of it. Maybe it grew because of your Heaven Enlightenment divine technique." Han Fei said, "Then continue to recover and see if you can recast the God's blood." The Heaven Enlightenment divine technique that was injected with 1,000 years of vitality only lasted for about 20 seconds. It was supposed to make up for Xia Xiaochan's foundation, but it accidentally gave birth to a little bit of God's blood in Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei estimated that this might be the regeneration of the God's blood in Xia Xiaochan's body. After all, was the God's blood always only 1 drop? Xia Xiaochan wasn't a king before, so she couldn't make it. But now, Xia Xiaochan had already reached the sea establishment realm and had had the God's blood for so long. She should be able to give birth to some of it. 20 seconds later, Xiao Xiaochan said, the god's blood has recovered less than 1/10. Han Fei gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter. Let's continue. You can't give up the blood of a god so easily. Han Fei was excited. This was equivalent to creating a god. Just look at Xia Hongzhu. A drop of divine blood was the root of her recovery. And back then, all her blood was divine blood, so it could be imagined how terrifying her strength was. If Xiao Xiaochan could recast this drop of God's blood, she would be the second Xia Hongzhu. Oh, no, maybe even stronger than Xia Hongzhu, because in Xiao Xiaochan's bloodline, there was also the heavenly cicada bloodline of the Yin family. 2. Be able to take a place in the outside world, control the soul-sealing world from a distance, and command sky openers, the Yin family was definitely not simple. Therefore, when the heaven enlightenment divine technique descended one after another like a snowball, Han Fei finally made up for Xiao Xiaochan's injuries. After consuming about 12,000 years of vitality, and under the effect of the crazily cast heaven enlightenment divine technique, about 60% of the blood of a god was reproduced. Xiao Xiaochan said, don't use the heaven enlightenment divine technique anymore. My foundation has been restored, and the effect of the heaven enlightenment divine technique is not great anymore. Now I can only nurture the growth of the god's blood through my own growth. Han Fei was slightly relieved. That works too. And Han Fei's real thought was, as expected of the blood of a god. I haven't even recast a drop of God's blood after consuming more than 10,000 years of vitality. I have to become a god.